Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our central staff, employees who do exceptional work behind the scenes. Good morning to our testifiers, and a special good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The committee in the whole meeting of Monday, March 3rd, 2025, the first for the 36th legislature, is hereby called to order. But before we move forward, there's a reason that this lovely young lady is standing before us right now, Miss Alinda Sebastian, who is a retiree, a member of the LEG VI team. She has put in well over 20, I don't know how much years you had? Well over 28 years with the Virgin Islands Legislature, the first branch of government. We honor Ms. Sebastian for her almost 3 decades of service as an administrative assistant in the post-audit division. Her dedication has been vital to our transparency and accountability. Congratulations, Alinda. We wish you a fulfilling and enjoyable retirement. Let's give her a round of applause. She ain't going back to work. She finished, you know. She finished with us. Alinda, we wish you all the very best. I got to come right there and give you a hug. Come in the front and give you a hug. And I hope you are seeing this trophy that Alinda has. She actually needs some help carrying it because it's heavy. It is heavy. It is valuable. I think this is even more valuable than the Academy Awards that were given out last night. It's in that category. So we want to thank you very much. And we want to take a couple pictures with Alinda before she leaves, right? So we're going to stand in official recess for 3 minutes while we take some photos. Morning again, everyone. This morning, we are going to commence with the consideration of two zoning applications, which have gone through the DPNR vetting process to include public hearings. I remind everyone that there are no votes taken in the committee of the whole. Instead, the committee will receive testimony from DPNR, our representatives, and other stakeholders. And the body will vote on these applications in a subsequent legislative session. Following the zoning considerations, we will address what, in my view, has become the most pressing challenge facing our territory today. And that is the high cost of living that burdens virtually every household across St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, and Water Island. For too many Virgin Islanders, the simple act of putting food on the table, keeping the lights on, or securing affordable housing has transformed from a basic expectation into a daily struggle. When families must choose between groceries and medicine, when young professionals cannot afford to return home after college, when residents on St. John find themselves priced out of neighborhoods they've called home for decades, we face not just an economic issue, but a threat to the very fabric of our community. Businesses, both large and small, are navigating these challenges also while trying to remain viable in an unpredictable economic climate. Our meeting will span 2 days. Today on St. Thomas, we will focus on the cost of consumer goods, housing, and utilities. And tomorrow at the Frits Lawaetz facility on St. Croix, we will turn our attention to the high gas prices and our tax system. We'll hear from economists, industry leaders, regulatory agencies, and local businesses, and we'll examine the multifaceted roots of these challenges, from our dependence on expensive imported goods and fossil fuels to constraints on housing development and the unique infrastructure costs of island communities. More importantly, we will explore practical, actionable solutions that can provide meaningful relief to our citizens while creating a more sustainable economic future for the territory. I want to thank all of our testifiers in advance for sharing their expertise and insights today. Your contributions are invaluable as we work towards policies that will ease the financial burden on Virgin Islanders and strengthen our community for generations to come. I encourage my colleagues to engage in thoughtful, solutions-oriented dialogue over the next 2 days. Let us approach this hearing not just as a platform for discussion, but as a launching point for real legislative action. Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Present. Senator Bocas Jr., present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. I'm here. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. I'm here. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Present. Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Present. Senator Frederick, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Maurice C. James.
I am here.
Senator James, present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Present.
Senator Joseph Sr., present. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Present. Senator Lewis, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet, absent. Mr. Chair, 13 members present, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we have a quorum and we're prepared to proceed. Madam Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Letter dated March 3rd, 2025 from The Honorable Kurt A. Viale, Senator. 2, Honorable Milton E. Potter, Senate President, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, USVI 00802. Dear Senate President Potter, due to a previously scheduled engagement, I will be late in attending the Committee of the Whole meeting scheduled for today, Monday, March 3rd, 2025. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Kurt Viale, Chairman, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated March 3rd, 2025, to the Honorable Milton E. Potter, Chairman, Committee of the Whole, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Golden Rock Christiansted, St. Croix, USVI 00820. Via email. Dear President Potter, I hope this correspondence reaches you in the best of health and spirits. Please be advised that I will be slightly tardy for today's Committee of the Whole hearing. I note the importance of the agenda items, and I look forward to weighing in on the discussion upon my arrival. Sincerely, Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the correspondences.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, can we proceed with the reading of today's official agenda into the record?
Bill number 36-0033, an act amending official zoning map STZ-9 St. Thomas, Virgin Islands to rezone remainder parcel N number 19-1-2, parcel number 19-1-2-7 eastern portion, and parcel number 19-1-2-7 western portion, Estate Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3, East End Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from A2 Agriculture Zone to B3 Business Scatter Zone.
Invited testifiers, Honorable John Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Candace Lindquist Wallace, applicant. Bill number 36-0034, an act amending official zoning map STZ-9 St. Thomas, Virgin Islands to rezone parcel number 19-1-2-4 Estate Smith Bay, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands from R1 residential low density to B3 business scattered. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and then Jackie Boyd, applicant. Block number 2. The Committee of the Whole will receive testimony on the economic pressures impacting the cost of living in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Cost of living in the U.S. Virgin Islands, Part 1, Consumer Goods. Price and structures of consumer goods, impact of freight and shipping costs, role of price controls and regulations by DLCA, perspectives from local businesses on economic challenge, recommendations to stabilize or reduce the consumer goods prices. Invited testifiers, Honorable H. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Wayne Biggs, Chief Executive Officer, Economic Development Authority. Dr. Mark Wenner, Economist. David Goldberg, Manager, The Fruit Bowl. Willie Hamed, Vice President, The Market. Ahed Das, President, Food Center. Michael Espinosa, General Manager, Cosulus. Roy Infante, General Manager, PriceSmart. Jennifer Nugent Hill, Senior Director, Tropical Shipping. John Woods, President, St. Thomas St. John Chamber of Commerce. Part 2, Housing and Utilities. Rising costs of utilities, availability and affordability of housing, renewable energy initiatives, and long-term savings. Invited testifiers, Eugene Jones Jr., Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Kyle Fleming, Director, Virgin Islands Energy Office. Carl Knight, Chief Executive Officer, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Geraldine Pitt, Chief Executive Officer, VIA. Darrell Griffith, Interim Executive Director, VI Waste Management Authority. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll ask the testifiers to introduce themselves. I'm going to start from my right and move to the left. So, Senator.
Good morning, Senator. Adla Fonsi Donnerstog.
Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Leah Laplace Matthew with DPNR.
Morning.
Morning, Kishore Samuel, DPNR.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jennifer Jones, attorney.
Morning, Attorney Jones.
Good morning, Senator. Najaki Boyd, owner.
Morning, Mr. Boyd. Okay, we will proceed with Territorial Planner, Ms. Leah Laplace. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good day, Senate President Milton E. Potter, other members of the 36th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, legislative staff, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Leah Laplace Matthew, and I am the Territorial Planner overseeing the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, CCZP, within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR. I am here today to present the department's recommendation on the following zoning map amendment application, number CCZP 0153-24. This application, submitted by Adler A. Donnerstock Jr., consultant on behalf of Candace Lindquist Wallace, seeks to amend the zoning designation of remainder parcel number 19-1-2 and parcel number 19-1-2-7, eastern and western portions, both of Estate Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3, Eastern Quarter, St. Thomas, from A2 Agricultural Zone to B3, Business Scattered. The purpose of this request is to develop an office. DPNR has conducted a thorough review of the application, including an analysis of the surrounding land use, zoning trends, infrastructure availability, and public input. The surrounding area includes various zoning designations such as A1, A2, R1, R2, R3, B2, B3, and C commercial, indicating a shift from large-scale agricultural use to a mixed-use development pattern. Additionally, historical rezoning approvals in the vicinity support this transition. The department notes the following key findings. The requested zoning change aligns with previous rezoning approvals in the area. The proposed office development is in line with existing business and commercial activities along Smith Bay Road. Public infrastructure in the form of public water supply is available to support the development, and a sewage treatment plant has been proposed. No opposition was expressed during the DPNR CCZP public hearing held on November 18, 2024. A flora and fauna study and a Phase 1 cultural resources survey will be required as part of further review by the Divisions of Fish and Wildlife and the Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office. Additionally, a stormwater pollution prevention plan will be required from the Division of Environmental Protection. After analyzing the applicant's requests, the surrounding uses, and zoning trends, DPNR recommends approval of the zoning map amendment request. The department concurs with Bill number 36-0033. Pursuant to Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 238, the report of the Planning Office regarding this proposal, including the reasons for our recommendation, is incorporated into the records submitted prior to this public hearing. We ask that the PowerPoint presentation for CCZP 0153-24 now be displayed. The photo on display is of the current site condition, which is undeveloped land marked in red. This shows the map geo-aerial view of properties. To the north of the properties is undeveloped residential land. To the east is agricultural land recently rezoned to B3, followed by residential activity. To the south is the cemetery and undeveloped residential and business zoned land. To the west is undeveloped residential land. This displays the original official zoning map number STZ9. The area was originally zoned A1 agricultural zone. However, since 1972 has experienced 18 rezonings. This displays the conceptual proposed by the applicant of a single one-story building strictly for commercial use with parking on adjacent parcels. This concludes my testimony on behalf of the department, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. LaPlaz Matthews. Next, Senator Danister, you're prepared to present your testimony? You may proceed.
Yes, good morning, Senate President. I first want to apologize for submitting my testimony late. I should have known better as a former senator, right? Yeah. But it's relatively short, and I decided to prepare that testimony for the purpose of sort of contributing and sharing history of the Lindquist property and Lindquist property owners and the entire family. So good morning, esteemed Senate President and senators of this distinguished body. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I stand before you, I sit before you to discuss a significant legacy and an exciting potential within our beloved Virgin Islands, mainly focusing on the contribution of the remarkable family, the Lindquists. Candace Lindquist's story is compelling intersection of history and heritage. As a fifth-generation Virgin Islander, she carries a rich legacy that traces back to her great-great-grandfather who migrated from Copenhagen, Denmark, to St. Croix in 1834. The Lindquist family has deep roots in our islands, having lived under Danish and United States sovereignty, contributing to our community's tapestry. A pivotal figure in their lineage is John Lindquist, Candace's grandfather or great-grandfather. Not only was he a planter and a court judge, he also served as the Dannebrog Knight and a colonial council representative. He notably lowered the Danish flag in 1917 when the United States purchased the Danish West Indies, making a significant transition for our islands. In the 1800s, the first two generations of Lindquist family established themselves as planters and farmers, and 233 acres of Big Cinnamon Bay in Maho Bay Quarter, St. John. By 1920, John Lindquist moved to St. Thomas, where he became the island's veterinary surgeon. This shift began a new chapter of land acquisition led by his son, Candace's grandfather, Louis Lindquist, who in 1945 acquired Smith Bay Beach and 204 acres of estate Smith Bay. This became the most significant agricultural parcel on the east end of St. Thomas. Louis Lindquist's legacy continues today through his children, Roy, June, and Kenneth Lindquist, who inherited the estate of Smith Bay. Kenneth recognized the importance of environmental preservation and took a significant step in declaring the 14-acre beach property an environmentally protected natural resource, and that stands today. Today, parts of the Smith Bay Beach have been transformed into Smith Bay Park, still partially owned by Doris Lindquist. Currently, Doris, Candace, and Mark each own separate parcels of Estate Smith Bay, totaling approximately 75.44 acres. This area, the East End, has witnessed remarkable growth over the past 30 years. For instance, the Pillsbury Heights development was once a part of the large agricultural parcel acquired by Louis Lindquist. In the last 15 years, Smith Bay has undergone impressive economic development, meeting the community's increasing needs, which, with much of the land still available for development, there are immense opportunities for owners and entrepreneurs to invest in this evolving economy. Ms. Lindquist is proposing an office park in Smith Bay become a reality as part of this growth. This project would create an inviting space for conferences, meetings, events, and various activities, catering to local business professionals and visitors alike. It is essential to inspire Smith Bay residents and landowners to be enthusiastic about participating in the ongoing and future development of the greater Eastern community. Together, we can leverage the Lindquist legacy, embracing our rich history, while fostering new economic opportunities for our islands. With your support, we can pave the way for a thriving future that honors our past. Ms. Candice Lindquist is asking for your approval of her rezoning. Thank you. And Mr. President, they have just a little bit of footage. It's relatively short. Already Media Services, I believe, have loaded it.
Okay.
So at least the senators can get a clear view of exactly where it's located.
Okay. Media, you may proceed with that video footage. Thank you. I think we have a clear understanding as to where the property is located. We appreciate that. Any more testifiers on this issue? No? Okay, colleagues, we will proceed with, no, we'll do the second property presentation. So Ms. Laplace, you have the floor once again. Or
Start now? Good day, Senate President Milton E. Potter, other members of the 36th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, legislative staff, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Kishore Samuel, and I am the planning technician with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zoning Planning, CCZP, within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR. I am here today to present the department's recommendation on the following zoning map amendment application number CCZP 0158-24. This application, submitted by Attorney Jennifer Jones on behalf of Najoki Boyd, seeks to amend the zoning designation of parcel number 19-1-2-4 Estate Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3, East End Quarter, St. Thomas, from R1, residential low density, to B3, business scattered. The purpose of the request is a mixed-use development. DPNR has conducted a thorough review of the application, including an analysis of the surrounding land use, zoning trends, infrastructure, availability, and public input. The surrounding area includes various zoning designations such as A1, A2, R1, R2, R3, B2, B3, and C commercial, indicating a shift from large-scale agricultural use to a mixed-use development pattern. Additionally, historical rezoning approvals in their vicinity support this transaction. The department notes the following key findings. The request zoning change aligns with previous zoning approvals in the area. The proposed mixed-use development consists of a long and short-term rental and commercial units for general offices, daycare, laundromat, mailbox, rental, beauty salon/barbershop, and or self-storage units compatible with existing business and commercial activities along Smith Bay Road. The public infrastructure in the form of public water supply is available to support the development, but water is proposed to also be supplied by wells and cisterns. On-site sewage treatment has been proposed. No opposition was expressed during the DPNR CCZP public hearing held on December 16, 2024, and there was one support letter received from an adjacent property owner who was recently granted a rezoning to B3. A floral and fauna study and a phase I cultural resources survey will be required as part of further review by the Division of Fish and Wildlife and the Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office. Additionally, a stormwater pollution prevention plan will be required from the DPNR of Environmental Protection. After analyzing the applicant's request, the surrounding uses and zoning trends, DPNR recommends approval of the zoning/amendment request. The DPNR concurs with Bill number 36-0034, pursuant to Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Sections 238, the report of the Planning Office regarding this proposal, including the reasons for our recommendation, is incorporated in the record submitted prior to this public hearing. We ask that the PowerPoint presentation for CCZP 0158-24 now be displayed.
The PowerPoint displays photo of the current site condition, which is a 2-story residence currently under construction. The map geo aerial view of the property. To the north of it is agricultural land, recently rezoned to B3, parcel number 19-1-2-8 Smith Bay, followed by commercial activity. To the east is agricultural land, followed by residential activity. To the south is agricultural land, followed by residential activity. And to the west is agricultural land, recently petitioned for B3 zoning, remainder parcel number 19-1-2, and parcel number 19-1-2-7, eastern and western portions, Smith Bay, followed by the cemetery. This displays the official zoning map number STZ9, which shows the original zoning of the area, which was A1 agricultural zone. From 1972 to present, has received 18 rezonings. The conceptual layout of the property, which is proposed as a mixed-use development consisting of 28 residential units. The applicant proposes 6 buildings up to 3 stories. This concludes our testimony on behalf of the department. We are available to answer any questions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Laplace Matthews and Mr. Samuel. Attorney Jones, are you prepared to proceed with your testimony?
Yes, I am. Jennifer Jones. Good morning, Senate President Milton Potter, esteemed members of the 36th Legislature, and representatives from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Ms. Leah Laplace Matthew and Mr. Kichoy Samuel. My name is Jennifer Jones, and I'm an attorney practicing here in the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Mr. Najaki Boyd and his mother, Kitalia Freeman, regarding the rezoning application for parcel number 19-1-2-4 Estate Smith Bay, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Mr. Boyd is a passionate young Virgin Island developer and entrepreneur who, along with his mother, Ms. Freeman, who is a longtime entrepreneur and the first Black female owner of a medical laboratory in the U.S. Virgin Islands, are embarking on this ambitious project to provide reasonably priced long-term residences surrounded by modern conveniences in their community. Currently, they are expanding the business ventures into a groundbreaking mixed-use development that will feature 28 residential units and 9 commercial units. This project reflects their vision for creating vibrant, inclusive spaces to meet both residential and commercial needs in the same places. Mr. Boyd's commitment to environmentally responsible development further positions him as a leader in shaping a sustainable future for the Virgin Islands. To accomplish this vision, the applicants are seeking your support to change the zoning of their property from its existing R1 residential low-density designation to B3 scattered, a zone which will support this mixed-use project and help enhance the quality of life for residents while contributing to the economic growth of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Additionally, they are requesting a variance for general warehouse and storage services. To provide some context, the property in question is a 1.002-acre plot located in Estate Smith Bay, just off the Emile Francis Memorial Drive, originally part of a larger tract of land in the Estate Smith Bay. In Estate Smith Bay, this parcel has been held in private ownership for several decades, remaining largely undeveloped. In 2018, Mr. Boyd and his mother acquired the property from Mr. L. Mark Lindquist with plans for creating a mixed-use residential and commercial complex. With several years of planning behind them, Mr. Boyd and his mother are now ready to move forward with this next phase of the project. The property is currently zoned R1 residential low density and is adjacent to the government's Eastern Cemetery. It is surrounded almost entirely by vacant land and borders a property used as a horse ranch. Parcel number 19-1-2-8 Smith Bay, which is separated from this property by an estate road, was recently rezoned from A2 to B3. The property will be developed into a multi-use complex that includes a residential area, a daycare center, commercial business offices, mailbox rentals, and warehouse and storage units. The goal is to provide a combination of essential community services while ensuring compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. The development will help meet the growing demand for residential units in the Smith Bay area. With major upcoming projects anticipated across the island, and particularly on St. John, this area is expected to see a significant increase in demand for these types of residences. The parcel's strategic location within walking distance of a gym, a restaurant and bar, a beach, 3 churches, a hardware store, and near a federal services building will reduce travel, protect the environment, and foster community cohesion. We believe the proposed development will not only be a positive addition to the area, but it will also contribute to the local economy by creating jobs and other valuable services. We are grateful to have this opportunity to present today. Along with our testimony, we are providing a PowerPoint presentation to help illustrate the ideas and details of the proposed development. If we can have that shown.
Media, the PowerPoint presentation. Trying to see through the tinted glass. But on media, do you have a copy of it, media? No? Now, media has indicated that they do not have a copy of the presentation. Attorney Jones, we'll take a brief recess. Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 3 minutes. Committee of the Whole is back on the record. We're able to have the PowerPoint presentation queued up. We are ready to go.
Yes, thank you.
You may proceed.
Okay, so we begin with, of course, we're here on a petition for amendment to the zoning map, and we begin appropriately with a view of Linquist Beach, and the property is about less than 5 minutes walk away from Linquist Beach. And in terms of where the property is located, of course, on the east end of St. Thomas, and this is the immediate lot area. And because we had a really in-depth description of where the property is located from the previous presenter, this area is almost adjacent, or it's part of it is adjacent to the Linquist property, which is presented for zoning here today as well. So this is the property right in the middle, and to the left or to the west is the other petition that is presented before you today. So the property with the two-story structure on there is Mr. Boyd's property along with his mother, Ms. Freeman. And what is on the property is this photo that you saw earlier, and it's a two-story concrete structure where they're starting to begin the development. Of course, it was it is now zoned in the residential zone, so this is a residential building that's being put up. And this is an access road to the property. It is quite a large access road to the property, and it is across the street from a prior B3 designation. And what is surrounding the property to the north? Of course, that's where you go to the northern area towards the shoreline, is just the other rezoning, as well as the estate road. And to the east, again, it's just bare land. Right now, this area is largely undeveloped. To the south, it's bare land. It's largely undeveloped. And to the west is the area where the other petitioner's property is as well, and that's bare land. So the amendment is to request that parcel number 19-1-2 Estate Smith Bay be changed from a residential R1 to low density to B3, business scattered, as well as with a variance for warehousing and storage services. The future development for that property will include mixed-use residential and commercial uses. The residential complex, it will feature a residential complex with 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments. The complex will accommodate multiple size families for long-term quality housing. The complex will help meet the growing demand for residential units in the Smith Bay area. And a small percentage of the units may be used as for short-term rentals as well. And that would usually basically be seasonal. And there's a nursery school proposed, a daycare center is proposed to serve the families within the project area as well as the surrounding residences. The daycare will offer safe and convenient places for children while their parents are at work. And the location is ideal as a daycare. It is within proximity to the residential areas and will provide much needed services for working residents. And they will also have general offices. For the future development will include services such as management and leasing office, which is mainly specifically to support the operations of the complex. And there will be other business opportunities as well, to include a small commercial laundry for use by the tenants, as well as area residents, and a mailbox rental business. And those are, because of the shortages of mailbox rental around the island, this would be a particularly filling a particular need as well. The warehousing and storage uses, of course, is not provided in the current B3 zoning designation, so a variance will be required for that. And the idea is not to offer huge warehousing, but it's going to be warehousing specifically for people who need to store smaller capacity items that would have much more storage, smaller storage units, like 10 by 10 feet units as well. And we find that those are particularly to some needs. Residents would need that. Some businesses would have the needs for smaller storage units. And the storage facility will be discreetly located and designed to minimize the visual impact of the surrounding neighborhood. And the variance, of course, as I mentioned, would be necessary for this use. And this is how the property is proposed to look with 6 buildings. And I'll give you a breakdown of what is going to happen within each building. And if the rezoning were to occur, there would be 6 3-story buildings featuring a mix of residential and commercial spaces. Building 1 is proposed to have 1 4-bedroom unit, 2 2-bedroom units, and 3 1-bedroom units. And of course, each building would have their own individual cisterns and would be adequately sized for that amount of people who are going to be in that building. Building 2 is proposed to be used as a daycare center on the first level and with office spaces on the 2nd and 3rd floor, and of course with adequate system capacity for those uses. Building 3 is proposed to contain residential units, 3 3-bedroom units, and 3 1-bedroom units, again with adequate system capacity. Building 4 is proposed to contain as well residential units with 3 1-bedroom and 3 2-bedroom units. And Building 5 is going to have 3 1-bedroom units and 3 2-bedroom units. Building 6 is going to be 2 3-bedroom units and 2 1-bedroom units on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The building would also contain a laundry and a storage area on the 4th floor. So the commercial units are strategically placed where they would be most needed, as well as remaining sort of reserving residential areas for residential areas, sort of separated from the commercial areas as well. So in summary, there would be 1 4-bedroom unit, 5 3-bedroom units, 8 2-bedroom units, and 14 1-bedroom units for a total of 28 residential units and 9 commercial spaces. And the maximum number of people occupying this lot would be 112 persons, which would be within the appropriate density for this zoning, the proposed zoning. And each building would have, of course, the required cistern size. And for the entire parcel, it also meets the appropriate lot occupancy that's permitted for that area within that zone. Compatibility of uses. The use, of course, is compatible with surrounding land uses that include scattered residential and commercial elements. We have the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services building, which is nearby. We have a shopping center with a gym, a restaurant, and a furniture store, which is located nearby. And the closest resident is more than 300 feet away. The property is basically near the Red Hook Dock. It's within walking distance of both the Sapphire Beach and Linquist Beach. And there are 3 churches within the walking distance. So this area is ideal for a project like this, which is heavily residential based with some scatterings of commercial uses within it. So that's basically because it's compatible with the area. This is why we're proposing to have this zoning take place on parcel number 19-1-2-4. Thank you, Senate President.
Thank you, Attorney Jones. Is there anybody else? Any other testifiers? No. Colleagues, we're going to move forward with a 4-minute 4-minute round. 4-minute round. But before I have my colleagues, Senator Francis Heiliger, start, I wanted to ask you, Ms. Laplace, how does it, in light of the fact that we just passed a comprehensive land and water use plan just the other day, and you guys did a tremendous work in that regard, how do these two rezonings comport with the recommendations of the comprehensive land and water use plan?
Thank you, Senator. So one of the visionings that we saw for the St. Thomas district was more mixed-use areas. Because there is limited land, we do know that we need to redevelop some areas, and their original zoning may not allow for mixed use. So these two applications, they do concur with that mixed use proposal. And this area has seen 18 rezonings since 1972, where it's a number of different rezonings.
Okay. Concerning agricultural land being converted to other uses. Now, is there, and I know in that area there's been a lot of, I guess, rezonings from agriculture to, and I'm just trying to get an understanding as to DPNR's thought process. Is there thinking in DPNR's mind as far as, okay, this is, this exceeds our vision for agricultural land rezonings in the Smith Bay area, or is there any thinking about the preservation of agricultural land? Just as part of your overall landscape or the overall thinking?
So the thought process, Senate President, is that we need to also allow for agriculture in other zones. Right now, the zoning code, we have 18 zones, but only 6 allow for agricultural activity. So we need to allow agriculture in basically every zone.
Okay.
Technology has advanced agriculture where you don't necessarily have to do it in the soil.
Gotcha.
So in this particular area, the agricultural use has decreased. The number of rezonings and the type of rezonings have shown that it's no longer compatible with agriculture. But if individuals want to do agriculture, it should be in the table of uses for every zone so that they can do it in, say, a storage facility, in a greenhouse, not necessarily in the soil.
Okay. Thank you for your response. Thank you very much. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers. As it relates to Bill 36-0033 in regards to the office space, it says that the parking is going to be on an adjacent lot. Does this have adequate spacing for parking? How many lots it's going to be? Could you share a little bit of that with me?
Yes, Senator. So the petition is actually for 3 parcels owned by 2 different individuals, Ms. Lindquist, and then the other owner is a revocable living trust. Mm-hmm. So she was given permission to file the application, and both property owners gave power of attorney to Mr. Donnerstag. So Ms. Lindquist's property is the one proposed for the office building, mm-hmm. and the trust property would be where the parking. Yes.
And based on what you guys have looked at, it's adequate parking, because I want to make sure, because now, based on just listening to the conversation, I'm getting that one parcel that's here today was purchased from the family of another parcel. I mean, the owners of the other parcel. So we're in one big area. So being in one big area, I'm looking at potential traffic because now it's technically not 6 building, it's 7. It literally in the same area based on what you guys are sharing. So I want to make sure parking, how you deal with traffic and all of that is also a concern.
Yes, Senator, and there is very much adequate acreage with Ms. Lindquist's property for parking as well.
Well, that puts me at ease. One of the first things that I was concerned about with dealing with the 33 as well. When I saw agriculture, I get a little bit alarmed. But I also recognize, like what was discussed earlier, that we can utilize smaller parcels of land. And I do agree with what you were saying, that we should allow for agriculture throughout the territory, because we have to start focusing on agriculture here in the territory to make sure that we are able to feed our people. And, you know, it's unfortunate we are losing some land, but if we could increase it in other places, I think it would be a definite plus. You know, you have those backyard agriculturists, give them that opportunity in their zoning to build agriculture as well. So I don't have a problem with that part. As it relates to the second parcel in 360034, you said you want to do 6 buildings. What is the base square footage per building on average? Because if you go up 3 stories, I'm already multiplying the total amount of square footage. But I want to know, out of this, it's roughly a little bit over an acre from what was said?
Yes, it's a little bit over an acre.
Okay, and if you occupy, I'm trying to see how much of green space will still be open on this 1 acre to potentially hold 112 people roughly, because depending on the base of the building and you go up, you multiply that by 3, you'll still get adequate square footage. But I want to know how much is still going to be open, because for all these activities and moving around and cars and all of these things.
Yeah. The lot coverage requirement is being met. The entire lot is not going to be occupied. We have to leave something for green space. And it's only going to take up 58% is of the property.
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand. That's pretty good. I also want to know, this is a large undertaking, and I'm questioning about, is financing in place, or have you guys already pursued financing to launch this project? Because to ask us to change zonings is one thing, but to be able to move forward with the project, that also is important, especially when you're talking about potentially providing housing and other things.
I would like Mr. Boyd to speak to that.
Okay. Good day, Jackie Boyd. Thank you, Senator. Yes, we have some cash value insurance policies in place, and also conversation with financial institutions towards helping project the project in the future.
Okay, well, I like to hear that. I wanted to also ask, oh, it's up? Okay, could I just ask one last question?
You can wrap up.
On the document, on the PowerPoint presentation, there was a photograph of a building that's already being constructed. How long has that been in construction? Because looking at the picture, I don't know if it's recent or it's taking a while. How long is that under construction?
It's under construction for about 3 years, roughly. But that's because of the pandemic situation that put a halt on different stuff and things like that. But for the time span for the future projects are 18 months.
Okay.
From start to finish.
Pandemic was what, 2020, 2021, roughly?
Yes.
What was the issue?
Huh?
What's the issue? You said it had to do with that.
Because availability of resources, material, and a lot of different services were really at a halt.
Okay.
So then after that, it became a slow process within piecemealing it back to get that consistency. Even currently, we still experience a lot of holding on materials right now currently in a territory.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted clarity on that because I'm seeing them already actively doing something, and I wanted to make sure, are they serious about pushing that? And then versus now launching another project, how long it potentially would take. Thank you very much for your explanation, and thank you for the additional time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing listening audience, and good morning to the testifiers. Normally when DPNR support you. I don't try to put any pushback or fight, as they're the expert in this. But what I want to ask DPNR, in both zoning, I see you have a floral and fauna study, and phase 1 cultural resource survey will be required. What I want to ask you, if this studies fail because of historic preservation, I think, what will be the status for these property owners?
The study, Senator, will usually result in conditions being placed on any development application.
And then what I want to ask, I see that the second 34, there's a road, but it's not a paved road. What's the status on that? If you're trying to develop this area, what are your plans as far as making sure that that road is a road that can be utilized for the folks who are going to be living there, residents or business?
As far as the road is concerned, we have conversations with the estate owner, which we purchased the property from, Mark Lindquist, about developing, and also along with myself, my neighboring parcel owners, the Jones, we have partnered up into actually partaking in whatever contributions we could commit towards the development of the property access.
All right, and then to the first one, former Senator Donald, good morning. You guys have the resource to complete this office that you're planning to put on this property?
Yes, there's already a commitment, Senator. And if I may address the previous question that you had asked, I have recommended to them, since there's going to be so much activity and so much development in the area, that perhaps they should get the roadway and the easement actually included in the public road system for the purpose of being able to pave those roads in there.
All right. And for, again, 34, you have the resource. I mean, very, very detailed plan. Homes that we definitely need. Our stock is down, but do you have the resources to complete these property? And I heard you spoke about hardship during COVID with material and stuff like that. Cost of material, cost of building continue to rise. Do you have the financial backing to do these projects? I think you say you're going to be able to complete them within 18 months, if I'm right.
Yes, along with technology, as we spoke about earlier, there are also different building strategies that are more conducive towards expediting the completion of projects, like ICF building and different strategies involved towards making things a little more conducive towards accomplishing the goals needed. So the end goal will be more achievable, and instead of just solely relying upon what we have here locally on island, there are other building strategies towards getting such accomplished.
And then I need to ask you a question. You were here, I think, last year to rezone some land. What did you actually plan in that other land? My mind is not clearly fresh, but your face and name is very, very common as far as I'm hearing you here. What rezoning did you ask for at least last year, and what's the process or progress of that other property, if I'm right?
No, I was here to testify, but not to rezone.
Okay.
I was here
as
a testifier with the adjacent parcel that has been rezoned to a B3 last year.
You came in support of the other property that was here.
Correct.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, I wish you the best. I wish both plots the best in their endeavors, and hope everything that you guys asked to do is completed in a timely manner. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Boyd, first of all, it didn't go unnoticed what Attorney Jones mentioned about your mom. I know her also, and she's made some incredible contributions here to this territory. I know she owned the medical laboratory, and I didn't know she was the first black female owner, and that counts for a lot. So I want to just ask you to extend kudos to her when you see her again.
Oh, she's right there.
She's
right back there.
She's hiding right there behind you. Kudos to you. I wanted to ask if you could provide us with more details about the price points for some of the residential units, and how will they remain reasonably priced over time?
Okay. From personal experiences, me myself have been a rental resident. So I have personally experienced the increase on rent and how it really affects the daily living as we speak of earlier. And
Is March 3rd.
the projection is to, as you see, it's a mixture of long-term and short-term, because we utilize both. We utilize both areas within our community, as far as we have short-term visitors coming to even come and work in our schools, work in our hospitals and different platforms across the territory. So they also need to be accommodated in conjunction with our residents to help our territory thrive. So being that what you could basically acquire from short-term rentals will help cushion what long-term rentals will have to pay out. So that's where I could create the balance between the two.
Yeah, and if I may also add, of course, those costs would also depend on the development costs. And the strategy is to try to keep those development costs as low as possible so that the subsequent rental costs would be more affordable.
Manageable. Okay. Thank you for your responses. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening, President. I vote yes. Simple as that. So you ain't got to worry about me. For the parcels being so close to the cemetery, I know the cemetery is done. The Public Works has spoken about extending. I don't know if they're in any meetings or any collaboration with the Linquist family to take some more land. I don't know what impact that would have on your overall buildings, but the expansion of the cemetery, we can see in all the photos where it's totally full. So it's either they're going to look to buy adjacent properties. I don't know, have you taken that into consideration? Both entities, Senator Donister and then Mr. Boyd.
If I may, the parcel in question that I'm representing here this morning abuts the cemetery.
Right.
However, there is open space on two different sides. You have Ms. Candice Linquist, which would be, I think that's south of the cemetery, the site that they're proposing to develop. And then you have on the other side, which would be west of the cemetery, properties that is owned by Ms. Doris Linquist.
Okay. Okay. And
so there will always be perhaps discussions between the property owners and the cemetery. And just so you know, that property, I think, for the cemetery was acquired from, I believe it was Mr. Kofeld. And Mr. Kofeld had acquired it from Ken Linquist.
Right.
And of course, over the years, the cemetery still had and needed a little extra space, which they eventually got from the Linquists.
Okay. So Mr. Boyd, you're aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of what is being mentioned.
And no change or no impact on your...
Mm-mm.
No, not at all.
No?
Not at all.
Okay. Okay. That's great. Number one. Now, for Senator Donister, your building would be for one specific business or for office building, is what you're saying?
Well, yes, as proposed and what was submitted to DPNI covers a conference room, and it's really a commercial complex.
Okay.
And
so
it's just to make the distinction, this particular property consists of 13.460 acres. The building that is being proposed on the site, I believe, is only going to occupy about 2 acres. So there's still additional open space.
okay, because that's exactly what I wanted to put on the record, because again, now you're adjacent to the facility that Mr. Boyd is going to construct.
Well, I think there's a lot between us, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, with the construction of both, You kick off first, you start, you
1
finish.
minute.
He started to kick off after, that access road. I think it was mentioned that the access road is very wide.
Yes. Correct.
In terms of getting to Mr. Boyd's property and different things, the whole construction of the whole area, would that have any negative impact on each of you if you were to start building at separate times?
I believe there's 2 easements on the site, the road that the other applicant referenced, and then you have an access point along the roadway for the cemetery. That was, in fact, an easement that was provided some years back.
Okay.
By the same Linquist.
Okay, great. And in closing, Mr. Boyd, the last time you came, I guess you came in support of Mr. Jones, I think it was.
Correct.
I want, because your mom's sitting back at you, so I like when the camera go on you, they can see your mom. Because how eloquent you spoke back then,
Time.
I want to make sure mom could see you speaking eloquent right now. So are you prepared? You bought this property with your mom. And closing, if I may, Mr. Chair, are you prepared to see this through? Your mom has raised you, make you the man you are, and she support you with this. But I don't expect it to be no way, form, or fashion as a man. You putting the burden on her. Are you prepared to see this through to the end?
Most definitely.
Good.
100%.
That's most important. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator de Graaf. Senator Angel Bolkes, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and good morning to the testifiers who are here for zoning requests. As it's stated in the testimony of DPNR, there is no opposition expressed in the public hearings held on November 18, 2024, and there was 1 letter of support received for Bill number 36-0034. I always adhere to the recommendations of the department, as they are the ones who are the professionals in this area, especially now that we have a comprehensive land and water use plan. So I do have some questions specifically for DPNR. Ms. Laplace Matthew, concerning the rezoning in this area of Smith Bay and how it will lead to increased business activity, has the department also conducted any sort of infrastructure assessment, to ensure that roads and drainage systems and public services can handle, increased demands? Because as we continue to rezone, we have to adhere to the fact that we may need additional public sector jobs, whether it's police, emergency services, or utilities, to support these new developments. Has the department looked into that type of planning, that type of strategic planning?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So not as yet. And as you mentioned, the plan was recently adopted. So we are working on the implementation program of the plan, which involves not just DPNR, but other government agencies. So as we work through our implementation program, and a future next step, hopefully in the next 4 to 5 years, would be a future land use map. We will have to talk with other government agencies such as Public Works, Waste Management, Water, WAPA, to see, different estates that may get up zonings. What's the increase in infrastructure that would be needed, and if they have the capacity to meet that.
Okay, because we can use Mr. Najaki Boyd as an example, as mentioned by my colleague previously. He was here in support of another zoning, and now here he is today, which I want to applaud him for his effort, in addition to the fact that he will also probably enlighten or encourage others in the area to actually do something. So we have to also be ready or prepared for when those changes come from an infrastructure standpoint. Concerning these projects, you've proposed commercial businesses in addition to mixed usage for housing. what type of jobs are you going to be hiring locals? I just want to put that on the record. Who are you planning to hire? What type of jobs will be available? Starting at my immediate right with former Senator Donnerstog, and then we'll go to Mr. Boyd.
Well, being an advocate for so many years, of course, we're going to look forward to encouraging with the contractor because of, that's free enterprise, to encourage with the contractors that they embrace some of the local labor force in providing opportunities for them. And I'm sure that you heard that there's a shortage in labor, skilled workers. Certainly when you have all these projects going simultaneously, and of course they embarking on the construction of schools and other major capital projects that probably going to take place, it could potentially pose a dilemma as well. Hopefully not, and that we're able to really reach out into these communities to bring people forward, even if it's an apprenticeship program, to learn some trades during the process.
Okay, thank you for your response. And Mr. Boyd, I think my time was called. You can answer on the chair's time. And thank you for the time. I'm looking forward to voting at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. You want to complete your thought, Senator?
Oh,
you're good?
Yeah, I'm
okay.
Mr. Boyd was...
Oh, Mr. Boyd?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, thank you again, Senator Bolkes. Yes, definitely we look forward in, of course, acquiring as much local force as possible. That's part of the whole idea, to encourage and empower the locals. So being at who I am and at my age, people do look forward and they are empowered by the move that I have been making and progressively keep advancing all the time. I ask a lot of questions, I give a lot of answers. I encourage them to come and take part with me. I also have a projected plan. Those same storage spaces and the commercial spaces or the office spaces on the property, those are really to empower the same residents on the property. They are preference towards them so they could have a first-hand, basically a discount in whatever entrepreneurial dreams they may have, because no different than residential cost is high. Also, when you're trying to propel your own business, the spaces to rent for commercial use are high as well. So if they could have some type of dual factor within just being a resident there, then that's great.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boyd. We would like to recognize the presence of Senate Vice President, Senator Kenneth Gittens. Welcome, Senator Gittens. Please record the senator as present. Next, we're going to provide testimony from Senator Hubert Fredericks.
Frederick.
You are recognized for your 5 minutes, Senator Frederick. For your 4 minutes. I was giving you extra minute, but for your 4 minutes, Senator Frederick. That's my classmate. I didn't want.
Good morning, Mr. President, and thank you for the extra time. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Central staff, the Office of Hubert Frederick staff, the best in the world, and testifiers, listening and viewing audience. This is my first committee to whole meeting, so I'm excited to be here. What's so interesting about this one is I'm a banker of 25 years, and I'm also an insurance broker. This makes me salivate when I hear about mixed-use development. I'm like, yes, I'm also the chair of the Economic and Agriculture Committee, so this is beautiful. But then you hit the agricultural side, and then I go, oh, Lord. With our current situation, we have to be very careful when we start transforming agricultural land into commercially used land. And I could see that some thought has gone into this. I've got some questions I would like to ask to make sure we didn't miss anything, but I'm on both sides. I want to preserve agriculture, and at the same time, I want us to grow and develop into what we can be. We need jobs, we need housing, we need more businesses. So keep in mind, I'm not hitting anything, but I'm just making sure we didn't miss anything. So let's talk about the land itself. I couldn't tell, based on the pictures, the slope. is that flat land or is it land with more of a slope? Can someone tell me how much slope does
the
it have?
land is basically, you have flat land and you have hillside land. The property abutting the cemetery itself, it's elevated property as well. Where the parking lot is located is actually the flattest part of the entire parcel.
Okay. And what's the diameter of that part? How much of a
Acreage?
yeah, would we say is
The
the flattest part?
one parcel is this 13.460 acres, and the other parcel is 0.846 where the parking lot would be going.
So we're losing approximately 21 acres of flat land?
That we're using?
We're going to lose,
No.
How much?
The hillside property is the 13.460.
Okay. So, all right. So, given that this is St. Thomas, any flat land is just precious. But I understand what we are trying to do. In terms of, because of the slope, what are we doing to mitigate any landslides, drainage issue, flooding? What's the thought process that went into that?
Well, based on the recommendations of DPNR, we're prepared to fulfill whatever DPNR require in terms of any construction permits that are issued is going to be conditional. So we are prepared to really adhere to what DPNR suggests. If a retaining wall is required in any particular area, there will be a retaining wall.
Awesome. So last but not least, the impact on traffic. Was there a traffic study done by DPNR?
No, Senator, no traffic study was done, being that these are conceptual. But when the applicants bring in their actual development plans, more detail goes into, access and utilities and all of that.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, you may. You may conclude, Senator.
The last piece, the residential units proposed, what is the price point? Is it going to be for low income, professional folks, or high end people? What are we looking at?
Well, it's more generated towards a more moderate income, low income, moderate income. We're trying to be as flexible as possible. We try to be as flexible as possible within the price point, more generated towards a more low to moderate income feasibility.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. A pleasant good day to everyone. I really want to applaud the two applicants who are before us for consideration. And I want to take a moment to also applaud the family of the Lindquists, because over the years they've been selling their properties, but most of the time they sell properties to local people, understanding that they are reinvesting their generational wealth in a new set of individuals so that they can become property owners. So I really want to commend them. I remember also when I wore a different hat as a president of the Environmental Association of St. Thomas and St. John. We had discussions with them, and also we had, and this is a family, the Lindquist family, and this was under the Turnbull administration. And it was a very tumultuous time for us because there was a sense and an offer by an external developer to develop the whole shoreline now that we know as Smith Bay Park. And thank the Lord, God rest his soul in peace, for the late Honorable Charles W. Turnbull in 2006 purchased that property. I remember having a very terse conversation with a former Senator James O'Brien Jr., because the developers were coming into our office and they were going to purchase and they had the money. And he tried his best to calm me down. That time I was very much aggressive. And I was so happy to hear when we actually were able to purchase. So the Lindquist family has a great history here in the Virgin Islands, but they even have a greater history in selling off portions of their property and assuring that the local people who aren't going to jettison from the Virgin Islands when the tough time come, they're going to stay here, dig down deep, and reinvest in our community. So I really want to commend him. Now, I have some questions. I want to ask you, Mr. Boyd and Attorney Jones, I notice you have, and former Senator Donna Stork, I notice you have some wells here on these properties.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
How do you plan to preserve those wells? How are you going to tap into the wells? It said it here, there is a well on Mr. Boyd property. There are wells.
No, we project to create a well.
You're creating, okay, so there's no well, but you plan to create a well.
Yes.
Okay, good. I just wanted to clear that up. And now I have another question, and if I'm going to run out of my time, I'm trying to stay within my time. What is your sense with increasing the fees for solid waste disposal? What do you see? That's a discussion we had on Friday in the committee. What do you see that would be needed to be able to dispose of your garbage? Because especially Mr. Boyd, you're going to have a lot of garbage that's going to be generated by these rental units and it's mixed use. How do you see that should be done? What is your position on it?
I myself own a trucking company that disposes of solid waste.
Okay, so do you think that we should charge, do you think it would be beneficial to charge all property owners or just with services as such as curbside pickup?
Time.
Well, it doesn't.
Kindly answer under the chairman's time. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, I could. What we do really intend to do is really not charge the residents for it, and incur it within the rent or on the managerial use of the property. So as we have excess from all the residents, we just take it up and just dispose of it all at once.
Thank you very much. You may just do a quick wrap-up question, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And you also, former Senator Donna Stork, because we're having, and you know this with our issue with solid waste and our landfill is a burning issue, no pun intended. But really, how do you foresee as your clients being able to dispose of the solid waste?
Well, I believe there's a cost to do business, and certainly the only thing I would caution maybe the legislature, when you look at the Waste Management Authority and how it was actually created, it was created without a solid funding source. And certainly any cost that they would incur would be passed on to the residents of the Virgin Islands. We just got to be careful that we don't apply two tiers, which could potentially be a burden, to developers, a burden to even residents who would have to factor in the costs into their cost to occupy a unit on any particular property.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Francis, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Actually, yeah, good morning still. Yeah. Good morning to the testifiers and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I certainly want to thank you, DPNR, for your due diligence in bringing forth these two applications before us today, as well as to thank the applicants for coming forward with these two applications. And former Senator Donaldson, it's good to see you. It's good to be on this side of the table and actually questioning you on that side of the table, as you have done the reverse so many times in the past.
And you know, it's interesting because I haven't been here since I left. This is the first time I've testified before the institution.
It's good to see you and good to have you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you for being kind to me back in the days, and I promise to be kind to you today.
I like a fight, you know.
I know. Me too. But certainly thank you. Ms. Laplace Matthew, I wanted to ask you, in your presentation today, you talk about a flora and fauna study quite a few times there, and I know it's really about plants and animals and stuff like that. Can you tell the public what's involved in that study?
Well, it is for an applicant to hire someone who has scientific background to do the study to determine if there's any plants or animals that are endangered, protected, and then submit that study, the results of that study, to the Division of Fish and Wildlife, who will then review it and produce any conditions that we would need to attach to any permits.
What is the cost associated with that study? Do you know?
No, I do not.
You don't know. Okay. Very well. And in this applications, both applications, you said it's pending or it was done already?
It's pending.
It's pending.
It's something that would be required once they're ready to submit their development permit application.
Very well, thank you. And as the finance chair, it's important that I continue to look at all possible revenues to the government of the Virgin Islands. I just want to ask both of the applicants whether or not you have either a payment plan or you're up to date and current with your property taxes.
Yes, we are.
Up to date. Up to date with the property tax.
Thank you for that. And I really want to thank you for your proactiveness in both of these developments. I see some opportunities here. And, you know, a lot of times I think that giving our local individuals a piece of the American dream is certainly important to me. So I want to thank you for taking the plunge. And Mr. Boyd, I see that you have this futuristic economic growth that you're expecting for that particular area. Can you speak to what's your vision in transforming, at least being a part of that transformation of that whole location that you have now trying to establish this business development?
So repeat the last part.
I see that you have some future goals that you have set in regards to the build out there. Can you speak to, what's your vision for that particular area? What would you like to see happening there?
I would love to see a comprehensive community for families, for locals to really have a chance to really have someplace safe to call home.
Yes.
I would love to them to actually have, the goal is not basically for them to ever stay there eternally, but at least grant them a chance towards they could have affordable rent where they could actually start to accumulate their own financial growth so they could take it as a stepping stone to move forward. That would please my heart.
And in both of the applicants, can I ask you, what's your timeline that you're working with? A lot of times we approve these permits or zoning requests and they stay for a long period of time. What's your timeline that you're working within?
My timeline for each structure would be 18 months per structure.
18 months?
Yeah.
And Senator Donna Stork, what's your timeline?
I think because they're entertaining different funding sources, and of course, you know how this works. You're looking for the best interest rate possible, a structure that would be kind of have a lesser burden. I'm looking at about 12 months.
And are you considering or looking at any local opportunities that may be available in terms of funding availability through the EDA or local banks or what to assist you in support of this development?
Yes, I've made a recommendation.
Okay.
Definitely.
Definitely. Okay. Mr. Wayne Biggs is here behind of you, so if there's any opportunity there, make sure you reach out to the EDA and look for any opportunities for you to be able to get some funding availability. Again, we have individuals here that come in and take advantage of those benefits, and I want you to equally do that here locally.
Okay, great. That'd be very helpful because, in fact, Mr. Jones, the guy that I came and supported last time, that was one of the questions he wanted me to ask when I came here today. So
30
I
seconds.
appreciate that.
Very well. There's a lot of information available on the website and EDA, and they're always open for that discussion. So please definitely make contact with them and see what's available.
Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and I'm certainly at the appropriate time. I stand in support of both of these developments, and I want to wish them good luck. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the listening audience. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to everybody here in the legislature. This question, I would like to know, when I looked at the amount of billing and we look at the vehicles that we have on island, to me, every single individual drive a vehicle today. So how many apartments we talking about when you complete this project? How much residents, not the apartment, how much residents you expect on your...
No, I guess that would be directed to them.
I think in the slide it says 112.
How much actual tenants that you expect to be on your compound when it's all completed?
Yeah, 112 should be the amount.
Well, they're going to be
12 at the...
They're going to be 28 units, and you know their expectation is that. I'm sorry, they're going to be 28 units in total. So the expectation is that we have a mix of size units, so that the expectation is that you would not only have adults, you would have children as well, and some may not be tenants, but we do know that the maximum is going to be 112 people. I'm sorry.
Okay, good, because I was looking at...
112 for the unit, but for the zoning, it's 120 people is the requirement.
And you sure you got enough parking at this location because today when we look at everybody, just about every single individual drive their own vehicle. So at 100 and even at 100 cars, at 125, let's say we have 100 cars. Are you ready to take on 100 cars?
Yeah, I don't think they do it in terms of actually how many people everybody's going to have a car. But the requirements were certainly met and exceeded for parking for that particular development, for the amount of people and for the size lots.
Okay, so, and when it comes to the 15 acres, if this body doesn't approve of the 15 acres, are there any other plans other than what's right now going forward to DPNR?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
I guess Senator Donnerstock will answer.
Oh, that question was, I wasn't sure. Senator, if you look at the total acreage for the one parcel and you see the designated area for the parking, because of the amount of open space that will still be there reserved, there's still a possibility or there's still potential for growth in terms of adequate parking, even for the area and the adjacent property owners.
Okay, well, anyway, at this time, I'd like to commend the family for taking the time out to at least be trying appeal to locals. That's important. And Mr. Chair, no more questions. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Maurice James, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You just bumped me up, so that's good. I'll take it. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning to everyone, the testifiers, my colleagues, everyone inside and outside the room. I want to focus, first of all, I always believe in supporting the recommendations of the experts, in this case, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, so you know where I stand. However, I wanted to just ask some technical, in one sense, a technical question. I saw that the property for the applicant, Candice Linquist Wallace, I saw that a portion of the property is owned by the Ryan W. Green Revocable Living Trust. And I just wanted to ask Ms. Laplace Matthew, does the trust allow for the rezoning of the property?
Yes, it does.
Because when it does, you looked at the trust agreement.
The applicant, what is her name? Kelly, Miss Kelly, who is responsible for the trust. She signed off on the documents.
Right, I know what you're saying, but did you look at the trust agreement to see if the trust agreement allows for the rezoning of the property? That's a different question.
Yes, Senator. Actually, the attorney for the trust is Mr. Cash that works for Tom Bolt's office. And he actually had approved and sanctioned it, ultimately recommending that the landowner or the executor for the trust would, in fact, sign off and given the authorization to Ms. Candice Linquist.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Because you always have to make sure that the powers in the trust agreement are being adhered to. And I mean, because this is a revocable living trust, it would simply take an amendment to that trust also. But I wanted to make sure that the department is dotting its I's and crossing its T's.
1
In
minute, 30
terms
seconds.
of the infrastructure, the water needs are proposed to be supplied by public water lines and wells. This is again for Ms. Laplace Matthew. What analysis goes into or study goes in to determine whether or not we would have there would be no burden on the public water lines, and has that been done in this case?
So with Mr. Boyd's application where the well is referenced, the application for the well would have to go to Division of Environmental Protection, who would then assess if they can tap into a well and the amount of water that they, can draw. And then the applicant would make the application to Water and Power Authority to tap into the public water line.
30 seconds.
So the WAPA would then determine whether or not an applicant can tap into the lines. I'm wondering, is there ever denial? Would you know, or should I wait for WAPA to ask that question?
I'll refer that to WAPA.
Okay, let me ask you this though. I was a little concerned with your statement about the shift from exclusive agricultural zoning is needed to promote food production and increase the value of agriculture. You realize that that statement almost doesn't make sense in that if we're going, I wanted you to explain that a little more, because how would you promote food production and increase the value by shifting away from exclusive agricultural zone? And you may have addressed this before. I think you talked about making all zoning include agriculture, but if we're zoning away land where structures are going to be built on, then how then do we have sufficient land for agricultural use? You see where I'm going?
Yes,
and,
Senator.
And before you answer, because I think my time may be close or called, I just want to let you know and the department know through you that as the chair of disaster recovery planning and infrastructure, I intend to pursue the implementation of the comprehensive land and water use plan over the next 2 years, because most people believe that the adoption of the plan means that something is in effect. Nothing is in effect until we pass laws in cases where laws are needed. And so I am looking forward to the department's list of zoning text amendments. I just need to make sure that everyone understands that. But we will be going forward with that under my committee to make sure that by the end of this term, we have in fact implemented a number of plans because too many residents participated in the planning process. And so they need to see that there is an outcome and that it's just not a plan sitting on a shelf again simply because the legislature adopted it. I believe my time is up. I had a lot of more questions, but I understand the nature of this meeting. So I'll ask you to respond on the chair's time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Senator. So regarding the exclusive agricultural zoning, what the planning field has found is when it's exclusively for agriculture use, over the years, there have been a lot of rezonings changing it to non-agricultural use. And it's because it's restrictive. Over time, also, people no longer may want to do agriculture and they shift to other uses, depleting agricultural land. So one of the techniques used is to allow agriculture in all zones rather than relegating it to just a single zone. The other thing that we found here in the VI is that our agricultural zone has not done a good enough job protecting agriculture because it allows way more uses than just agriculture. You also find that zone allowing for airports, military bases, housing. So people tend to shift to those uses rather than the agricultural use. And so it has not done a good job of protecting agricultural use. So we will be looking at different techniques used elsewhere to help promote agriculture, and one of them is allowing agriculture in all the zones.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace. Senator Fonseca, I'm going to give you an extra 2 seconds because I kind of cheated you.
Thank you.
You recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And welcome to Senator Donesta, Mr. Boyd, and Dr. Attorney Jones and the DPNR officials. Okay, so we have two bills here, Bill 360033. DPNR is recommending yes, and I support that bill, and bill number 36-0034. Again, DPNR is recommending yes, and I support that as well. The first one, Bill 360033, we're going to be rezoning 3 parcels in Smith Bay, about 15.7 acres. You're going to develop an office and commercial area, 1-story building, and parking is going to be on the landlords, the trust properties. Okay. The other one, it's a 1-acre parcel. You're going to do 28 residential units, 112 persons. You're going to allow for a warehouse, a daycare, office, laundromat, mailbox. Okay. Question. And the female senator from St. Thomas mentioned this because, right down to the bottom is the Linquist Beach, right? And the Linquist Beach have a pond, right? So, being very familiar with that area from a young boy, we used to go over there, to hunt, actually, when I was young, my friend. Anyway, there's a drainage on the right-hand side that goes into the pond. Because remember, that's why Megan's Bay is such a beautiful beach. No drainage comes down. They have a long filtration. So how is DPNR protecting that nothing is going to be draining down to the beach? Because one is adding 112 persons, and it's going to have a septic system for Bill 36-0034 and also for 0033. Okay, so how is that being protected? Because, that's a beautiful beach. We don't want in the future that leach comes down into that. So Ms. Laplace discussed that.
Thank you, Senator. So both applications, once they're ready to submit their development permit applications, they are required to prepare and submit a stormwater pollution prevention plan to the Department's Division of Environmental Protection. So that is prepared by, hydrology experts, engineering experts, detailing what kind of stormwater and flooding prevention measures these developments will require. And so the department will review that and attach, any conditions to the permits that would be needed.
Okay, awesome. I'm so glad to hear that because, I'm definitely in favor of the developments. We just want to make sure that that beach is permanently preserved because remember, like the female senator from St. Thomas said, there were some issues where the government acquired that property to make sure that beach is preserved. Okay, so one other question now. So they're going to be about 12 to 1,500 square foot. Those units, they're going to be what? 2, 3, what's the mix?
It can be a mixture of different square footage per unit, but the initial floor plan for the structure itself should be about 2,000 square feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You said here 12 to 1,500. So more or less, what is the total investment on both of these, Senator Donissa? What's the investment plan on that? And also for Mr. Boyd, what's the investment plan? Total development costs you plan for this project?
Well, I can't give you a total cost, but what I can tell you is that we have already started in motion for a comprehensive plan to be developed. We have engaged the services of a mutual friend, Brent Blyden, to be able to develop a plan, which is in fact a Virgin Islander, and that is the former director of building permits. So we could not have tapped into any other person with more knowledge than Mr. Brent Blyden.
Yes, fully agree.
Time.
Fully agree. Good friend of mine. Mr. Chair, if I can just have him answer on your time, Mr. Boyd.
Yes, you may.
Okay, similar to Mr. Donison, a complete cost analysis has not been developed because of the dynamics within material, labor, and resources for the future. But again, careful, strategic planning towards the development has been taking place as far as including financial institutions and different resources toward the development in stages to secure a more fluent financial goal achievement.
Yes, and a good shout out to my cousin, Mommy Freeman. How are you doing? Blessing. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Marvin Blyden. I don't see Senator Blyden. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, Virgin Islands. And while I have the floor, I'd like to extend a happy birthday to Ms. Joyce Hansen, very good friend of mine in PMP. I know she's listening. Senator Donnerstog, good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for a well thought out testimony this morning. What is the plan for some of the remaining lots as you transition through the project phases?
Well, the remaining parcels is for the potential growth. At least they'll have additional open space. And as I mentioned a little earlier, I had recommended to the linguist that if additional even parking spaces are needed, that there would be additional open space there for you to be able to afford additional open spaces for parking.
Your nearest neighbor, what's the proximity to you?
They're dead.
Business or residential?
The cemetery. Aside from the cemetery, you have in proximity the same, the applicants who are here this morning. We got James Jones. We have Miss Shoemaker, rest her soul, Lynn Shoemaker. I think her family, her kids is now who owns the property, Alex and the other brother. You got Walla Paintball that owns some property down in the flat area upon the entrance.
And I think it was your testimony a while ago that you said, give or take, once everything goes well, from start to finish, it take about 12 months to complete
Yeah, I would stretch it a little more, maybe thinking about construction, thinking about the resources that we have available here in the Virgin Islands. We don't know what could potentially impact the project or delay the project, but we're looking at anywhere from 12 months, I'll put this on record, to about 18 months.
As of now, you see any foreseeable concerns?
Building material, to be honest with you, I know that there's going to be an elevated cost as a result of that.
All right, in the same Smith Bay area, if my memory serves me correct, I think there's about 2 or 3 other, maybe 4 other commercial lots dealing with renting spaces. Do you see that being a challenge or any impediments for you?
No, not at all. I think the projects have its own unique aesthetics, and I don't see any competition between the developments in any way. In fact, I think they both complement each other.
1 minute.
Mr. Boyd, good morning.
Good morning.
In your testimony this morning, you talked about affordable housing. So I'd just like to get into you a little bit of how you plan to build these homes. Are they coming prefab or, the traditional building way?
Again, different building techniques. For instance, right now we're doing a combination of brick and cement.
Yes.
Right? Or concrete. Futuristically, especially because of the lack of resources and materials here locally, looking more into ICF building formats, where it's far more conducive, easier, and labor force. It's pretty much like a 1, 2, 3-step platform in order to execute the development structure.
Okay. And my last question to you, Justin, keeping in lines of designing of the building. I know you plan to go green. When I say that, like off the grid, solar, those type of things,
Very interesting you asked that, because that is part of the direction towards eventually trying to get the structure and more so the whole lot as self-sustaining as possible.
Yeah, that's I think that's
most of the appliances are 5-star, towards energy-saving platforms.
And I commend you and your family for taking this endeavor on. Because a lot of times we go wrong tongue now. We're hearing a lot of people not finding a lot of affordable homes. Not only that, but a lot of the homes are now being turned into Airbnbs and so forth. So even the residents can't find place because they become more business friendly versus homey friendly, if I may put it in that term. And you express concerns of it being a mixed use property, correct?
Correct.
Great. So, and thank you. And I look forward to voting favorably when the time comes for both of these projects. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. And I wanted to really get Mr. Boyd and Senator Donistorg to speak on this, and I don't think they specifically addressed it. The issue of how the rezoning will affect your anticipation. How do you anticipate that the rezoning will affect the traffic pattern in the Smith Bay area? Given, I know you have a big mixed-use construction initiative. Do you anticipate this contributing to a significant uptick in the traffic pattern in the area? And do you...
May I?
Yeah, you may, sir.
I don't think there's going to be a problem in the area, and that's why I have recommended to a couple of the landowners already to consider circulating a petition for the purpose of admitting a portion of the roadway into the public road system, because that way at least you could get their engineers to come in and determine width of road, routing of road, how the surface is being placed in there, and it would not be in the hands of the association if association is established.
Fair enough. Mr.
Yes,
Boyd?
I concur with Mr. Donesta. And as I spoke of earlier, but upon purchasing the property from Mr. Lindquist, he as well has been speaking about getting public transportation involved with the roadways and so forth. Okay. So I don't think any negative impact will be affecting any kind of traffic flow once the due diligence is in place, it should be okay.
Thank you for your response. Senator Kenneth Gittins, Mr. Vice President, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to all. I apologize for my tardiness as I attended the homegoing celebration of a dear neighbor of mine from Campo Rico, Ms. Carmen Diaz Santiago. May she rest in peace. Condolences to her family. While you know, Mr. President and colleagues, that I don't believe that zoning have any business in the legislature, I still have to do my due diligence. And based on previous questioning that I heard from the Homeland Security Chair and the Secretary and even other senators, I just came up with a couple of questions here. But first, y'all spoke about a one-story office center and parking lot. How much acreage would this actually take up?
Well, you got two. Yes, Senator, thanks for the question. You got two parcels in question here, one consisting of 1.8 acre, and then the other one is
we're looking at somewhere over 15 acres. So just tell me how much acreage does the one-story office center plan to take up?
We're looking at about total 3 acres.
Total 3 acres. So you still got another 12 plus.
Yes.
Do you intend to subdivide these acres?
Well, I'm not at liberty to speak on that issue in terms of subdividing. That's something that I would have to get with the owner of the property and get back to you and give you a clear and definite answer.
Okay, and I asked this because I saw you spoke about the sewage, but what are the plans for other infrastructure improvements on the site? Specifically, will there be any significant upgrades to utilities, including water and electrical systems to accommodate the development that we're speaking of?
Well, certainly, Senator, we intend to abide by the requirements of DPNR and certainly meeting the needs of whoever are going to be the occupants in the building, but being a state-of-the-art facility that they intend to build, I would assume that all the necessary infrastructure would be in place.
Okay, we don't like assumptions. You know what I say about assuming. Now, do you have plans to pave the roads surrounding the development or within the site itself? Will there be no streets? And if so, will they be built to accommodate future traffic flow in the area?
From our perspective, Senator, I have recommended to a couple of the property owners that they consider circulating a petition among all the property owners, getting them to sign off on admitting portions of the easeway or easement into the public road system for the purpose of them at least being able to apply the proper engineering concepts and everything that is needed to make sure that it's conducive. I think there's ingress and egress on the property already based on the easements that already exist.
So thank you for mentioning access and egress. Are there any plans for emergency or safety measures in this area? Meaning, how will the development address fire safety in terms of fire hydrants, emergency access and response time?
The easement access is that comes along abutting the cemetery. There was an easement provided there where I think Raymond Francis for School Busing Inc. owns the property over there, and I believe there's a Muslim burial ground there as well. There is, in fact, an easement abutting the cemetery, property of the cemetery, that is wide enough for the type of access that you're referencing.
So come home and tell me about fire hydrants and whatnot now. What about those infrastructures?
I think that if we get the portion of those, or the easements on the roadways in the public road system I guess they would have to work in tandem with WAPA because if I'm not mistaken, fire hydrants and that type of stuff might be under WAPA to provide that addition and that infrastructure to be placed in any development.
So thank you for your responses. DPNR, talk to me now because I don't want to be assuming. Who will be responsible for assessing the impact of the proposed development on local infrastructure, such as the roads, utilities, and emergency services? Is there a specific department or agency that will be specifically overseeing the evaluation of this project?
It's done within the department with Division of Building Permits, but they also consult with Fire Department.
So the responsibility will be on DPNR to follow through and ensure that we have an evaluation on this?
Yes, Senator.
So do I have an assurance that your agency will do so with in regards to roads, utilities, and the emergency services access?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much
for your response.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. I think we've exhausted our line of questioning for the testifiers this morning or this afternoon. It is always easy when initiatives or these rezonings are, receive a thumbs up from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Both of them seem relatively uncontroversial. They reflect economic development opportunities for local Virgin Islanders, which is always a good thing. I know that small business development is the engine that fuels our economy. So these are two initiatives that I can support. I would just ask Ms. Laplace, just futuristically, I think my comfort level will be there if the department also makes, and I know you always weigh in on it, whether DPNR is in support or not, but I think having a statement about it being in sync with the comprehensive land and water use plan, I think will also add additional reinforcement, for the passage of these applications. So that's just my thought to you. Colleagues, we will bring this hearing to a close. I'm going to ask the presenters to give us a quick 30-second wrap-up statement, beginning with Senator Danistorg and moving to the left, to my left.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for affording myself and others the opportunity to testify on the zoning applications before us. I want to thank you on behalf of the Lindquist family for the favorable comments that was provided on records. Hopefully we can move forward with providing both short-term and long-term development, because I think I addressed earlier just the short-term opportunities. I think that the projects, both projects, would not in fact affect the aesthetics of the area, and it's only in operating in unison with what already exists, and I think is going to be an area that will in fact start to flourish. So I thank you guys for the opportunity and the favorable or the support that you have already expressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Danistorg. Attorney Jones.
Yes, Jennifer Jones. I too thank you, this body, for your thoughtful questions, and it gave us food for thought. I just wanted to make sure I reiterate that the property is that we're asking for rezoning of is entirely flat. That reduces any of the environmental impacts it will have on other parcels. And it also shows that the development can be executed in a cost-effective way because we don't have to worry about a lot of hilly terrain. And that will translate then into even more affordability for residents as well in terms of the rent. So I thank you. I believe this is a wonderful project. I am always impressed by Mr. Boyd and his family and that legacy as well. And it shows that, you know, he and his mother has embarked on this project as visionaries and not only contemplating what is on the property now, looking to what the property, the entire area can become, as well as looking forward into what is going to be happening with our the other petitioner here as well. And all of the things that are anticipated are things that would be useful for that project as well, because workers are going to need babysitters. Other businesses would need addresses that are closer and a mail facility system. Storage facilities would be necessary to be nearby. And so these not only help in cutting down on transportation costs, but these help to show that that area not only can be good for business, good for the economic growth of the Virgin Islands, but good for community cohesion as well. Thank you, and we look forward to a favorable decision from this body. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Jones. It's rare in St. Thomas when you say a piece of property is almost entirely flat.
Very rare, yes.
So that's
great.
That's absolutely a plus. Mr. Boyd, would you like to?
Well, I'd like to say thank you to the Senate body, and I appreciate all your concerns and your enlightenment during this session. I'd also like to say thanks to Senator Bolkes, because just like myself, I know Mr. Bolkes from before, and him being a young Virgin Islander is inspiring, along as with Mr. Avery Lewis out there. Okay? So, you know what I mean? It's to keep that energy moving forward will make us a very progressive territory as a whole. You know, so I thank you again. I thank you, Ms. De La Plaza and her staff, Mr. Donisato coming forward, and all doing something towards making it Virgin Island a more progressive territory for the world.
Well said, Mr. Boyd. Mr. Plus?
Yes. So I would like to take this opportunity to remind the public that just because the comprehensive land and water use plan has been adopted, that you won't be hearing about it. You will still be hearing about it constantly. Please keep notified of updates through the website, planusvi.com. The plan was adopted. It's the vision, the goals, and the strategies, but we are now moving towards implementation. So the implementation program is being developed by the department, and so you will be hearing of future town halls, future meetings, where we're basically taking implementation baby steps going forward. So please stay notified of any updates of the implementation plan through planusvi.com, and I look forward to any update meetings we may have with the legislature.
Thank you very much, Mr. Plaz. I know that we can look forward to your interaction. I think DPNR did I would say, a very effective job of getting the word out regarding the comprehensive land and water use plan. I don't think anybody in the territory can say that they did not know about it. You were on the TV, you were on the radio, you were everywhere. So we look forward to continued information from DPNR. Sorry, Senator Bladed. So the committee and the whole meeting for March 3rd is officially adjourned. No, this section. Look, I just wanted to make sure you guys were alert. You're alert, you're awake. We will stand in recess for 15 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. Committee as a whole is back on the record. So, you know, the first half of our committee of the whole meeting, we had 2 leases earlier this morning. We were able to receive testimony from DPNR and other affected parties. As you know, the next step in that process is that the Senate will vote on those leases during our next session. So the second half of today, right, are rezonings. That's CZMs, are rezonings. But today, for the second half, we'll be focusing on the cost of consumer goods, cost of living in the territory. Today we'll be focusing on housing and utilities. Tomorrow we'll be turning our attention on the high price of gasoline as well as on our tax system. We invited a number of persons today to participate in this meeting. We have Mr. Wayne Biggs, CEO of the Economic Development Authority, who's here with us. We have Representative Scott Barber of the Chamber of Commerce, who is here. We have Ms. Jennifer Nugent-Hill, Senior Director of Tropical Shipping. We have Commissioner Natalie Hodge of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. And we have our economist, Dr. Mark Wenner, who is also available. We have a number of business owners who were invited, have not made it here as yet. We're going to still hold out hope that they will participate in this meeting, because it is always important to hear both sides when we're trying to ascertain, you know, why the cost of living here in the territory is to the level that it's at. So we're going to go ahead and start with a mic check. I'll have Mr. Biggs, please speak into your mic, and then Mr. Barber.
Testing, testing.
Testing, testing.
Yeah, give your name and who you represent.
Yeah, Wayne Biggs, CEO, Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority.
Scott Barber, President and General Manager of Universal Business Supplies and board member for the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. On St. Croix, can we do the same mic check?
Testing, can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear. Just tell us your name and who you represent.
Sure. Good afternoon, Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of Department on Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you.
Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you very much. Now we have at least 2 persons participating via Teams. So if you can get those 2 individuals, I believe Mr. Wenner and Ms. Jennifer Nugent-Hill.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nugent-Hill.
Thank you, sir, for being here, for allowing us to be here this afternoon. I'm sorry I couldn't be home to be in person, but I'm hearing you loud and clear. Thank you.
In person is perfect, but that's the next best thing. So we appreciate that. Mr. Wenner?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Mark Wenner, Assistant Professor at the University of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much. We are going to start our meeting here in St. Croix. I think here in St. Thomas. Here in St. Thomas, we will start with a testimony of CEO Wayne Biggs, the Economic Development Authority. You may proceed, sir.
Good day, Honorable Senate President Milton Potter, distinguished members of the 36th Legislature, other testifiers, the legislative staff, the Virgin Islands Economic Development team, ladies and gentlemen in the viewing and listening audience. I am Wayne Biggs Jr., the Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority regarding consumer goods pricing and the economic pressures affecting the cost of living in the Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority is the umbrella organization which assumes, integrates, and unifies the functions of the following subsidiary entities: the Economic Development Bank, we call it the EDB, the Economic Development Commission, known as the EDC, the Enterprise Zone Commission, known as the EZC, and the Economic Development Park Corporation, known as the EDPC. It is a semi-autonomous governmental instrumentality responsible for the development, promotion, and enhancement of the economy of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority operates under one 7-member governing board in order to achieve maximum efficiency of operation, to avoid duplication of services, positions, and responsibilities, to reduce expenses of personnel, physical plant, and operations, and to develop comprehensive programs for economic development of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority has not done any studies on the cost of living in the territory, nor has it done any study on the pricing structures of consumer goods in the territory. As such, I will defer to economist Dr. Mark Wenner and the Bureau of Economic Research, who may present actual data points. My testimony will be based on empirical evidence. It is my opinion several factors contribute to the high cost of living and the higher cost of consumer goods in the territory. Some of the factors are as follows. We live on islands, and since we produce little and manufacture very little, we have to import most of our consumer items. 2, cost of shipping and freight. 3, cost of fuel. 4, cost of electricity. 5, tax structure. 6, small size of our market. 7, lack of economies of scale due to consumer population size. And 8, online competitors. Imports. Imports can affect consumer goods pricing by directly influencing the cost of goods brought into a country, often leading to higher prices for consumers when import costs, excise taxes and/or custom duties, or other import costs such as tariffs are added to the final price of the imported product. Essentially, the cost of importing a good is passed on to the consumer in the form of higher price at retail. Cost of shipping and freight. The cost of shipping and freight directly impacts consumer goods pricing by being factored into the overall cost of a product, meaning that higher shipping costs often lead to higher prices for consumers as businesses pass on these additional expenses to recoup their losses. This is especially noticeable when there are significant fluctuations in freight rates due to market conditions, fuel cost, and global events. Cost of fuel. The cost of fuel directly impacts consumer goods pricing by increasing transportation costs for businesses, which are then passed on to consumers in the form of higher prices for products, essentially meaning that when fuel prices rise, the price of goods that need to be transported also tends to rise as well. This can contribute to overall inflation. Cost of electricity. The cost of electricity directly impacts consumer goods pricing by increasing the production cost of manufactured goods, as electricity is a key input in many manufacturing processes, leading companies to raise the final price of products to offset the higher energy expenses. Essentially, when electricity prices rise, so too can the price of goods produced using that electricity. Additionally, the current high cost of electricity in the territory increases the cost of doing business here. That cost is incorporated into and passed on to consumers by the businesses through the pricing of the goods. Taxes. Taxes directly impact consumer goods pricing by adding an additional cost to the production and distribution of goods, which is typically passed on to consumers in the form of higher prices at the retail level. Essentially, when a company is taxed on its products, they usually raise the price of those products to recoup the cost of the tax, leading to higher prices for consumers. While levied on the business, the cost of the gross receipt tax is still mostly, if not entirely, passed on to consumer in a higher retail price. Gross receipt taxes and other taxes levied on business inputs have been shown to result in forward shifting of cost onto final consumers. Though gross receipt taxes are business taxes and as such are sometimes viewed as progressive, in reality, they have potential to be more regressive than sales taxes as they pyramid and are passed on to consumers. And what I mean by that is that the gross receipt tax is passed on at every level. So if somebody imports goods and they sell it to a wholesaler, the gross receipt tax is incorporated there. The wholesaler sends it to the retailer, the gross receipt tax is incorporated there, and the retailer sends it to the consumer, so the gross receipt tax is incorporated there. So that's an additional potential 15%, but usually if it's a 5% tax, the business is going to add somewhat higher because they have to carry that for a period of time. Small size of the market. A small market size typically leads to higher consumer good prices because there is less competition among sellers, allowing them to charge higher prices with less pressure to lower costs due to lower sales volume, resulting in potentially less price sensitivity from consumers in a limited pool of buyers. Lack of economies of scale. When a business lacks economies of scale, it means they cannot sell goods at a lower cost per unit due to the smaller sales volume, which often results in higher prices for consumers as the business has to charge more to cover their higher cost per item. Essentially, smaller consumer base leads to higher prices for consumers. And we can see this often as we look at potentially the Walmart model, where they keep the prices very low, but they sell volume. Here, there's limited volume as a result of population size. Online competition. Some local businesses may choose to strategically price certain items slightly higher to offset potential losses from consumers shopping online for cheaper options. Online shopping can make it easier for consumers to compare prices and purchase from online competitors at lower prices due to economies of scale and reduced overhead, potentially taking business away from local stores. In addition, if a consumer can buy a product online without leaving their home, they will be less likely to visit a local store, negatively impacting foot traffic and sales volume. There are many factors that affect consumer goods pricing and high cost of living in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I've highlighted a few factors that are glaring to me in my testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on consumer goods pricing and the economic pressures affecting the cost of living in the U.S. Virgin Islands to the committee of the whole. I am available to answer any questions you may have related to my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO Biggs. We will now move to Mr. Scott Barber of the Chamber of Commerce.
Good day, Mr. Chairman, Senators, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Scott Barber, and I'm the President and General Manager of Universal Business Supplies, a local business that operates in the USVI. I am also a member of the Board of Directors of the St. Thomas St. John Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here today representing our local Chamber of Commerce. The testimony that I'm sharing today is in regards to this hearing titled Understanding the Cost of Living in the Virgin Islands. As requested by Senate President and Chairman Milton E. Potter, my specific testimony will focus on factors that affect the cost of doing business in the Virgin Islands. It's a well-known fact that small businesses are the lifeblood of our Virgin Islands community. Small businesses in the USVI provide jobs for most of the employees in the VI and generate a significant amount of money for the USVI Treasury in the form of excise taxes, customs duties, payroll taxes, business license fees, gross receipts taxes, and other fees paid to the VI government. Unfortunately, the high costs for rent, utilities, food, building supplies, and other imported goods all significantly impact the cost of doing business in the USVI. These factors contribute to many businesses going out of business and also keeps prospective entrepreneurs here in the VI from venturing into the business arena. In my testimony today, I will share several factors that have been affecting the cost of doing business in the VI. I will start with number one, business rent. It's a well-known fact that the high cost for business rental space and the high cost of purchasing food, land, and buildings in the VI continues to have a major impact on businesses who are trying to survive and other businesses who are trying to thrive in the VI. Also, since there's a lack of affordable rental space, this also impacts the cost of doing business due to supply and demand issues. Factor number two that affects the cost of doing business in the VI, utilities. WAPA's high rates and outages has impacted all businesses in the VI and has put many businesses out of business. With some of the highest electricity rates under the U.S. flag, businesses in the VI significantly spend more on utilities, especially those that use high energy or require refrigeration, such as restaurants and grocery stores. Also, Main Street and other downtown stores run their AC with wide open doors so they can still attract tourists. Of course, this has a major impact on the downtown business's cost of electricity, since the cold air quickly mixes with the heat from outside. Factor number three, high fuel cost. The high cost for gasoline and diesel is another factor that impacts the cost of doing business in the VI, especially for delivery trucks and other company vehicles. High gas prices have an impact on doing business in the VI. Number four, shipping and taxes. It goes without saying that nearly all goods, including food, clothing, supplies, building supplies, inventory, equipment, cars, and raw materials, and others, must be imported. The costs associated with importing goods includes, but not limited to, shipping fees, insurance, excise tax, customs duties, grocery receipts tax, and other logistical costs. Businesses obviously must pass these costs to other businesses and also consumers, making products and services more expensive. These issues and others definitely have a major and significant impact on the cost of doing business in the VI. Number five, skilled labor issues. Finding skilled labor in the Virgin Islands continues to be a major challenge for businesses, and even more so since the impact of the pandemic. Even though the personal health issues associated with the pandemic have declined dramatically, there is still a significant challenge associated with finding employees to fill open positions. We are all aware that many of our graduates leave the Virgin Islands for stateside opportunities. Unfortunately, the remaining potential candidates for open job positions are oftentimes lacking in basic writing skills, basic service skills, and also lacking in proper attitudes, which makes it challenging for some of them to effectively work in the business environment. I will add that even though many Virgin Islanders are very sharp and extremely talented, too many don't want to start at the lower end of starting positions and work their way up. Number six, overall cost of living. Employees in the VI require higher salaries to afford the high cost of living, but businesses often will struggle to pay competitive wages because of day-to-day business struggles. Subsequently, the high living expenses lead to frequent employee turnover, which increases recruitment and training costs, which in turn increases the cost of doing business in the VI. Since residents spend a large portion of their income on necessities like mortgage or rent, groceries, transportation, utilities, and other needs, they have less money to spend on non-essential goods and services. This especially impacts retail stores, restaurants, and entertainment businesses. Some businesses reluctantly turn to pushing their prices up to try to sustain operations, but this in turn leads to less customer demand, which leads to a continued downward spiral. As previously mentioned by the previous testifier, many individuals end up doing online shopping. Number 7, insurance and hurricanes. It's a well-known fact that the businesses face high insurance premiums and high insurance risk, and these issues can lead to costly repairs and long and sometimes permanent business closures when we're dealing with the impacts of hurricanes. Number 8, limited market size. Due to the small population of the Virgin Islands, the potential customer base for businesses in the VI is limited. This affects the revenue that can be generated, thus affecting the ability of a business to be profitable enough to stay in business. Number 9, government hiring. The large amount of federal government funds that are available in the VI has enticed many candidates to apply for higher paying jobs at places such as VI Housing Finance Authority, Office of Disaster Recovery, and other locations that have been federally funded with federally funded positions that can attract job seekers. This impacts the small businesses who have a hard time competing with the salaries and the benefits that can be paid to employers of the VI government using federal dollars. Number 10, Main Street and waterfront issues. Even though we can all see the positive effects of the completed Main Street project and also the completed Phase 1 waterfront project, the lengthy time that it took to complete both projects has taken its toll on the downtown business community and has caused many businesses to close their doors permanently. This has had a major impact on doing business in the downtown area, and the impact is still being felt today with a significant number of businesses being shuttered. Also, the uncertainty of continued construction of the waterfront project, not knowing when Phase 2 will begin, and not knowing what the impact of Phase 2 of waterfront construction will bring to the downtown area, has many businesses in the downtown area reluctant to expand, and many other potential businesses reluctant to even start the process of opening new businesses in the downtown area. I'll add one other one, which is the government payment of vendors. We all are very familiar with the challenges that the Virgin Islands government has been having over the last 2 years paying vendors. That obviously has majorly impacted the cost of doing business in the Virgin Islands. These 10 factors that I have shared are some of the issues that affect the cost of doing business in the Virgin Islands. I close by stating that small businesses in the VI are the ones that hire people, pay salaries to employees, supports the charities, the ones who recirculate their money in the Virgin Islands economy, the ones who support their other businesses in the VI, and the ones who pay taxes into the VI Treasury, thus providing much needed funding to pay the salaries of police, firemen, teachers, nurses, etc. Local small businesses, in essence, are the ones who will make or break the economy of the Virgin Islands. The St. Thomas St. John Chamber of Commerce looks forward to continuing to work with the Senate and other divisions of the government of the VI so that solutions to these issues can be established and implemented for the good of the business community and the good of the overall Virgin Islands community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barber. We appreciate your testimony. We're going to move to Dr. Mark Wenner. Dr. Wenner, you may proceed with your testimony, sir.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Senate President Milton E. Potter, members of the 36th Legislature, members of the legislative staff, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be here. I am Mark D. Wenner. I'm an assistant professor of economics at the University of the Virgin Islands. It's a distinct honor to be here present before this body to present testimony on the factors that contribute to the high cost of living in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and more importantly, to attempt to highlight areas for policy action, for including tax reform that can ameliorate the situation. Please note that this testimony represents my opinions and personal views and not those of any employer or any other affiliated institution or organization. First, to begin with the definition of cost of living and its significance. Cost of living refers generally to the amount of money needed to sustain a certain standard of living by being able to afford basic expenses such as food, housing, energy, healthcare, transportation, childcare, and education. Cost of living is normally calculated either in indices or an average amount of money needed per month. And it is often compared to across different jurisdictions, cities, towns, region, even countries. The calculated cost of living is then compared to the average salary or wage in that particular jurisdiction to determine affordability. A jurisdiction that has a high cost of living but relatively high average salaries is much more tolerable and preferable to a situation where the cost of living is high, but the average salaries are much lower. When the latter situation exists, this type of imbalances creates lots of economic tensions and economic and social tensions, namely undermines economic competitiveness, growth, and it leads to critical skill shortages, promotes outmigration, and it facilitates gentrification. The cost of living of the U.S. Virgin Islands is much higher than other U.S. jurisdictions, including other insular territories such as Puerto Rico, American Samoa, and Guam. The cost of living in the U.S. Virgin Islands is comparable with the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas and the state of Hawaii. The U.S. jurisdiction with the highest documented cost of living is the state of Hawaii, and is due mostly to its very remote location in the middle of the Pacific. Nonetheless, Hawaii has 2 saving graces compared to the U.S. Virgin Islands and to the Marianas. In it, that the median household income in Hawaii is higher, and it has more food self-sufficiency. So according to government statistics for Hawaii, the median household income is $43,944 compared to the Northern Marianas at $31,362 and to the U.S. Virgin Islands at $40,408. In addition, Hawaii has a food self-sufficiency ratio of 15.7%, whereas the SSR for the U.S. VI and the Northern Marianas are minuscule, and both places import more than 95% of all foods. Factors that contribute to the U.S. high cost of living in the U.S. Virgin Islands, principally 6. 1, the geographic isolation and insularity. 2, the small market size and concentrated market structures. 3, the high utility costs. 4, the housing market pressures. 5, tax structure. And 6, limited economic diversification. Understanding how these factors interact and interplay with each other is essential for being able to address the issues faced by residents and in formulating policy actions and interventions to alleviate the burden. So to go through the factors one by one, briefly. Number 1, geographic insularity. The U.S. Virgin Islands insularity being 1,100 miles from Florida, the continental United States, which is its principal source of imported goods and trade partners, significantly increases shipping costs. Bulk and containerized cargo must come by sea, and we just have 2 major shippers that serve the islands. This high reliance on imports results in substantially higher costs of living than continental areas. The problem is not unique to the U.S. Virgin Islands. Most other small island states suffer from the same issue of high shipping costs. Average shipping costs and rail insurance costs as a percentage of the value of imports in Oceania, that's all the islands of the South Pacific and the Caribbean, 2 major island groups of nations, are 3 times higher than world rates. The determinants of high cost of shipping is the lack of economies of scale in ports, low degrees of competition, no intermodal competition, and long wait times in ports, and higher insurance costs. The second main factor is limited economic diversification. The economy in the U.S. Virgin Islands heavily relies upon tourism, and the related jobs in the tourism sector tend to be low paying and also marked by high seasonal fluctuations in employment. The high reliance on one industry makes the economy extremely vulnerable to external shocks such as natural disasters, pandemics, economic downturns, and recession in principal source markets for tourists, commodity price fluctuation, and disruptions in transportation links. As a result, economic growth tends to be very volatile, and there are long periods often needed for recovery and reconstruction after a shock occurs. And all of these generate higher prices in the economy. The third big factor is the high utility costs, which have been mentioned by previous testifiers. The electricity costs in the U.S. Virgin Islands are the highest among 56 U.S. jurisdictions at roughly 43 cents per kilowatt hour residential and 47% commercial. But more importantly, the frequent service interruptions, which is far above the average for other U.S. jurisdictions. The combination of unreliable service and high electricity costs negatively impacts everyone. Local businesses are likely to increase the final price of goods and services in order to cover their higher operational expenses. Consequently, consuming households suffer doubly. First, they have to dedicate a larger amount of their household budget to pay for the electricity tariffs. And then secondly, they face inflated prices for the goods and services they consume due to businesses having to pass on the higher costs of electricity and doing business in the territory to them. The fourth factor is the housing market. There are a series of housing market pressures. Real estate prices in the Virgin Islands is inflated due to limited land availability, strong demand for second homes, and short-term vacation rentals. A fair amount of the population tends to be transient, especially in the hospitality and construction sectors, which exacerbate the competition for rental housing. This dynamic, combined with low density zoning regulations, the high cost of construction per square foot, and an inability to refurbish and dilapidated and distressed housing stock due to probate issues, lack of financing, insurance issues, leads to a deficit in habitable housing stock and high rental and property prices. Residents with moderate to low averages find themselves with few options. Fifth is the tax structure and trade regulations. The U.S. Virgin Islands employs a tax structure that includes heavy reliance on a 5% gross tax receipt, which is a business turnover tax, and various excise taxes that range from 2% to 25% that increase the retail prices of goods. For example, the gross receipts tax instead of a sales tax telescopes a nominal 5% tax rate to an effective 15% tax rate if the good in question turned over 3 times. Lastly is the small market size and the high degree of market concentration. The U.S. Virgin Islands, as other testifiers has mentioned, is a very small market, very small population, and as a result has a small private sector. Unfortunately, what happens in this situation is you have a tendency towards oligopolies. A small handful of business operators dominate the sales in several industries and command large market shares. When owners of businesses in the same sector are interrelated by marriage, family ties, strong ethnic affinity, the possibility for tacit collusion in price setting increases. Some industries seem extremely quite concentrated, such as supermarkets, construction, materials, hardware stores, gasoline stations, wholesale food and beverage distributors, new auto and vehicle distribution and sales, and banking. The concentration of market powers tends to result in limited and no price competition and downwardly sticky prices. Prices for critical input can vary over time, but when you have these type of market structures, you will not see any downward price movement. So in the Virgin Islands, you have end user prices that tend to consistently move up, but rarely go downward. The most visible case of this is in the gasoline retail market. Despite the international price of a barrel of oil moving downwards from $133 per barrel when the Ukraine-Russian war started in February 2022 to today's current price of $72 for Brent, the retail price of gasoline in St. Thomas has been frozen pretty much in the $4.79 to $4.89 range for the last 3 years. Whereas price in the mainland has fallen below $3. Again, monopolistic and oligopolistic power in the local economy adds to the higher cost of living. Now to turn to the more important aspect is what policies can be pursued in order to alleviate this problem, and so address the multifaceted challenges. Action is needed in several fronts. So first would be to enhance energy efficient and invest in renewable energy, reform and privatize the insolvent public utility. It is acting as an albatross on the economy and prevents the lowering of the cost of electricity. Promoting investment in renewable energy projects such as solar, wind, tidal to lower electricity costs and reduce reliance on imports, and tax incentives for renewable energy implementation and energy efficiency upgrades for residents with lower monthly expenses. Number two is encouraging economic diversification. The business environment climate has to improve. There has to be lower energy costs, improved infrastructure, lower taxes, better trained and a more flexible labor force, faster permitting, licensing, registration, better contract enforcement, quicker dispute resolution, connectivity, etc. Policies to attract business investments such as in technology, light manufacturing, agriculture, and sustainable fisheries can reduce economic vulnerability and provide more resilient and better high-paying jobs in the economy. The current business attraction model that based on 90% tax abatement is not yielding cost-effective results. Number three is supporting local agriculture and improving food self-sufficiency. Encouraging local food production can reduce the dependence on imported foodstuffs. Programs that support local farmers through subsidies, grants, technical assistance to stimulate agriculture could decrease food prices. The promotion of vertical greenhouse cultivation needs to be accelerated, as well as promoting cooperative farmers' facilities in order to reduce the retail costs of food. Three is creating affordable housing initiatives. Developing housing projects should be pursued through public-private partnerships to alleviate the pressure in the housing market and to offer incentives to developers to focus on developing affordable housing projects in tackling the housing shortages. In addition, more multifamily and high-rise dwellings need to be promoted by changes in zoning regulations. Revising the tax structure, particularly looking at excise taxes on goods and the gross receipts. However, introducing measures to streamline the import process and to create a more competitive retail environment would be very helpful. However, given the fall in revenues and the financial imbalances in the local government, great care needs to be used in studying of how to replace the gross tax receipt system with a sales tax system. And then lastly is promoting more business competition. The best way to promote more business competition and to prevent exercise of oligopolistic price setting powers that we are seeing in our business environment is to kind of create a much better business climate period and to encourage incubator programs, promote cooperative and social entrepreneurship, and improve the access to credit and business development and training services for local entrepreneurs. I will just close briefly by looking at comparative costs of living in other U.S. territories to show that it is a problem in other places, but other places are taking proactive and strong action. Generally, the cost of living in any insular jurisdiction is much higher than a continental one, but much can be learned about proactive steps that other insular authorities are taking to ameliorate the situation in their economies. For example, in Puerto Rico, of 2022, the cost of living in Puerto Rico is much lower than the U.S. Virgin Islands. Much of this has to do with the Puerto Rican have really pushed farm development to reduce their costs of food. Guam is very similar to the U.S. Virgin Islands with high costs primarily stemming from importation of lots of goods. However, in Guam, the economy is much more diversified outside of tourism. American Samoa, the cost of living is relatively lower than the U.S. Virgin Islands, but varies from location on the islands. And they contend with very high food import dependence. But again, their farming sector is stronger. The Commonwealth of Northern Marianas is probably worse than the U.S. Virgin Islands or comparable. And the state of Hawaii has had the highest documented cost of living and is influenced by its isolation, but they have made tremendous strides in promoting renewable energy projects. And so with that, I would like to conclude and say that the cost of living in the U.S. Virgin Islands results from a number of factors: geographic isolation, limited economic diversification, high utility costs, pressures in the housing market, market power concentration, and specific tax policies and structures. Targeted policy actions addressing these issues, such as promoting renewable energy, privatizing the public utility, encouraging more agricultural self-sufficiency, reforming housing and tax policies, could definitely alleviate the cost of living. Thank you for your attention, and I remain available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Winner. I appreciate your testimony. Next, we're going to go to St. Croix and have Ms. Commissioner Natalie Hodge. Please provide your testimony, Commissioner Hodge.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable Senate President Potter, esteemed senators, distinguished members of the 36th Legislature, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Natalie Hodge, and I'm joined today with Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, General Counsel Geraldine Vaval, and Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs regarding consumer goods pricing and the broader economic pressures affecting the cost of living in the Virgin Islands. As the agency responsible for consumer protection and business regulation, the LCA plays a crucial role in ensuring market transparency, conveying price trends, and enforcing laws that safeguard residents against unfair pricing and deceptive trade practices. Today, I will present key insights into pricing of consumer goods, the LCA's current market efforts and policies considerations aimed at enhancing affordability and economic stability for Virgin Islanders. Enforcement of consumer protection laws. The DLCA enforces a variety of laws aimed at safeguarding consumer rights. These include, but are not limited to, the Consumer Protection Law, which serves as a safeguard against unfair and deceptive trade practices that could mislead or harm consumers. It establishes guidelines to ensure businesses operate with transparency and integrity, preventing fraudulent claims, false advertising, and misrepresentations about products and services. Through enforcement actions, consumer education, and legal intervention, DLCA actively identifies and addresses violations. By holding businesses accountable for deceptive practice, this law fosters a fair marketplace where consumers can make informed purchasing decisions with confidence. The Price Control Act. The Price Control Act is a critical regulation designed to prevent price gouging, particularly during emergencies such as hurricanes. It grants the DLCA the authority to monitor and regulate the prices of essential goods and services, ensuring that businesses do not exploit consumers by imposing unjustified price increases during times of crisis. This act covers necessities such as food, fuel, medical supplies, and building materials, and protect residents from financial exploitation when access to essential products becomes limited. By enforcing price controls and conduct market surveillance, DLC upholds economic stability and consumer protection during vulnerable periods. Monitoring of unfair trade practices. The unfair trade practice under the Consumer Protection Law of 1973 is designed to protect consumers from fraudulent activities, misrepresentation, and contracts that impose unreasonable burdens. This law prohibits deceptive marketing tactics, hidden fees, and unfair terms that businesses may use to take advantage of consumers. The DLCA plays a vital role in enforcing these regulations by investigating consumer complaints, by taking action against violators, and promoting fair competition. Ensuring that businesses operate with integrity, this act helps maintain consumer trust and prevents financial harm caused by unethical business practices. The Truth in Pricing Rules and Regulations. The Truth in Pricing Rules and Regulation mandates that businesses provide transparent pricing and uphold their advertised promotions. This regulation ensures that consumers are not misled by hidden costs, unclear labeling, or false advertising. The retailers must display accurate prices on the shelves, menus, and promotional materials, allowing consumers to make informed purchasing decisions. The LCA enforces compliance by conducting inspections, reviewing advertisements, and addressing consumer complaints regarding deceptive pricing practices. This law is essential in promoting honesty in commerce and preventing misleading sales tactics. Through routine inspections, compliance audits, and investigative operations, the DLCA Consumer Affairs Division actively monitors the marketplace to detect and deter violations of consumer protection law. These enforcement actions help identify businesses engaging in fraudulent practices, price manipulation, or non-compliance with regulatory standard. Regular oversight ensures that businesses adhere to the fair trade principles and fostering a competitive and economical environment. Lastly, the DLCA publishes the Educated Shopper's Guide, a monthly cost comparison report reflecting real-time prices of consumer goods at various retail locations. While this tool provides valuable transparency, it is not a formal economic analysis of inflation trends. Those seeking long-term price trend data should refer to the Bureau of Economic Research, the BER, which conducts in-depth cost of living analysis. Clarifying DLCA's role in price monitoring. There is often confusion regarding DLCA's responsibility in tracking consumer prices. While DLCA publishes the Educated Shopper's Guide, to provide a snapshot of current prices for selected goods. This should not be mistaken for a formal market basket survey used for long-term economic analysis. The Educated Shopper's Guide, real-time pricing insights, but is not designed for tracking trends over months or years. Consumers look for comprehensive cost of living data should refer to the Bureau of Economic Research, the BER, which conducts formal economic assessments. The purpose of DLCA's Educated Shopper's Guide is to provide transparency in pricing and to inform consumers of the cost of everyday essential goods at various retailers. However, the items included in the Educated Shopper's Guide are rotated and changed regularly, which means that the data collected does not allow for direct price comparison across different time periods. The flexibility in selection is intentional as it enables DLCA to highlight a diverse range of consumer goods and ensure that pricing information remains relevant to the current market conditions. For those seeking consumer price index information or a formal market basket survey that tracks economic trends over time, BER is a designated agency responsible for compiling this data. The BER conducts structured analysis that account for inflation, cost of living changes, and other economic indicators that impact the financial well-being of our consumers in the U.S. Virgin Islands. This report provides an official measurement of economic trends and are the appropriate resource for individuals or organizations interested in understanding long-term pricing fluctuations. It is crucial for consumers and businesses alike to understand the distinction between the LCA Educated Shopper's Guide and the BR Market Basket Survey. While the LCA remains committed to consumer advocacy and price transparency, our role does not extend to product long-term economic data or CPI reports. Misrepresentation of the LCA's Educated Shopper's Guide as an economic indicator can lead to misunderstandings about the price trends and the market stability. The LCA remains committed to its mission for ensuring fair business practices, consumer protection, and price transparency. However, its functions are clearly defined, and any inquiries or concerns that fall outside its jurisdictions include fraud investigations and long-term economic analysis, are appropriately redirected to the relevant agencies. Consumer who requires assistance in these areas are strongly encouraged to contact the appropriate authorities to obtain accurate information and proper resolutions. Consumer goods. The cost of consumer goods in the Virgin Islands remain a significant economic concern, particularly for food prices. A 2017 study analyzing food prices in the territory identified key cost drivers including high energy expenses, transportation fees, and the reliance of imports. While these factors remain relevant, evolving economic conditions, market shifts, policy changes continue to influence the price trends. To gain a more comprehensive and up-to-date understanding, I believe an ongoing cost of living study will provide crucial insight to guide future policy decisions. To this end, the DLCA has been engaged in ongoing discussions with the analysis group, the international economics consulting firm that conducted a 2017 study to explore the methodologies, data collection strategies, and the key economic indicators that will ensure an accurate and meaningful cost of living assessment that addresses the challenges we face today. The study will help shape the policies aimed at improving affordability and economic stability regarding the cost of consumer goods in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Challenges impacting consumer goods pricing. We believe there are several economic pressures directly impacting the affordability of goods in the territory, including but not limited to the following. Number one, the freight and supply chain costs. The high costs of shipping and import duties significantly affect retail price. Most goods are imported, and freight surcharges from mainline suppliers continue to drive up the cost. Number two, retail markups and competitive constraints. The high cost of consumer goods in the Virgin Islands is largely due to limited wholesale competition, leading to a higher retail markup. With few wholesale suppliers, retailers have limited options, resulting in reduced competition and higher prices. This is further worsened by high input costs, logistical challenges, energy expenses, and regulatory barriers. To address the issue, the LCA promotes supplier diversification and increased market competition. This includes streamlining business licensing to attract new wholesalers and encourages support for local agriculture and manufacturing to reduce the reliance of imports. Additionally, DLC enhances price transparency through retail price comparison reports, again, which strengthens the consumer education efforts. Understanding the impact of high energy and operating costs, DLC also support initiatives that provide energy-efficient solutions and regularly share information on financial incentives to help businesses lower expenses. Number three, inflation and external market factors. The effects of global inflation, supply chain disruptions, the fuel prices volatility have contributed to sustained prices increases in key consumer categories. To mitigate these impacts, the DLCA continues consumer education efforts to help residents make uniformed purchasing decisions. Number four, utilities. The high cost of utilities, particularly from the VI Water and Power Authority, significantly impacts consumer goods pricing for increasing operating, transportation, and storage costs on our businesses. Retailers pass these expenses on to the consumers, driving up the prices of essential goods. Supply chain disruptions and inflationary pressures further strain affordability, while small businesses struggle to stay afloat, sometimes reducing services or raising prices. Additionally, high utility bills reduce consumer disposable income, limiting purchasing power and exacerbating economic strain. To address cost of living challenges and ensure consumer protection, the DLCA proposes the following considerations. Expansion of price monitoring and reporting by establishing a more comprehensive consumer price monitoring dashboard in collaboration with the BER, providing consistent long-term tracking of pricing trends. Encouraging market competition and local production by supporting policies that reduces barriers to entry for new businesses and promote local food production to decrease the dependency on imports. In conclusion, I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on this very important topic. I'd like to close with the following. We understand that effective consumer protection is a shared responsibility, not only with the legislature and our executive branches of government, but with every individual consumer within the territory. Whether you reside here or you're here on business or leisure, we all share in the responsibility of understanding our rights as consumers and reporting any activity that you feel may be in violation of the laws in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The LC remains committed to working alongside with the legislature to enhance our existing laws and improve enforcement mechanisms. As we look ahead, we welcome discussions on strengthening the consumer protection policies, increasing funding for enforcement initiatives, and leveraging technology to streamline the complaint processing and market monitoring. We appreciate the support of Governor Albert Bryan Jr., the Brian Roach administration, and the legislature in these efforts, and we stand ready to provide any additional information necessary to advance consumer rights in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so very much, Commissioner Hodge, for your testimony. We're now going to welcome the VIA CEO, Ms. Geraldine Pitts, and give her an opportunity to present her testimony. You may move forward, Ms. Pitts.
Testing. Not yet.
You may proceed, Ms. Pitts.
Honorable Chairman Milton Potter, members of the Committee of the Whole, members of the 36th Legislature and their staff, listening and viewing audience, my name is Geraldine Pitts, and I'm the CEO for the Virgin Islands Telecommunications Corporation, VIA. Thank you for inviting me to testify on the cost of telecoms in the territory. And may I say that with all of the testimonies that's gone before me, I think most of them would all be relevant in terms of pricing and costs and structure than what I'm going to present here today as well. And I believe everyone knows VIA as a brand and who've been doing business in the Virgin Islands for a very long time. As the Virgin Islands' only full telecommunications provider, we are committed to keeping the Virgin Islands connected to the world, whether it's our grandmother or grandparents talking to a granddaughter, or a business accessing vendor systems halfway around the world, or entertaining the entire family. One of the biggest challenges that we face is customers' ever-increasing demand for speed, which translates into higher bandwidth. Gone are the days when the kitchen phone to be plugged onto the wall. Today, every member of the household has a device that they want connected to the web. Our children want more bandwidth for TikTok and other social media videos. Our students want more bandwidth for distance learning and other applications. Our parents want more bandwidth for remote work and also over-the-top streaming services. Our businesses want more bandwidth to engage in e-commerce, remote work, and vendor connectivity, while e-government and e-health have been rapidly evolving. Building and maintaining the network required to achieve this is no small task, and certainly a very capital-intensive obligation. As to the cost, in terms of cost of capital and economies of scale, you've heard earlier testimony that spoke highly and a lot about the economies of scale. First, building a telecommunications network is a very capital-intensive undertaking, so that the cost of capital is very important as we consider the cost of the product itself. VIA, like most private sector businesses, is faced with high cost of capital. Even if capital markets view VIA favorably, investors have many choices and are looking for higher returns on their investment. While the Virgin Islands is beautiful, we are a relatively small economy, which limits private sector growth and profitability. Competition for telecommunication services is very robust in the Virgin Islands. We have VIA, Liberty, VINGN, among others, and in the mobile space, we also have large national player T-Mobile. Streaming services compete with our cable television programming, and numerous ISPs offer access in addition to VIA. As we all know from school, when we have robust competition in a small market, margins tend to be smaller than in a less competitive market. The cost of power, electricity. Another challenge that we face in the territory is the cost of power. Telecommunications is a very power-intensive business, and in the Virgin Islands, we pay nearly 3 times as much as our per kilowatt based on the average mainland consumer. In addition to high costs, the power supply is unreliable, and with weekly and daily outages. As any resident will tell you, power outages are very harmful to their appliances, and the same is true for telecommunications equipment. The constant cycling between grid power and backup power rapidly degrades our equipment and causes short circuits and other problems. To mitigate the effect of power outages, VIA has invested substantial capital in backup power capabilities and restoration efforts. The cost of telecommunications is also affected by the region of the world that we are located in, hurricane and insurance that goes with insuring your network. Relative to power issue is the issue of hurricane and other natural disasters. Every year, VIA undertakes substantial preparation measures for hurricane season. If, God forbid, a hurricane does pass through the territory and cause damage, we must repair that damage and restore the network. Due to the frequency of hurricanes in the territory, hurricane insurance is quite costly, but we cannot operate without it. If we do not have hurricane insurance, we will not be able to recover from hurricanes Irma and Maria. Unique network costs. Being an island territory, subsea connection to major internet hubs is critical and expensive. Not only do we need the subsea connectivity, we need to maintain a point of presence in the NAP of America and augment our equipment here with support additional bandwidth needs. In addition to the internet, VIA provides mobile, telephone, and cable services, each with its own unique cost. For mobile telephone services, the cost of leasing space on antenna towers is substantial. Most established cell towers are owned by one company, and the rates we pay them for antenna space reflects that. For cable television, our programming costs have increased dramatically over the past several years. Analysts estimate that over the past 15 years, programming costs have risen 3.5 times the rate of inflation. In the past, some of this cost was offset by roaming fees. We can charge other mobile carriers when they use or visit the territory. But roaming has been eliminated everywhere in the Virgin Islands, basically because most providers now are able to have their customers coming to us and roam here at minimal cost to them. Regulations. Another factor impacting the cost of telecommunications in the territory is the cost of regulations. Over the past 4 years, the Federal Communication Commission has adopted a host of regulations with real cost implications for carriers such as VIA. These include greater reporting obligations, such as broadband data collection efforts, increasing stringent location identification for wireless networks, where you have to be able to identify customers based on their vertical location in a building, in addition to geographic locations, expanded use of 3-digit dialing, not only 911, but for those public services, digital discrimination rules which impact ordinary business decisions, like whether to deploy broadband infrastructure, what rates to charge customers, and even how the market service its customers. In addition to FCC regulations, the Public Service Commission regulation in assessing VIA is also for its activities. VIA pays over $300,000 to $400,000 to PSC every year. Conclusion. As you can see, there are significant costs associated with building, operating, and maintaining telecommunications network. As we operate in such an insular environment as the Virgin Islands, those costs must be reflected in the price we charge for customers. But make no mistake, as a service provider, VIA does not pass on the entire cost burden to the customers. We understand that we must strike a balance between the cost of the service and our ability to provide and maintain the service. This is precisely why the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, has declared the Virgin Islands as a high-cost area. I've been very frugal in the management of VIA's expenses, having to make very tough decisions because the cost of being a telecommunications carrier in this market is substantial, and our commitment to service in the Virgin Islands is critical to the social and economic development of the territory. We welcome the opportunity to continue the discussion with individual senators and explore with our industry peers in ways in which we can reduce the cost of operation. Measures like Dig Once can save companies money. More robust mutual aid and restoration agreements between carriers can not only save us money, but also speed up the recovery from natural disasters. Greater infrastructure sharing amongst carriers can also lead to some savings and improve redundancy. But they are extremely complicated operational issues that will need to be addressed between ISPs, VING, and WAPA, who has an extensive infrastructure network throughout the territory, including subsea fiber to St. John, and also buried conduits and poles. VIA believes that while infrastructure sharing will have some impact on costs, direct-to-consumer subsidy is the most powerful tool to use to ease the costs to consumer in a market where the infrastructure is relatively well developed, with more to come on stream in the coming years. As such, VIA has been urging the government to use the $25 million BEAD funding from the federal government to support direct-to-consumer subsidies to make service more affordable. That more than anything else would have an immediate impact on the affordability of telecommunication services. The uncertainty surrounding the economic environment in 2025 is even more for reason to consider subsidy. We will need the assistance of this committee in moving the agenda forward. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter, and thank you for including VIA in the discussion on the cost of living in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Jolene Pitts, CEO of VIA. We'd like to also recognize the presence of our Majority Leader, Senator Kurt Violet. Welcome, Senator Violet. Next, we're going to move to Ms. Lauren Kelly, CFO of the Water and Power Authority. You may proceed with your testimony, Ms. Kelly.
Good afternoon, dear President Potter. Please find testimony below from the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority on addressing economic pressures and understanding the cost of living in the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon. I am Lorraine Kelly, Chief Financial Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, WAPA, or the Authority. I would like to thank the Honourable Senate President Milton Potter, as well as other members of the Senate present, for the opportunity to appear before you today. As a government instrumentality, the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority has done its part to shield the people of this territory from an even higher cost of living. We have not passed on the true cost of operations for over 8 years, absorbing financial challenges rather than burdening our customers. We have bitten the bullet, and we have taken on the struggle. With limited resources and cash flow, every department within WAPA has made sacrifices to ensure that the cost of power and water remains as affordable as possible. We have been the last bastion on the front lines, holding the line to prevent further increases in the cost of living for our community. While fuel prices, supply chain disruptions, and economic pressures have driven up costs across all sectors.
Ms. Kelly, I apologize. I apologize for interrupting you. Did you submit a copy of your testimony to the body, to us?
I apologize, sir. I do not know the answer to that, but
Okay.
I do apologize. If this was not submitted, we will make sure that it is.
Yeah. My colleagues are suggesting that we need it now so that we can follow your testimony. So is there any way we can just pause with your testimony. You can have someone from.
May I email it to somebody?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So we'll move on to the Housing Finance Authority, and by then, when we get that testimony circulated, we'll go back to you. Mr. Grant, welcome. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senate President Milton E. Potter, members of the Committee of the Whole, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Rick Grant, and I serve as the Strategic Advisor for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Today, on behalf of Eugene E. Jones Jr., Executive Director, I appear before you accompanied by Rupert Pell, Director of Planning and Construction, Frida Webster, Director of Home Ownership, and Monet Francis Gardner, the American Rescue Plan Grant Administrator. As a team, we are grateful for the opportunity to provide evidence-based testimony and engage in meaningful discussion on the topic addressing economic pressures, understanding the cost of living in the Virgin Islands. The VIHFA team will speak about the factors affecting the availability and affordability of housing in the territory from the following perspectives: planning and construction, home ownership, facilities and property management, and financial assistance. Understanding the cost of living in the Virgin Islands is crucial to improving the overall quality of life for all residents. Consequently, addressing the factors affecting the availability and affordability of housing in the Virgin Islands is everyone's business as it affects each of us. The housing availability and affordable crisis in the territory has been shaped by several interrelated factors, including the lack of regulations on construction costs, allowing contractors to dictate the market, which results in high construction costs, supply chain disruptions, insurance premiums, and the broader economic landscape of the territory. Regarding the factors affecting the cost of housing, the challenges are complex, but strategic investment, policy reform, and collaboration can create pathways towards sustainable and affordable housing solutions. The VIHFA is committed to working with this body and other stakeholders to ensure that housing remains accessible to all residents. Planning and construction. Over the past decade, the U.S. Virgin Islands have experienced a significant rise in construction costs, which has had a profound impact on the overall cost of living for residents. Table 1 below illustrates the trend in square foot costs based on homes that were constructed by the authority. Now, in 2017, the average square foot cost for St. Croix stood at $142, and this is for a approximately 1,300 square foot 3-bedroom home. In 2019, it rose to $144 for the same house. In 2021, it rose again to $196 per square foot. And as of this testimony, the quoted cost stands at $350 per square foot. Now, in St. Thomas, in 2017, it was at $194. In 2019, it rose to $200. In 2021, it rose again to $226, and as of, again, this testimony, it is between $375 to $400 per square foot. Now, on St. John, we don't have any available data because homes were not built, but as of right now, the approximate cost stands at $500 per square foot. This escalation in expenses has made it increasingly challenging to build homes that are affordable for the low to moderate income clients we serve. Currently, to ensure homeownership remains within reach for our clients, the average maximum construction must align with specific thresholds, approximately $325 per square foot for St. Croix, $350 to $375 per square foot for St. Thomas, and $425 to $450 per square foot for St. John. These costs apply to a modest 3-bedroom, 2-bath, single-family home of about 1,300 square feet. In addition to rising construction costs, other factors are influencing the availability of affordable housing. The cost of purchasing property is on the rise, with the average price for a quarter-acre lot ranging from $65,000 to $85,000, compared to $20,000 to $30,000 previously. This fundamental increase in property prices further complicates the ability to construct homes within budgetary constraints. Another factor that affects construction is labor costs, which typically ranges between 15 to 25% of the total material costs. Another critical aspect affecting housing affordability is the duration required to complete the construction. Ideally, construction projects should be finalized within a time frame of 5 to 7 months. However, if construction extends beyond this period, homeowners face additional financial burdens, including builder's risk insurance costs that can increase by $4,000 to $5,000 for every year of delay, particularly if they have a supplemental loan from a banking institution. Based on the shortage of contractors and the increase in projects, on average, we are now experiencing longer timeframes, a minimum of 1 year to complete homes. To illustrate the cumulative costs, using St. Thomas as an example, the total potential costs for an owner, including land purchase, can cost approximately $509,500. This figure does not factor in other expenses such as homeowner insurance and property tax, which could further increase financial strain. Addressing these multifaceted challenges will require a comprehensive strategy. Investing in local workforce development initiatives can help reduce reliance on imported labor, potentially lowering labor costs for developers. Additionally, exploring alternative building materials and construction methods tailored to the unique environment of the islands may yield cost savings. Furthermore, implementing policies that incentivize affordable housing development while streamlining permitting processes could help alleviate some of the financial burdens associated with construction. By adopting these strategies, the USVI can work towards mitigating the impact of rising construction costs and enhancing housing affordability for its residents. Homeownership. For 40 years, since 1984, the VIHFA has significantly and positively impacted the housing landscape of the U.S. Virgin Islands by addressing housing needs, promoting homeownership opportunities, and supporting community development. Since being founded, we have developed some 90 communities across the territory, which equals upwards of 3,000 homeowners. Factors affecting the high cost of housing and the inability of the low to moderate income clients that VIHFA serves to obtain homeownership include the low inventory of single-family home and plots of lands that fall below the sales price of VIHFA and the HUD home program. The current sales price limits for home-eligible clients stands at $356,000 in St. Croix, $369,000 in St. Thomas, and $539,000 in St. John. The current acquisition cost limits for moderate income clients are $524,225 for St. Croix, $672,750 for St. Thomas, and $1,114,350 for St. John. 2. The high cost of homeowners insurance policies. There are many cases whereby the monthly escrow for insurance coverage is almost, if not exceeds, the monthly principal and interest payments. And 3, the high cost of construction material and labor exceeds what the clients on the VIHFA Mortgage Ready list can afford. The approximate average cost per square foot in St. Croix is $350, in St. Thomas, $375 per square foot, and in St. John, $500 per square foot. With these costs, a modest home of 1,300 square foot will cost $455,000 in St. Croix, $487,500 in St. Thomas, and $650,000 in St. John. Factors affecting the eligibility of clients becoming mortgage ready include 1, salaries not increasing at the same pace of the cost of living; 2, excessive financial obligations such as student loans, credit cards, unsecured loans, auto loans, unpaid medical bills; and 3, little to no savings for down payment and closing costs. In addition to the above, it must also be noted that the high cost of food, utilities, gas, and rent also impacts the ability of clients to save towards homeownership. What we have found also is once the clients learn the amount of the proposed mortgage payment, the maintenance costs of homes, and how these costs will impact the client's lifestyle going forward, there's a decreased interest in homeownership. The current household income range for VIHFA financing of low to moderate income households is $26,150 to $213,500 in St. Croix, $29,750 to $222,950 in St. Thomas, $40,400 and to $261,450 in St. John. For the first-time home buyers, Moderate Income Program, Act 8465, the current moderate household income ranges is $59,700 to $213,500 in St. Croix, $68,000 to $222,950 in St. Thomas, and $92,250 to $261,450 in St. John. Despite the increasing complexities affecting the current housing market, the team at VIHFA remains committed to our mission, Homes for All. To this end, as of January 2025, the Home Ownership Division of the Authority has certified 507 mortgage-ready clients. This represents 318 in the St. Thomas-St. John District and 189 in the St. Croix District. As is evident by the data presented, initial interest in affordable housing is prevalent. However, the current inventory of low to moderate income homes is insufficient. In addition, hundreds of clients have been deemed not mortgage ready for various reasons and are not reflected in this data. VIHFA continues to work weekly with these clients, providing credit counseling services to those who choose to participate. Property management. The rising cost of living in the Virgin Islands, particularly within the housing sector, has placed significant pressures on both residents and property management professionals. The private and public rental markets, along with the facilities and property management industries, are at the forefront of this crisis, facing ongoing challenges that stem from economic and environmental factors. One of the primary drivers of high housing costs in the territory is the persistent gap between supply and demand. The devastation caused by Hurricane Irma and Maria in 2017 drastically reduced the available housing stock, forcing prices upward as demand surged. The current cost of construction, which ranges between $350 to $500 per square foot, has further limited new developments, constrained supply, and exacerbating the affordability crisis. The property management sector has also been significantly impacted by these economic pressures. The rising costs of material and labor, compounded by global supply chain disruptions, have made it increasingly difficult to maintain and manage rental properties efficiently. As a result, higher operational expenses are often passed down to the tenant, further driving up rental costs. The financial strain on residents has led to higher turnover rates and tenant retention challenges, adding another layer of complexity to property managers and landlords. For emergency housing and affordable housing, these economic barriers have severely limited the authority's ability to develop new units, leaving low-income residents with fewer options. The scarcity of affordable housing has increased the housing insecurity and widened socio-economic disparity within the territory. Addressing these issues require a multifaceted approach, including investment in cost-effective construction methods, incentives for affordable housing development, and policies aimed at stabilizing rental prices to ensure accessibility to all residents. Emergency Assistance Program. The authority continues to administer two emergency assistance programs, the Homeowner Assistance Fund and the Emergency Rental Assistance Fund. Both programs are federally funded by the U.S. Department of Treasury and seek to provide financial assistance to qualifying residents who experience financial hardships during and due directly or indirectly to the COVID-19 pandemic. The authority has conducted robust outreach initiatives to spread awareness and inform the public of assistance available through radio interviews, radio advertisements, newspaper ads, social media ads, and by participating in community engagement events such as the St. Croix Agricultural Fair, VIHFA Housing Expos, and VIHFA Pop-Up Centers. The authority has also placed program banners in high-traffic areas to improve visibility. Additionally, the authority has distributed informational flyers for both programs to residents servicers, community stakeholders, and faith-based organizations, which outline the program's eligibility criteria, providing guidance on how to apply and via HFA contact information. Based on our outreach efforts and data collected from clients served to date, it is evident that there is a great need for emergency assistance for residents of the territory because of the continued increase in cost of housing expenses, cost of living. Since the inception of the ERAP program in 2021, VI HFA processed over 2,400 applications and have provided over $10.9 million in financial assistance. Similarly, since the inception of the HAFP program in March 2023, VI HFA has processed over 200 applications and provided $3.3 million in financial assistance. It should be noted that the ERAP program expires in September 2025 and the HAF program expires in September 2026. Although we are unable to serve all residents due to program requirements, there are some common factors amongst denied and approved applicants in both programs. These applicants continue to experience increased rent expenses, insurance premium, mortgage rates, utility expenses, and food expenses while living on a fixed and or reduced income. Senators, sadly, the availability and affordability of housing is not unique to the territory. Nationally, the availability and affordability of housing has been deemed a crisis. According to a 2024 report by the National Low Income Housing Coalition, there's a national shortfall of 7.3 million affordable and available rental homes for extremely low-income renters. This shortage has resulted in nearly 3/4 of these renters spending more than half of their income on housing costs. This crisis is further underscored by public sentiment. A survey conducted by the National Housing Conference found that 74% of Americans view the lack of affordable homes as a significant problem. This concern spans across various demographics and political affiliations, highlighting the widespread impact of housing on affordability. Conclusion and recommendations for addressing housing affordability. Given rising real estate costs, VI HFA is tackling the housing affordability crisis from all angles and have increased our efforts to expand affordable housing opportunities across the territory. We recently requested $5 million in funding from Governor Albert Bryan Jr. to provide necessary financing for eligible veterans who, 1, own land, and 2, seek to purchase land but lack access to construction financing tailored specifically for veterans. This funding will assist us in reestablishing the Veterans Home Loan Program. Additionally, we wrote to this body through Senator Marvin Blyden seeking support in amending Title 21 VI Code subsection 16 to increase the maximum loan amount to align with VI HFA's acquisition costs for non-home eligible transactions, which include both home purchases and construction. 2, raise the land purchase loan limit to $75,000, and 3, increase the home improvement loan limit to $50,000. In addition, we have strengthened our public-private partnerships for housing development and are currently actively reviewing and assessing 4 developer proposals for housing subdivision developments in the territory, 2 on St. Thomas, 1 on St. Croix, and 1 on St. John, each presenting innovative solutions to address the urgent need for quality and affordable homes. These proposals represent a significant step towards our mission to provide sustainable housing options for Virgin Islanders. By the end of summer 2025, we anticipate significant progress that will result in homeownership opportunities for residents of the territory. We are truly excited about the possibility of transforming these plans into reality. We welcome other developers who are interested in presenting proposals and working collaboratively to formulate strategic plans and for tangible housing projects. We can be reached via email at rpel@vihfa.gov. I repeat, rpel@vihfa.gov, or rgrant@vihfa.gov, rgrant@vihfa.gov. We are also exploring alternative billing methods utilizing modular and sustainable building technologies to lower construction costs while maintaining resilience against natural disasters. In addition, we recently completed a first draft of the VIHFA 3-year affordable housing plan that will be presented to this body after review and approval by the VIHFA Board of Directors. This plan includes various developments for the low-income housing tax credit program to incentivize affordable housing developments. Senators, this concludes my prepared testimony. As I close, on behalf of Executive Director Eugene E. Jones, I want to sincerely thank the staff of VIHFA for their hard work and dedication. Finally, I wish to assure the Virgin Islands community that the team at the VIHFA remains dedicated to fostering partnerships, leveraging resources, and accelerating development to ensure that individuals and families have access to safe and affordable places to call home. The team and I remain available to answer any questions. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grant, for your testimony. We'll now go back to WAPA CEO, Ms. Lauren Kelly, to move forward with her testimony. I think everybody has received it now.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dear President Potter, please find testimony below from the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority on addressing economic pressures, understanding the cost of living in the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon. I am Lorraine Kelly, Chief Financial Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, WAPA, or the Authority. I would like to thank the Honourable Senate President Milton Potter, as well as other members of the Senate present, for the opportunity to appear before you today. As a government instrumentality, the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority has done its part to shield the people of this territory from an even higher cost of living. We have not passed on the true cost of operations for over 8 years, absorbing financial challenges rather than burdening our customers. We've bitten the bullet, we've taken on the struggle, and with limited resources and cash flow, every department within WAPA has made sacrifices to ensure that the cost of power and water remains as affordable as possible. We've been the last bastion on the front lines, holding the line to prevent further increases in the cost of living for our community. While fuel prices, supply chain disruptions, and economic pressures have driven up the costs across all sectors, WAPA has remained steadfast with no impact to the electric rate since July 2021 and the water rate since 2023, August 2023. Subsequently, there has been no impact to our customers since those dates. The authority has not contributed to the rising cost of living. We have actively worked to prevent it. We continue to navigate financial constraints while delivering the essential services that residents and businesses rely on every day. The sacrifices we have made are real. The weight we have carried is heavy. And yet WAPA remains committed to doing what is right for the people of the Virgin Islands. Today, we ask for your continued support in recognizing this effort and in working together to ensure a sustainable future for our territory's utilities. This concludes my testimony. Once again, I thank the Senate and the public for the opportunity to highlight WAPA's dedication to keeping rates stable. I also want to express my appreciation to the dedicated men and especially the women of the authority as we celebrate International Women's Month. Additionally, in recognition of Virgin Islands History Month, I extend my sincerest gratitude to all Virgin Islanders within the WAPA family who continue to serve our community and contribute to the electric and water progress of the territory.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kelly. I think we have one final testimony. Today we have Mr. Kyle Fleming, Director of the Virgin Islands Energy Office. Director Fleming, you may proceed with your testimony.
Kyle Fleming, Director of the Islands Energy Office, and via WAPA governing. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I'll start again. Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Fleming, Director of the Virgin Islands Energy Office, and via WAPA Governing Board Planning and Economic Development Committee Chair. On behalf of my agency, I'd like to extend a sincere thanks and gratitude to Senator President Milton Potter and the Committee of the Whole for inviting me to expound on factors affecting the cost of energy. There is no greater factor now impacting the cost of energy in the territory than the long-standing spectrum of challenges associated with generating electricity on a remote island. Our legacy dependence on inefficiently burning fossil fuels to generate energy to match our electrical demand has delayed the Virgin Islands' clean energy revolution to date. Despite the delay, significant strides are being made on the utility front through optimizing our centralized power system. I'm excited to discuss several ways in which the Virgin Islands Energy Office is developing and deploying energy solutions with a focus on the decentralized or consumer-facing front to improve the cost of living in the territory. One durable solution that builds on years of the Energy Office policy and efforts of the Brian Roach administration is a virtual power plant program that can meaningfully reduce the utilities operating cost, all while making the grid more stable. According to a VIEO commission feasibility study undertaken by the Rocky Mountain Institute, establishing a virtual power plant in the territory could save WAPA as much as $22 million annually by strategically offsetting its fossil fuel use. But before I get into virtual power plants or VPPs, how they work and how it could raise the ceiling of potential for renewable generation to meaningfully drive down rates, I would want for everyone to understand the Energy Office's holistic approach to meeting the territory's unique energy challenges. On the one hand, we have our consumer-focused model that helps homeowners and residents invest in common sense innovations like solar, energy-efficient appliances, battery energy storage solutions through direct rebates, low to no interest loans, and free upgrades of existing appliances. Initiatives like the Weatherization Assistance Program, our Energy Star Rebate Program, which after significant delay, we intend to relaunch this month, as well as the Virgin Islands Battery Energy Storage Rebate Program, net energy billing, solar plus financing, and others have touched thousands of Virgin Islanders. We also support critical energy infrastructure, like the construction of the St. Croix Educational Complex microgrid, or our upcoming microgrid for the WTJX Mountaintop Tower site. The Educational Complex microgrid not only helps supply energy that supports the daily education of 900 students, but also stands ready to provide power to the wider community in the event there is a need for the emergency shelter mobilization. The Virgin Islands Energy Office is kicking off plans to build out community solar microgrids as part of our Solar for All program. These proposed microgrids will be constructed similarly to the St. Croix Educational Complex microgrid, which meshes a solar array with a robust battery energy storage system. By strategically investing $62.5 million of funding through the EPA, that the EPA has granted to the territory for Solar for All, with these microgrids, the Virgin Islands Energy Office will help to strengthen the grid in ways that will benefit all Virgin Islanders, not just those communities and entities directly in the vicinity of the projects. The Solar for All program will also support the deployment of affordable rooftop solar and battery systems to homes across the territory. This will be built upon the Energy Office's Solar Plus financing program, which offers low-interest loans through on-bill financing to customers who install solar or solar and battery. The Solar Plus program has already closed the first 2 loans, and we currently have over 25 applicants that are ready to close this month as well. 2025 promises to be a banner year for the penetration of solar generation in the Virgin Islands, with large-scale solar farm production on St. Croix expected to surpass 20 megawatts before the end of the year. The energy generated at these installations can offset the use of WAPA generators operating on costly fossil fuels. But back to the virtual power plant. which can bolster the impact of the rapid increase in renewable energy on the grid. VPPs are not brick and mortar power plants like the kind that Virgin Islands have come accustomed to, but rather they consist of widely distributed assets like rooftop solar and battery, electric vehicle charging stations, even smart thermostats, and other systems that can remotely be coordinated with a central command center that actively works to balance the demand of energy against supply. As advances in customer-oriented distributed generation and battery energy storage systems have come to the market, the Energy Office has been at the forefront of financial incentives and policy efforts to create pathways that give homeowners the financial leverage they need to adopt these technologies. Thanks in large part to these efforts, the Energy Office has been able to account for more than 30 megawatts of residential and commercial solar and 52 megawatt hours of battery energy storage systems spread out across over 2,900 distributed energy systems on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. Currently, these systems exclusively serve the customers, homes, and businesses where they've been installed. However, the advent of a virtual power plant, this network of distributed solar and battery energy storage systems, could mimic the functionality of utility-scale assets, thereby expanding the energy solutions, the impact of these energy solutions to the community as a whole. To bring the virtual power plant in the territory and create an energy market where everyone benefits from lower rates and carbon-free electricity, Energy Office has certainly used the Senate's help. Federal tax incentives and rebates have helped many Virgin Islanders realize their dream of installing solar and battery on their homes, and investments that at present largely solely benefit the developers who are deploying them. We actively help to create local incentives that encourages residents to install battery energy storage systems in their home against the pledge that those batteries can be dispatched strategically in a virtual power plant to help meet the utility's baseload needs, store excess renewable energy, and also perform other grid-forming tasks as necessary. We cannot fail to act without urgency. VPPs have revolutionized how grids in Europe, the US, and even Puerto Rico function, creating solutions to some of the most challenging limitations that have plagued the Virgin Islands electric grid for decades. The technology's ability to act in parallel with the utility grid's management system could also materially stabilize the grid, creating the kind of reliable service that many of the biggest customers who have left the utility have cited as vital to their business viability. In conclusion, the Energy Office remains focused on the creative problem solving required to reduce the cost of living in the territory. Energy Office has been well funded in recent years by the federal government to expand the impact of customer-focused energy solutions. However, the tumultuous federal funding climate at the moment highlights the importance of working together with the Senate to ensure that local policies are in place to ensure momentum is maintained. That concludes my testimony today, and stand ready to respond to any questions.
Thank you very much, Director Fleming. I think we've exhausted our testifiers. Ms. Jennifer Nugent-Hill, I don't know, do you have testimony to provide today?
Yes, we do. If you could bear with me, Jennifer got called to another emergency meeting, but she's ready to come back as soon as you are ready for her. Let me go grab her. Just bear with me one moment, please.
Okay. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and begin with the testimony just for the sake of time. Colleagues, we're going to have a 7-minute round. You don't have to take your full 7 minutes, Senator Francis Eiliger. If you only have 2 minutes, word of testimony, word of questions, you could return the balance of your time, right? Senator Alma Francis Eiliger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers and our staff. Dr. Wiener, one of the things I was listening to with all the testifiers, it's Winner? Yes. Dr. Winner. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I want to say, I think I just realized what I said. Okay.
Let's take a deep breath, Senator Francis Elegant.
All right.
Proceed.
I wanted to ask a question in regards to one of the things in several testimonies in listing the different things that have contributed to the high cost of living in the territory. What do you think corruption in any territory plays in affecting the economic stability or growth in any community? Because I didn't hear anything about that, and we have quite a bit of issues hitting us left and right. So I would like to know, how would something like that affect us and our growth?
If I may, good afternoon, Senator Heiliger. I would say it's more of an indirect cost, in the sense that, corruption basically is waste or misuse of public resources, and it really affects public finances more. Like, so for example, a project that should have cost $100 costs $150. But, those type of projects, tend to be capital intensive projects. So it's more of an indirect. I think in general, I guess economists or most observers would consider cost of living, you focus on the basic everyday expenses that a household has to face: housing, food, energy, childcare, education, healthcare, transport costs. Those are the big elements that go into it. So corruption.
Well, a lot of those things, in my opinion, still tie to, you just shared that indirectly it's a cost specifically, for example, to public sector, the government, etc. Let's use WAPA, for example. We deal with them on a day-to-day basis. We deal with high cost of living in regards to our utilities. We've had situations where we've had concerns over billing on projects. Recently, one of the things that confused me with WAPA is we had an issue with a company that really caused us a lot of problems when it came to our AML system, and I'm being told they're being rehired. So indirectly, a lot of things add on to the cost of the consumer. So whether we choose to accept it or not, certain things are always tied in. Yes, and it's landing on the consumer's backs. And I think when we choose to ignore certain things, and then we get all these Inspector General reports where we should be tackling things to help, at the end of the day, help the consumer, a lot of times they're being ignored. So that's why I kind of asked that question of you. So I appreciate it. I want to ask, somebody had made a statement in regards to young people and them wanting to, I think it was it Mr. Barber from Chamber of Commerce?
3 minutes.
This statement had to do with not finding enough people, and young people basically don't want to put in enough time. I don't know, I happen to agree with you, because I don't know, with this new set of generation, they want instantaneous recognition. They have a sense of entitlement, some of them. And I'm wondering, what do you think the long-term impact that is going to have on our community? Because at the end of the day, these are the same people that are going to have to continue on the Virgin Islands. How do you think that's going to impact us?
Well, I believe it could have a major impact, not only in the future, but currently we're having the impact. So one of the things that I would like to see done is programs that actually focus more on customer service or training in high schools, as well as some sort of technical schools and training that would provide that sort of input in terms of letting people know how to be prepared to go into the workforce. The other issue that I see happening is that sometimes it would create an issue where a business may have to hire someone who's not local to fill a position just because that other individual who may not be local may have better training in customer service. So I see it having a major impact on the Virgin Islands community and also on the ability for the individuals who could learn to start at a lower level within a business and be willing to move up so that they get the training so that they can become managers and be able to have a more productive part in that business.
I happen to agree because even with me dealing with some individuals to see they don't want to do, back in the day you would get people that were willing to put in the work to go up. But it's like, no, we're in the social media generation. Everybody wants to get rich quick. And that mentality of worth ethic is slowly disappearing. Actually, it's fastly disappearing. It's a concern for me because I think it's already having a major impact on us. I wanted to speak to licensing and consumer affairs. You guys had put out a report in regards to helping the consumers, for example, with the gas prices and who has the lowest, et cetera. And when I was reading some of the information, specifically in the district of St. Thomas, St. John, I was noticing there was a blackout, a literal blackout where it had like 8 gas stations that literally had the same identical price, nothing else. And I was like, wait a minute. I could see how this is impacting the community because there's no competition. And I started to think like, do they get together and decide, well, let's just stick to one price? We know the consumers can't really do anything about it because either they buy from us or else. How do you, is there a work around that or it just capitalism across the board?
Hi, good afternoon, Senator. That's a great observation, and we too have noticed it. We have the analysis group to come in to do conduct the survey with not just the material and food, but also fuel prices in the territory. So we're hoping at the conclusion of that survey we'll get more insight. We have began conversations with some of the gas retailers in the especially in that district, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. I just don't have a concrete answer until that cost analysis is complete.
Okay, well, I will look forward to getting some of that information. Could I just ask one more question?
Yes, you may wrap up.
Thank you. I wanted to touch, I think it was on Mr. Biggs, agriculture. You were speaking about import versus export. And I think part of our biggest problem is that, like it was shared here today, we import everything, basically. But I also think from a standpoint, while all these containers are coming in full, they're leaving empty. And what do you think from an economic standpoint can we really do to try to get our residents or the government investing into, whether it's agriculture or us locking into a specific product that we could really market and export from the Virgin Islands? Because having all these empty containers go back out, it would be great if we develop products to go out with it so they could actually help benefit this territory.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't speak about agriculture, but I'll go ahead and respond to your question. I completely agree that if we can find a particular industry or some sort of products where we can export, that would be helpful in reference to potentially keeping some costs down as far as freight costs go, because you have to pay pretty much for the shipping going both ways. We're hoping that the South Shore Trade Zone on St. Croix in particular, we see some more assembly. We have a few entities that we're speaking to in reference to potentially creating some manufacturing or assembly type facilities for export. of product, whether it be to North America, Central America, Latin America, or even the Caribbean. So we're talking to them right now. The advantage that we have as part of the territory and as part of the United States is that you can bring components in from all over the world, and based on your value added that you put as far as assembling, the components, basically you can label them as made in the USA. So you can get to markets that potentially other markets cannot get to. And as we see the Trump-Vance administration talking about tariffs, we think the potential is there where to avoid some of the tariffs in reference to Chinese or Taiwanese or Singaporean type Mexico, we can see them bringing products in, assembling, and then shipping them out as made in the USA.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you for giving me the additional time, but I just want to leave you guys with this. I love that we have all the ideas. I just hope at some point we start implementing them to benefit the territory. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. I wanted to ask Dr. Winner a question. Dr. Winner, you noted in that the current business practice or the current business attraction model in your testimony. So the current business attraction model based on a 90% tax abatement is not yielding cost-effective results. What alternative incentive structures would you recommend, or should we be exploring as a territory that might better balance tax revenue needs with economic diversification goals? You're on mute, Dr. Winner.
Yeah, okay. Yes, thank you, President Potter, for that question. It is not so much getting rid of a business attraction model as an alternative, is more tweaking the amount of the abatement and more conditions and the way you try to create like an ecosystem of businesses. So if you bring in one business, it produces something that is the input for another business. And so you create this kind of ecosystem, a ripple effect in the community. You have more forward linkages and backward linkages among the businesses that you're giving a tax abatement to. So you can get more impact, more bang for the buck. And I think the other observation is that the 90% really might be thus too generous. The only other jurisdiction in the U.S. that has this high rate of abatement is Puerto Rico. And so Puerto Rico and us are like, we're trying to, we're like prostitutes. We're trying to outbid and kill each other to attract business, and that's not wise. So if you look at it technically from an economic point of view, basically Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands are legal tax havens for businesses from the mainland. There's no other municipality or state that would give a business person a 90% tax exemption, no property tax. No, it doesn't exist. So I think you kind of need to look two things. One is try to bring it in line with better practices, what other jurisdictions are doing, and focus much more on like calculating what is being produced for the tax giveaway, the number of jobs, sales generated, monitor it closely, measure it, and tweak and reduce the length of time given. And the second thing that, I think the last study that was done was in 2015, somewhere around there, that shows like $105 million generated in revenue. I think the metric you need to use is like how much money did you give away? Not so much like how much additional revenue was added. So you need to look at the two figures is basically how much was given away for how much is being generated. So studies, for example, show in Puerto Rico that $40 billion was given away in loss or foregone tax revenue, and they only generated something like 40,000 jobs. So that's obviously not a good return. So we need kind of analysis along that line, and we need to kind of really tweak the goals and always have as the objective that we're getting multiple impacts for each business that we attract.
You make a very good point in terms of monies generated versus monies that we gave away. And I think there should be some level of cost-benefit analysis to really assess whether the program is working or not. I'm gonna obviously, Director CEO Biggs, I'm gonna obviously give you an opportunity to weigh in and share your thoughts and perspective on this.
As much as I respect the opinion of Dr. Werner, I kind of disagree in reference to how we do or what we look at in reference to tax incentives. We have to remember that these monies would not be here if it was not for tax incentives. So where the model he's looking at is what you give away, we look at it opposite as to what we're getting in as far as taxes, because we don't provide tax incentives to any monies that are here in the local economy. All of the monies that we provide tax incentives for is money that's sourced here, but that comes from outside the territory. So it's not taxes that we would have gained providing that the companies would be here. Without the tax incentives, they wouldn't be here, so we would have zero. In addition to the taxes, the 10% taxes they do pay, we have to remember that we also reduce taxes only on the operations of that company that's doing at the time. But when that individual brings their portfolio here, they pay taxes on all their worldwide income. So, for instance, you run a marketing firm and you're doing financial consulting. All my clients are on the mainland, and I get a 10%, I get a 90% tax incentive in regard to bringing that money here to the territory. Additionally, I have a portfolio that's worth $40 million. I pay full taxes on all of those dividends or anything I receive in regard to that. You have to pay workers, so you're paying workers' salaries. You're paying withholding taxes. We require 401k or similar plans. We require vacation. We require medical plans. In many instances, these companies are paying 100% of the medical plans for the employees, and in many instances also for the dependents, or there's some fraction that they do. So again, we can debate it here, but I think when you look at the economic impact analysis that has been performed in the past, and we're performing a new study, getting ready to do that to bring it up to date, you'll see that there's a huge impact. And again, I don't want people to think that those companies would be here without those tax incentives. And the money is not money that's here in the territory. It's money that's coming into the territory, but it's just being sourced here in the territory. So we have a little difference of opinion in reference to how we look at whether we're giving away or we're gaining.
Sure. I appreciate your comments. So when we're determining,
just let me add, we do a cost-benefit analysis when we're doing our analysis in regard to determining whether somebody should be approved for tax incentives or not. So there is a cost-benefit, and we always look to make sure that the territory is gaining a benefit as a result.
Okay. The numbers that we apply as far as just the whole tax abatement thing, do we arrive at those numbers based on competition in the market in the region? Like Dr. Werner mentioned Puerto Rico. So our numbers that we, incorporate in our strategy, our incentive strategy, is it driven by what Puerto Rico may be doing? Let's say if Puerto Rico said, look, we're going to give 95, would the pressures be on us to similarly elevate that amount?
No, I don't think it's necessarily based on competition with Puerto Rico. I mean, as a matter of fact, I think Puerto Rico has sort of emulated our program. Our program was here before their program in regard to the emulation. But it is based on the fact that we're competing worldwide. So although no other jurisdiction provides the level of tax incentives, other jurisdiction provides property. They provide workforce training. They may provide property that's next to the railroad, or they'll build a railroad track that comes to that plant. So there's a variety of different things that we're competing with world. We've lost many companies because we don't have the infrastructure to move products from one area to the other. So it depends what we're looking at. We've been able to grow the program by about 20 to 25% over the last 2 years. But there's the smaller companies. They're not the large manufacturing companies that are here anymore in the territory.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your response. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to the viewer and listening audience. I want to start out with CFO Lorraine Kelly. I want to ask you a question. Did you listen to all the previous testifiers before you gave your testimony? Lorraine Kelly, CFO for WAPA.
Yeah, she's responding to you, Senator.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Lorraine Kelly. I came in at the end of those testifiers, so I did not hear. No, I'm afraid
Well,
not.
the reason I asked you that question, today we're discussing the cost of living, and every single testifier prior to you said the high cost of electric. And part of your testimony, you say, as a government instrumentality, the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority has done its part to shield the people of this territory from the even higher cost of living. Well, I don't know if you know, this legislature gave WAPA $145 million to pay our VTAL. That pretty much held the cost down. And governor gave WAPA next $100 million during COVID. So I don't know where the bragging rights come from for WAPA to say that they have held this down to this extent, which is still the highest rate under the US flag. So I need for you to help me to understand that, because it doesn't go well with me at all. We, this legislature, have done our part to give WAPA money to keep those costs down. And the governor and you continuously supplying money to WAPA. And who money it is? The same tax people money. So I appreciate when people come here, they be very straight to the people, because right now, everyone that's sitting here can tell you the reason why businesses are failing, the reason why businesses are closing the door is because of the high cost of energy. It's a fact. So I don't beat a dead horse long, so I'll leave it alone for now.
So, may I respond to that?
No, you can respond on the chair time. I'm going to go ahead and ask some questions. Let's not go down that road right now, because I don't appreciate your one-page testimony for WAPA, who should have been coming to tell us a little bit more as to why we got this high cost of energy. Mr. Rick Grant, I wanted to ask you a question. On page 4 of your testimony, you had some figures for land, and I want to know what part of this land selling quad acre for 65 to 85,000. That's not on the island of St. Croix, is it?
Rick Grant, I'm going to have Mr. Rupert Pell, our Director of Planning and Construction, speak to that.
Good afternoon. Rupert Pell, Director of Planning and Construction, VI Housing Finance Authority. Those figures is mostly in the St. Croix district. St. Thomas land figures are much higher.
You know, I'm going to have to disagree with you, because I don't need to share my business on this here today. But the average quad acre on the island of St. Croix is still going. In fact, you could still get a half acre for $30,000, max 40. So I don't know where these figures are coming from, but I assure you, my family been selling little pieces of land quite for the past few years, and those are not the figures, and any realtor we talk to, these not the figures. So I don't know where those figures came from. That sounds more like a Hawaii figure to me. But
Couldn't construct.
so I'll leave that alone. And then Dr. Winner, in your testimony, you know, I appreciate all what you said there, but someplace along the line you spoke about Hawaii, and Hawaii is the highest, you know, cost of living under the U.S. flag, and they have a very intensive farming system with farming, producing pineapple and many other foods out there, but yet they have one of the highest costs of living. I'm trying to figure out, if we start to even produce this food, how does it really help us? Because Hawaii, they don't plant a lot of food out there. Ain't no question about that. When you got 90% of their fruits, they plant, but still I got this high cost. So I'm trying to figure it out and balance it out. How would it help us? And don't get me wrong, I know we need to grow more food here. Trust me, but help me with your figuring.
Yes, Senator Gibbons. The main three drivers of cost of living everywhere is housing, food, energy. Okay, and in the case of Hawaii,
2 minutes.
They do a little better than food compared to other insular places. They produce 15% of their own food. Okay, so that's a big help. The USVI, Northern Marianas, less than 5%. So that's a big help there. But what blows Hawaii out of the marketplace compared to any other place is just housing. Their housing is in a different planet. And that is what pushes them into the #1 spot.
And you also talk about the gross receipt tax increase, the cost of goods at multiple points. And I'm trying to figure out what's your thought for, I guess, tax reform that would help us to adjust this, because I know we can't go to the sale tax, because right now as we speak, we don't even know sometimes when folks bring it at the cost. Some people bring in stuff and you don't even get your gross receipts for whatever reasons. So how do you see tax reforms?
Yeah, well, basically, you know, the three big taxes that really increase the cost of doing business from the perspective of a business person would be the gross receipt, the excise tax, and the custom duties. Those really increase the cost of goods that end up, you know, the retailer paying much more. So very few places use the gross receipts tax, and those places, I think there's 5 or 7, they're much lower, like 2%, and it's a very anachronistic tax. It's an old-time tax that was used before the 1930s. So the modern tax is VAT, value-added sales tax, and ideally we should be seriously thinking of transitioning to that. However, in my professional opinion, it'd be rough and very difficult because it takes a long time to put in place the infrastructure in order to do a sales tax properly. You have to train people. People have to get computer systems. You have to have good back-end systems to keep track of these things. You have to come up with a list of exempted items, you know, so like very basic staples, medicines, diapers, milk. Those kind of staples need to be exempted. School supplies, for example, they need to be exempted. So you have to do a lot of computer programming and control systems to make sure that those systems are out. So bottom line, the implementation and the transition is hard. But theoretically, that's where we should go, because if you charge, say, 5%, that's it. It doesn't get multiplied on and on and on as we do with the gross receipts. The gross receipts are killing us. Unfortunately, I think the practical situation is that all the gross receipts for the Virgin Islands have been in hock 3 times, and all the bonds are backed by gross receipts. So how we get out of that is going to be a very thorny system, and given the bad state of public finances of the government, the fiscal imbalances, the government is broke. So if you can't risk a period of lower revenue to come to a newer place. So we're in a bad place. It's a catch-22. You need to change, but if you change, you're going to end up with less revenue and more, fiscal problems than you have now in order to get to the new place. So
we cannot risk going to sales tax because that's on the back end. and half the time you're able to even manage getting it. Mr. Chair, can I wrap up with one last question? And this is an open question to just about any of the testifiers here today, because I think Mr. Winner also mentioned it in his testimony. We're talking about the barrel of crude oil. In the United States, when that barrel of crude oil drop, fuel prices drop. But in the Virgin Islands, for some reason, as of late, these prices have not been dropping, and we're not seeing the significant benefits. So I'll probably start out with licensed and consumer first, and then any other person who wishes to weigh in on it will be fine. But before we go there, I want to definitely extend a happy belated birthday to the commissioner. If I had more time, I would have sing for you, but my time have been called. So I wish you the best of wealth and health when time to come. So I'll start with licensed consumer going ahead.
Thank you. I'll defer to my assistant commissioner to respond to you, Senator.
Yes, Senator, thank you so much. They're very interesting dynamics that we're learning about this, about the way that this works for us, is that we use the rack, especially say on the island of St. Croix. And so that's per agreement. And so based on the prices that you have there, we can basically see what that cost is as it moves on to the consumer, and also as it moves on to the retailers. The challenge that we have is with the more those on the St. Thomas St. John side. And recently, in trying to clearly identify those costs, we have been engaging in meetings with the suppliers to get a better handle on that. So we also are moving towards that study, the cost of living analysis by the analysis group. That we believe will give the DLCA and those other parties that are interested keener insight into what goes into those costs. And that, I believe, will clarify for us a lot of the questions that we have.
So is it fair for me to say that based on the rack rate that we're having here, the prices on the island of St. Croix is somewhat controlled?
Well, we recognize that they are lower. And so we are cautious in jumping to certain conclusions. We want to have the facts, and I believe that will help us make better and more informed decisions.
Thank you very much. I don't know if there's had anyone on the St. Thomas side wishes to weigh in on that, or even on the St. Croix. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. If anyone else wanted to weigh in, I appreciate it, that they could do it on your time.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. I wanted to ask Mr. Barber from the Chamber of Commerce. I concur with you as far as the value of small businesses in this community. The fact that small businesses, they hire locally, they pay salaries, they support charities, recirculate money in the local economy, contribute to the treasury of the Virgin Islands. You mentioned 10 factors in your presentation today. Which of the 10 factors that you identified would you prioritize addressing first? And what recommended policy solutions would you recommend?
Thank you, Senator Potter, for the question. It's kind of hard to narrow down one specific, because many of them are working congruently. It's essentially lowering the entire cost of living. We know that taxes, from the gross receipts tax especially, has a major impact. But we also know that the gross receipts tax probably is not going to be able to be touched simply because it's tied to bonds. We know that there's so many different things that can be done or that should be done, we would like to see done. But I believe that it really comes down to understanding that these are factors that definitely impact the cost of living in the Virgin Islands. But one of the things that I can think of right off the top of my head, which I would recommend is at least to be looked at, is the cost of every year for an annual business license. The annual business license, I believe, for the impact for the Virgin Islanders, for the Virgin Islands businesses. If there's a way that between the DLCA and the Virgin Islands legislature could come up with a way that rather than an annual business renewal, that there could be possibly a 2-year or even possibly a 3-year renewal. For the businesses, an annual renewal is challenging. Businesses do it because they have to do it. But if there was a way that rather than every year, a business would have to go about doing that, especially when some business owners have 2 and 3 businesses. So in other words, every 2 or 3 or 4 months, they're back into the process for that other business of renewing another business license. If they had a 2-year license, as an example, that means that the Virgin Islands government would have twice as much income coming in for the license renewals that are coming in because several businesses decided to give twice as much. And then they know they don't have to worry about trying to remember 2 years from now to renew. Now, I'm throwing this out because it's something that I believe can be looked at between the Senate and the DLCA. So it's just something to think about. It's more monies and revenues that could be coming in. We know that the next year they won't see the same revenue because of monies that came in that 1 year, but not every business is going to go with a 2-year or a 3-year renewal. And the other thing for the Virgin Islands government is if that business goes out of business after a year or 2 years, they don't get a refund. Okay. But they've paid because they wanted the benefit of having that extra. So that's one thing that I think would be a benefit that we could look into that hasn't really been looked into, at least as far as I know, hasn't really been looked into at this point. I think that the other thing that I would recommend is looking very closely at the communication that's occurring right now between the business community with the ongoing project of the waterfront project. I think that there's been a lack of communication or clear communication in terms of where things are at this point with phase 2 of the project. And a lot of businesses are sitting and waiting because they don't know what's going to happen, when it's going to happen. So they're not doing anything right now. So there's no expansion, no people doing anything to hire new people or to bring on new. It's very little, if any, expansion right now, especially in the downtown area. So if we can get some kind of communication for businesses to know that these are the expectations of when we're going to be seeing some kind of movement on this next project, businesses can work around that. Absolutely. And potential businesses can do the same.
Absolutely, and that's basic. And I don't know if the chamber has formally reached out. I mean, you shouldn't have to, but has the chamber officially reached out, made a formal inquiry regarding just the whole, waterfront expansion project, timetables, when? Have you done that?
Yes, I know that our chamber president, John Woods, has looked into that, and he has provided some information, but it still
needs some more detail.
You're right.
Specificity.
Yeah.
Understood. Thank you very much. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. For me, all the testimony we listen to, I could write a white paper and cover everything. Because I live here all my life, nothing has changed. We're going to still pay these high prices. We're going to still talk about we don't have enough of this and we don't have enough of that, and the Vornell saying this and the Vornell saying that. Certain things, Dr. Wynne, I have one major question for you. In terms of the census show that we went from 110,000 people to roughly 89,000 or more. How is it that our housing stock has gone down? How is it that our cost of living stays the same? And based on what we're hearing here in economics, is telling us different. To me, it's very confusing So I don't know if you could weigh in on that.
Yes, Senator de Graaf. Yes, I will attempt to answer your question or explain the situation. Yes, our population is declining in that regard. So basically, the 2020 census says we 87,000 and change, 700 or something. If you go to Worldometer, it's a United Nations model that now projects our population in 2024 as roughly being 84,000 and some. So compared to the 2010 census, which was, I believe, 107,000 people, we have lost, more than 18% of our population. So, I don't recall the exact number of housing per se. I would have to look that up, so I can't speak to that. But in general, the cost of living of the Virgin Islands has always been high. Going way back to the 60s, it's always been high. And is this like a fact of nature that insular communities always are going to have a relatively higher cost of living than a continental community? Just because the transport costs to get goods to and from, and then to add to it that we don't produce much. We are not self-sufficient, nowhere self-sufficient in food. We import virtually 95 to 97% all of our goods. So that automatically increases our cost of living. And I think that the other testifiers did an excellent job of going through step by step. Mr. Barber, the Chamber of Commerce, was very detailed as to all the expenses that businesses feel, and it gets passed on to other people. We also have, because we're a small community, something that's very important, and it's hard to deal with, and it needs some proactive action, is that we're a small market, so you're not going to have a lot of businesses. It's not going to be attractive for businesses to open up because there's few clients in that regard. So that immediately puts us into a position that economists talking about market structure is where you will tend to have a lot of monopolies and you would tend to have a lot of oligopolies. A monopoly is only one person in that particular sector, one supplier. And an oligopoly is just a handful, less than 5 in most cases. And so when you have this concentration of market power, these actors, they set prices. It's not free competition, perfect competition, where you'll see the interplay of supply and demand. When you have oligopoly and monopolies, those companies have the power to set prices. And so I think that's one of the big problems in our small community, is that we just have few businesses, and it's take it or leave it in that regard. And then also you have certain products that economists would say have a very high price inelasticity, which means if the prices changes, the demand doesn't change all that much. And so gasoline, fuel is one of those things. You can increase the price of gasoline, but people still have to drive their car from school to work. They're still going to buy gasoline because they need to go about their business. So the quantity demanded of gasoline is not going to drop that much. Over time, they may try to get a more fuel efficient car or get electric car, but within the short time period, they're not going to reduce the amount of gasoline bought that much. So in certain areas like our gasoline stations like that, knowing that gasoline is very important, we don't have a good public transportation system, is virtually non-existent, that they can continue to charge high prices and they're going to get away with it.
All right, thank you.
So the question comes, you promote competition in a sector that's naturally oligopolistic.
Thank you, Dr. Werner, because again, it's, we going to go on and on. CFO Kelly, through the chair, we could get a copy of that contract, the AMI contract, because I don't want to go down the road of another contract, and then we end up like a VTOL WAPA. I would like to see a copy of this new this $30 million contract that we have, and I think they have some, after X amount of years, you have to pay some maintenance fees and different things. I would like to see a whole layout of the copy of the contract. If you could send it through the chair so we could see, because again, to invest $30 million, WAPA investing $30 million is going to get passed on to
1 minute.
The residents. So we know we're facing this. Let's keep on top of this, that if it's going to be $30 million that's going to be spent for X amount of years, it's going to be that. Not a vital deal where we end up astronomical numbers down the road. So if I could get that through the chair, please. You know, I think in the Virgin Islands right now, I'm in my 60s, and I'm very happy to be, but I think we look at the Virgin Islands through what I call old eyes, meaning we're doing the same thing over and over, like people always say, and we expect something different. One thing is a fact and true, and this question is for Mr. Barber, and if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, for Mr. Barber and for CEO Pitt. Pitt for VIA, and Mr. Barber, for you have businesses. How long has your business been going, Mr. Barber?
27 years.
27 years. Ms. Pitt, you just came recently, but
6 years.
VIA, Vitelco, all have been going through the years. Okay. There has to be some silver lining at the end of this because of the longevity that you have spent as these private businesses in our same community. So despite all that's taken place, what is the key to your success for 27 years? And then, again, Ms. Pitt going with her. So could I have Mr. Barber first, then wrap up with Mr. Pitt on the chair's time, if you don't mind.
Well, the reason for, I believe, that our success in the longevity is simply because we put customers first. Customer service is our first and foremost focus on everything that we do. And it's one of the things that I've learned in my years of working within the business community, that if you put the customer first, everything else will work out, as long as you're focused on not profits first. But I think that a lot of businesses seem to forget that formula. So we've been able to succeed because of that, and I thank God because of the things that we've been able to learn through that process, that we've always kept that motto as our focus with all of our team members in our business, and we've made sure that they understand that.
Thank you. CEO Pitt?
I think similarly, I will say the same thing about VIA as well. And it's been a long journey, but there's a lot of things along the continuum that would have shaped where we are today. It's, first of all, internet is a necessity. It's a utility. It's the that's the demand of the world. Everything is going online and requiring that kind of service. But I think the idea of putting customers first and community first, but not forgetting the fact that with age, we grow, we change, we reshape to remain relevant, because it is a fast-paced, growing and changing dynamic that we're working in. So it requires a lot of re-engineering along the way, whether it's our processes or principles or people. All of that needs to be re-engineered along the way to remain relevant, to continue serving the community and still being a part of community endeavors as we do often.
And thank you for that. And I think if we're going to start to find a cornerstone to address this issue, that's where we got to start, because longevity beats everything. We could talk about that fast money and a fast generation, but they have stood the length of time that the young generation hasn't been able to see, and they could see down the road. So I think that's where the cornerstone is, and that's where I'll start. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. I'm going to switch things up a little bit and move to Senator Noel Francis, as he has a flight to catch back to St. Croix. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the skip in the line. I want to thank all of the testifiers for your testimony today. I can see that you have put a lot of thought into your testimony, most if not all of you, and I truly appreciate that, and I'm hoping that at some point we could really just develop a think tank to be able to address what we're seeing here in terms of the factors affecting us. we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. You know, when we look at the fact that government has declined in the number of employees, where we were at 13,000 at some point, and now we're down to about 6,000 individuals. When we talk about the closure of Hovensa sometime back in 2012, you know, when we looked at now recently what we're seeing in terms of VIA, and they're, in my opinion, outsourcing some of their responsibilities there, or corporate inversions that we're seeing there. You know, when we talk about the public-private areas in terms of Viper and some of these other areas that we're probably going to see throughout government, we really have to talk about how do we restructure government, and that in itself drive a level of inflation and difficulties in being able to raise revenues there. So the question that I'll ask or continue to look at, you know, when we talk about having about $23.9 billion circulating in our FEMA recovery projects, we talk about having 87,176 individuals as of the last 2020 census, and if we do a census today, I believe it'll be even a little bit less than that 87,000. That represents $263,000 for each individual of that 87,000. That's a lot of money. However, we're not seeing that. The community is not feeling that. And there's a lot of apathy in our community in terms of what we're doing or what we're seeing. So this discussion today is really ripe for this, for us to be able to have that. And the one question I'd like to ask each of the testifiers here is, what would be your one recommended solution that will counteract the factors affecting VI businesses? Each of you, if you just give that one recommendation in terms of what do you believe that needs to be done. And I know that incentivizing this community in the number of programs that we have available, you know what I mean, but we're not still feeling the impact of all the funding that we're seeing going through here as individuals. What would be your one solution, your one recommended solution to address and counteract the factors affecting VI business?
Well,
we'll start with the chamber, right?
Yeah, I will start. Again, Scott Barber for the Chamber of Commerce. There's different things that I believe can be done. One of them, I believe, is the issue of taxes. And not so much the gross receipts excise tax, because there's not a lot that anybody can do with that, but in terms of the payment of taxes and payment of taxes to businesses and to the community. Right now, there is a lot of money that people are owed, as we all know, from IRB. But there's also monies that people owe to IRB. And one of the things that I believe would be a benefit would be to offset some of that, because sometimes businesses, as well as individuals, they could have, as an example, $100,000 that they're waiting for from the IRB to pay them, but they're still expected to pay money to IRB, waiting for years and years for IRB to pay them, but IRB is expecting their money every month. And that's one of the things that I believe that the legislature can look into, seeing how there could be some kind of offset for those monies when people are owed. So that's one thing, because I believe that'll take a burden off of some businesses as well as individuals. But another thing is for the Virgin Islands government to make sure, and this is all government agencies included, but to make sure that when they issue a purchase order to a business, that the money is actually paid within 30 days. Because the bottom line is, if they've issued a purchase order, they're stating that the money is there. They've signed, said that the certifying officer has said that the money is in the budget, and not only in the budget, but has also been set aside for that purchase. But in many cases, when it comes time for the business to provide the service, they oftentimes have to wait for months and months and months and months and months for their money, even though that money was certified to be available. So if we can basically do what the government should be doing, I believe that that would also go a long ways to helping to make sure that the monies that are circulating properly back to the businesses so that they have the monies to be able to put back into other services that they could provide for not only the government, but for other businesses, and that circulates money into the economy.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you for that. Mr. Biggs?
2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Vision 2040, which we created a couple of years ago in reference to creating some industries that are potential growth industries and how we can move forward, part of the recommendation in Vision 2040 was in reference to putting a business commission together to create policies and procedures that make it easier on the business community to conduct business in the territory. So I agree with Mr. Barber with some of the things he said, but I think there's policies that we can address that makes it a lot easier to do business in this community. And I think a lot of times we put barriers instead of trying to find ways to make it easier. For instance, and I know it's changed somewhat, but being the former Commissioner of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, to renew your license, we know every business needs a license, so we piled everything up. You needed an IRB because IRB wasn't doing their enforcement, so you needed a clearance letter. You needed a health certificate, you got to come to licenses for it instead of health doing it. You need a fire inspection to go through licensing. So there's a lot of different areas that I think as a community we can encourage and create policies and procedures that make it a lot easier to do business here in the territory. I think that will help.
Okay. Thank you. And Via, Ms. Pitt, and if you could talk a little bit real quickly in terms of what's happening with what I consider the dismantling of local Via. If you could talk about that, or outsourcing.
Yeah, I beg to differ on the dismantling. We are very, very, very far from a dismantling scenario. We have made decisions corporately in terms of how we serve customers. But I think to get to the question that you asked, you look around and you hear all of the billions of dollars that need to be spent, and a lot of that is in the construction industry. A lot of it is building things. And the cost of construction is ridiculous simply because we have not found a way to have our youths train on the basic elements of construction and service. Even when you have somebody who's trained on service, who's trained in construction, they don't have a service mentality. They don't look towards the end goal and say, what did I hire you for? So I think a big part of what we need to do is training and development and making it's okay to be in the business of construction. I'm not sure if anybody ever laid out the money that you make from construction to the youths of the territory, because I pay a lot to get basic things done, very basic things, and not even to the standard that I'm even used to. So I think there is this whole technical, vocational part of training and making it okay and sexy again to be in construction that helps us to keep some of the money in territory, and that will circulate.
Thank you. WAPA?
Good morning. Good afternoon, Lorraine Kelly. From a strategic perspective in terms of WAPA, we obviously want to continue to reduce the cost of electricity and water. But beyond that, I think for the USVI, there is a very significant amount of money that I see into the billions coming into the USVI. I do not believe that the skill set of the workforce is inherently here to be able to capture the money staying within the U.S. Virgin Islands. I think from a broad strategic perspective for the Virgin Islands, much of that money is going to come in from FEMA and so forth in terms of grants. But if we do not have the skill set for the businesses to hire people here within the Virgin Islands, that money will very quickly make its way back off island. And so the USVI will not be able to benefit from that investment. In the local business will have benefit of being able to get the grant, but the local community and the multiplier effect from that money staying in the Virgin Islands will not be there.
Thank you, Mr. Wenner. My time is about to call, but if Mr. Wenner could speak to, again, counteracting the issue of the factors affecting VI businesses, if you could just give one solution, recommended solution.
Yes, Senator Francis. I would abuse and say two. Number one, get rid of WAPA. WAPA is insolvent. It's an albatross in the economy. It needs to be privatized. We need to have a better utility. Number two is food production, food self-sufficiency. We need to promote intensive greenhouse, hydroponics farming. We need to community gardens, cooperative groceries in order to deal with the high price of food that people are having in the community. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My time has been called. I'll share that the other government entities would speak to some solutions when we get to them in the essence of time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. I wanted to, before Senator Veely addresses his point of information, I wanted to ask Dr. Wenner. I mean, I just didn't want to just brush by this whole discussion about this, and I have to really be careful to pronounce it appropriately, oligopolistic sectors in the territory. I think the last time I pronounced that word was in microeconomics 40 years ago. And where a small sector of a small number of producers work to restrict output or fix prices so that they can achieve above normal market returns. What specific regulatory frameworks or competition policies might be most effective in addressing this issue, obviously without discouraging business investment altogether? Just from your perspective as an economist.
Yes. Well, normally it's something that you have, the Federal Trade Commission, you have some federal bureaucracy that looks at these things. Unfortunately, at the level of a small community as us, we will not attract, any federal assistance or scrutiny in this regard. So I think that the best approach is promoting more competition. And so we really need to one of it is shaming. Some communities, what to do is publish prices every week of very concentrated marketplaces and try to shame them into doing better. But I think the more constructive long-term thing is to promote more businesses, have incubators, encourage more indigenous entrepreneurs to come forward and to increase competition in that sector. And one of the things that oligopolies and monopolies always do, they have, some of them have natural barriers to entry and others create barriers to entry. So there's a role for the government to help breaking down those barriers to entry so you can get more competition. The number one barrier to entry is access to capital. Young local entrepreneurs just cannot get bank loans. They just can't get the money needed to open up the business or support during the first year or two. That's very critical to a young fledgling business. So I would leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wenner. Senator Fred, point of information, Senator Kurt Veely, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. I asked for a point of information in reference to the answer by Ms. Frits from VIA, in which she clearly said on the record, we are not dismantling local talent. And I totally beg to differ, because there have been a number of individuals locally who have been terminated from VIA, and individuals from Guyana and Jamaica have been hired in their place. And part of the problem that we have is that VIA falls under the RT Park, and the RT Park does not have sufficient compliance regulations to monitor these companies who are receiving tax benefits. If it was under the EDA, they would have had to provide a justification as to why they were terminating local talent. But because they're under the RT Park, they're getting 90 and 100% tax reduction in all areas and systematically firing Virgin Islanders that have been at VIA longer than Geraldine Pitts, who just came here the other day, and getting rid of them and then trying to justify hiring outsiders at a lower salary that they're saving money. You can't dismantle a community, dismantle local leadership. These individuals no longer paying income tax, they no longer have health care. You're dismantling your workforce, and you have the gall to sit in the legislature and say that you're not dismantling local talent. Well, you are, and you need to stop. You really need to stop right now. You need to revisit those actions that you're doing on a regular basis, because you're destroying that company by getting rid of your local talent. An outsider come to the Virgin Islands and getting rid of local talent. That's totally wrong. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Violet. Senator Frederick, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, testifiers, listening and viewing audience. Appreciate this discussion we're having. Being a businessman, having multiple businesses myself, I understand the challenges that was outlined here. One of the things an investor looks for is optimism. How optimistic are you in doing business in the market that you currently do business in? Can any of the testifiers there say whether or not they're optimistic about this market or not? Can you please just go down the line real quick? Are you optimistic about doing business in the Virgin Islands?
Oh.
Starting this end?
Anyone? Are you optimistic in doing business in the Virgin Islands?
Yeah, we are very optimistic about doing business in the Virgin Islands. The reshaping of organization and also the technology that we are putting in place gives us that level of optimism.
Okay.
Lorraine Kelly with WAPA. Yes, I am. While WAPA has got significant cash constraints, primarily as a result of long past due contracts that we have to fulfill, I would personally not be with the organization if I didn't believe that we had the opportunity for that. We have shifted at WAPA and removed $350 million of debt from our balance sheet. We are on the path to success. And one of the biggest things that has impacted us, there are two primary things that have impacted WAPA. One is the rising fuel prices. That is the number one largest cost that WAPA incurs. From 2017 to current, those costs have increased 38%. And if you factor in the fact that the majority of our costs are relatively fixed, although not all, but certainly providing a capital-intensive engineering manufactured product that we do. A reduction in population from 110,000 to 79,000 means that those costs of WAPA that WAPA is incurring now have to be spread across a population base of 39% less people. And so we've got an increase of 38% across a population that is now less.
You're still optimistic about doing
I am
business
still
here.
very optimistic.
Thank you very much. Now, you didn't mention renewable energy. You didn't mention all the grants that we've been giving you guys. So, there are other things in there why you're still optimistic.
Absolutely.
Okay. Next.
On behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, I believe that most businesses that do business in the Virgin Islands, even though they're struggling and dealing with a lot of challenges, I believe that most are optimistic, knowing that the next few years after the waterfront is completed, in all phases. I believe that there will be an upkick and also more hotels that will be built, which will create more business here in the Virgin Islands. So overall, I would say yes, my businesses, and I think other businesses are overall optimistic.
Mr. Kelly, are you optimistic about the organization you represent? Mr. Grant. Sorry, Mr. Grant.
Oh, yes, I am very optimistic. I think in the testimony I mentioned that we have 4 developer proposals right now that we're reviewing. So persons are still interested in doing business with the authority, and we're still engaging. So yes.
So from what I hear is, despite the challenges that we have in the Virgin Islands, everyone is still very optimistic to do business here. And you can't replace what we've got. We've got a beautiful island or islands to do business with. We've got opportunities and prospects to improve. We have a challenging market because we're remote. And we knew that before we got started. We have a challenging workforce that we're working on developing. 22% of our workforce receives SNAP benefits. So we know it's a challenging workforce, it's a challenging population. But we still have the responsibility to make it if we want to do business here. If you don't want to do business here, that's fine. But I'm optimistic. I put my money in this community at a time when we had the Great Recession of 2008. Because I knew it's not always bad. Sometimes you need to go through bad to get to good. And I'm here because I believe it's going to be better. We're going to continue, me and my colleagues, to work on legislation to improve things. You guys keep doing what you're doing, which is to provide the best possible service to our customers, to your customers, which will, in fact, lower costs in the long run because they'll come back and maybe more people will come here.
2 minutes.
We know for a fact competition is the biggest factor in driving down costs, except when you're a monopoly. And so I understand that. You guys understand that too. If I had more competition, I would have to reduce my price. Not that my margins will be any better, but I wouldn't have any choice. But does that help? No. So what I have, I've got to make do. And I need everyone to stop this thing about, things are bad or the sky is falling. That's what I've heard ever since I've gotten in business. And year after year, I still see businesses prospering, employees getting nice salaries, and the economy can continue to grow despite the challenges that we have. I'm asking everyone to don't feel depressed after listening to these testimonies today, because it could be pretty depressing to hear so many people saying, well, we've got 10 factors here why it's hard to do business in the Virgin Islands. When I was in Georgia for many years, it was difficult there as well. Different factors. So my testimony to everyone is, in spite of the challenges, come to us, ask us what we could do to help, and we'll do what we have to do to help, but don't make it seem like this is a bad place to do business. I want more people to come here. I want other businesses to look at us and say, you know what? I like the Virgin Islands. Hawaii is too expensive.
30 seconds.
And so I continue to preach for the rest of us who feel hopeful about this place. It's a great place to live. We have challenges just like everywhere else, and we're going to get through it. Access to capital is a problem. I've been a banker here for 8 years. I know what it's like. I understand our lending situation. But I know one thing: I've never turned anyone away who had all the qualifications that I asked for. So that's just, maybe you need to come up with more money to put in the loan. Maybe you need to get more collateral. Whatever it is, it's a little more difficult here because of lack of competition, but it doesn't mean you can't get it done. And so I'm asking everyone, don't leave here feeling depressed. If you're listening at home, don't shake your head and say, oh, we're lost. No, we're not. We're going to be just fine. We're the Virgin Islands of the United States. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick, with a breath of optimism, positivity. Thank you for that. I wanted to ask Ms. Pitt via, I know you spoke briefly in your testimony about the use of the federal BEAD funds. And you suggested that the $25 million in federal BEAD funding ought to be allocated toward direct-to-consumer subsidies. You think that would be a better approach. Now, do you believe that subsidies are the best way to reduce costs for consumers, or should the funds be used for infrastructure expansion instead? I know it might just be a philosophical preference one way or the other. I just wanted to get you to elaborate on that.
Geraldine Pitt, CEO of VIA. In my reference, it was not necessarily about using the entire 25 million by any stretch of the imagination. No, a small portion of that is what I look to. And that is because just like the housing industry and all of the things that we speak about in terms of the number of persons on SNAP and the fact that you need telecommunications as a utility, that was the premise of the suggestion. Now, in terms of using it on infrastructure instead, we have a number of infrastructure grants out, whether it's VINGN, whether it's Liberty, who has 85 million. So there is a lot of money already designated for infrastructure development. It was in that context that I refer to using, and I should have qualified that a portion of that money to help some level of subsidy in the short term. While a lot of the projects that we speak about get on train, while the economy itself picks up steam again, then that was my solution then, to use part of that funding, not majority for sure.
I appreciate your clarification, Ms. Spitz. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to you and colleagues, as well as all of the testifiers. It's been a really long day. But I wanted to get some clarity and some words that was used by Mr. Winner, our economist, professor at the University of the Virgin Islands. I know the term was also used by Mr. Barber and also Executive Director Wayne Biggs. But for my benefit, and I'm sure the listening audience benefits, explain to us when you say economies of scale, what does that include? And why our economy here is maybe not the same as a Puerto Rico to that effect. Professor Wenner?
Yes. Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Economies of scale is an economic concept that comes from the cost curve of a firm. And so basically, cost curve is downward sloping. And if you, for maximum efficiency, you want to produce at the lowest point of your cost curve. Mm-hmm. And if you plot these cost curves out for many industries, certain industries have economies of scale, meaning that they can their lowest point, their lowest average cost point is substantially lower than other types of business. And you kind of say, okay, once you reach a certain size, a certain level of production, your cost drops dramatically. And so that's economies of scale, is that when you get big enough, your average costs will drop tremendously. And that's the kind of a simple, layman explanation of it. And so when you have a small communities such as us, so for example, if you try to build a factory here in the Virgin Islands, with a small population of 84,000, 87,000, you don't have a lot of clienteles. And so if you are producing something to sell to this local market, you will not be able to get to the point of sizing your factory to say where, economically you have very low costs, which might be 500,000 units, because your maximum market size is only 84,000. And so that is, kind of a graphic example of, because our community is too small, we don't enjoy economies of scale. So we'll always be stuck with very small producers producing at the very high end of their cost curve, where average costs are much, much higher than they could possibly be if they expanded their size of operations.
Okay, thank you so much, because I believe I understood economy of scale, but I wanted to really understand why you would suggest that we should privatize WAPA, knowing that we don't have economies of scale, and wouldn't that in turn increase even higher with the privatization cost of electricity to the ratepayers, because you're using a lot of production and you don't have the amount of people to utilize what you're producing?
Yes. Well, separate issue. The big problem with WAPA is that WAPA is insolvent. Okay. The recent report that was done by the Big Six firm basically says WAPA needs $389 million of free money. Okay, to deal with all the legacy debts that they have, to deal with the deferred maintenance issues they have, all the vendor payments that are owed. And so the question is, if this company month to month has these cash flow problems, they're short $4 to $6 million every month. This is not a going business concern. And so the issue of scale of economies doesn't play here. This business is just not viable. So the question becomes, who is going to, you can't live off of federal grant money. First of all, federal grant money is normally geared towards capital improvements. It needs to be project specific. It's for labor and materials. What WAPA needs right now is those free money with no strings attached, so they can pay back vendors, so they can do all the maintenance, pay down the debts that they have, purchase fuel on a timely basis, purchase fuel in bulk so they can get some kind of bargain. WAPA is so bad that no one wants to sell it, on 30-day credit. They have to pay cash on the head. So the question of WAPA is, it's financially insolvent. And so you got to deal with that and figure out, well, how are we going to make it solvent? The local government is broke. They don't have $400 million hanging around to give to WAPA so WAPA can deal with itself and restructure itself. The federal government is not going to come in and give you $400 million, no strings attached. They will give you $400 million to build a new factory and to purchase equipment, but not so. And then in this climate,
your
Trump
point is
coming
I'm sorry, Mr. Winner. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but your point is understood. I still have a little bit more questions to ask, and that's a deeper dive that probably we'll have to have on another time. I also wanted to ask Ms. Geraldine Pitt, when you outsource some of your responsibility from the Virgin Islands, do those individuals where you have outsourced those services to pay taxes here to the Virgin Islands, knowing that their services that they're rendering, the source of the funding that pays them is from the Virgin Islands? Do they pay taxes here, income taxes here?
Not that I don't believe they pay income tax. I think it would be paying directly to other business tax that we use. It's an expense to the business.
Okay, so an expensive business. So if they're employing somebody on the call center in, say, Guyana,
Right.
and you had an employee here who was working, that person in Guyana now is paying taxes in Guyana if that's the case.
income.
Okay, I just wanted to get some clarity on that. I also wanted to ask a question, and I think this is for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. How do you see what you do correlates to improving our economy in the Virgin Islands in the bigger scale of things? Mr. Grant, you are the strategic manager or planner.
Strategic advisor.
Advisor. How do you see home ownership and housing playing a bigger role in our economy, and what we need to do to assure that that role and that focus is maintained?
So I'll answer the latter first. So we do need to continue to partner or engage with public-private partnerships to be able to provide affordable housing. And then with regards to the first question, housing is a basic need for everyone, right? So once you are able to go home to a space that is very comfortable and you can support your family, then your life is just better in general, right? So being able to have a comfortable home that you can go to is rather very important. So yes.
Thank you. I know my time was called. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to drill home on another point here, because I was hoping you would also mention the amount of taxes and property taxes that those homeowners will now inject into our economy once they become a homeowner. So those are things that we have to look at down the scale. Either if you are on a townhouse, again, you're paying property taxes. You're going to pay some type of taxes that will help fuel our economy as well. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for the extra time, and I really appreciate this conversation we're having this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. This question is for Mr. Kyle Fleming, Director Kyle Fleming on St. Croix. Dr. Fleming, could you elaborate on how a virtual power plant, I think you mentioned that in your testimony, how would a virtual power plant integrate with WAPA's existing infrastructure? I wanted to just try to understand in a layman's term. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, thank you for the question, and very much so going to try to laymanize as much as possible. But it's actually, the concept of it inherently works with the utility. It's really about coordination and control. So when we talk about a virtual power plant, instead of looking at what we have historically looked at, for the Virgin Islands, we have Richmond and Harley. That's where we determine how much generators are turned on, when they run for to meet certain demands. And what the virtual power plant really looks at is, while we can certainly, we've already demonstrated our ability to control centralized generation, what we actually have across the Virgin Islands and what states and territories across the world are looking at is that we have networks of energy storage or energy generation all across our grid. If we're able to mimic the same, let's say, if you had there's a time of day where, usually it's a peak demand here in the territories, looking in the early evening when everybody's coming back at home. If instead of turning on an additional generator to meet a incremental increase in demand, we could actually leverage a network of the existing, we could start with the existing batteries that exist all across the territory. We have thousands of batteries that have been installed over the last 10 years in homes and businesses across the territory. One battery by itself doesn't make a difference, but thousands of batteries controlled and coordinated at the same time can have the same effect as turning a generator off and on. By not having to turn that generator on, we're talking about fuel savings. We no longer have to burn the fuel to run that generator if we're able to yield the same result of meeting a peak demand with an alternative solution. So I want to be clear, this isn't a look at saying, okay, we're no longer going to need generation. This is about leveraging solutions or leveraging assets that are already out in the field and are going to continue to be out there, not just from what's already been installed and the programs that we're deploying to add more and more energy storage devices across the territory. It's about leveraging the same way we're leveraging the solar as a available resource. It's leveraging this expansive network of energy storage, coordinating and controlling them very much so in partnership with the utility. This is the utility recognizing that instead of doing what I've done historically, there are other ways where I could achieve the same goal. Just to give an example, stateside, large commercial industrial complexes, when there's a really high peak demand, they'll tell let's say a manufacturing plant, to instead of adding 2 megawatts to the mix, they'll say, can you turn off your demand, or basically turn off your meter and save us 2 megawatts. We're looking at trying to do the same thing with batteries. Instead of, again, turning on a generator or bringing up another generation asset, let's leverage an alternative means of energy that's already existing in our mix to meet the same outcome that can save us on what we know to be a very costly incumbent approach, which is just turning on more existing generation. We're already doing that. We're already leveraging centralized battery storage at Harley with the Wardzilla battery system. But this is expanding on that. We're saying we can actually leverage our homeowners or businesses' batteries in the same way to meet that peak demand. And there's also other services as well, but peak demand, I think, is one of the most critical points of improving resiliency as well as improving cost savings that a virtual power plant offers.
I really appreciate the thinking outside the box type of strategies, type of approaches. How would homeowners who participate in this virtual power plant program, how would they be compensated for allowing their battery systems to be used as part of the grid?
Yeah, so I mean, this is, and I just want to be clear, this is a common practice that's already deployed as close as Puerto Rico, as far as Hawaii. The customer coordination is actually pretty easy. It's really a matter of, like say in Puerto Rico, you essentially sign up and you know that if you decide if you're going to allow a certain amount of your battery to be used, there's a rate at which you're compensated for. So think of net metering. So I think if most people are familiar with net metering, you get a credit for every kilowatt hour of energy your excess solar production provides. The same way with our net billing program. This is now just looking at, instead of crediting the value of solar, you're really crediting the value of leveraging the battery assets. So sign up could be, in some instances, people sign up directly with what they call an aggregator. That's either a third party or it could be the utility that essentially coordinates all these different batteries. And if they use them, they then determine how much use of the batteries was conducted. And then the associated credit or compensation is provided to all participants that allow their assets availability to be utilized. So the compensation structure, the real trick is just determining what the rate needs to be, and then the value of that battery can vary. During meeting, high peak demands in the evenings, you could say that, okay, by not having to turn on a generator, we could really justify a pretty aggressive compensation for allowing this network of batteries to be available to us. So the rate can be flexible depending on when it's most valuable to the utility to have these alternative means of energy added to the mix. And the way that people can participate is very simple. I mean, it can be as simple as signing and providing the approval for for the leveraging of the asset, and then we work in the actual control and coordination on the back end.
You'll definitely be hearing a lot more from me on this. And is there any sort of legislative, we have some specific legislative intervention that's going to be needed, any specific legislation that will be needed to make this a reality?
Yeah, so in terms of need, I think back to Act 7075 often in looking at what, how instrumental that was in ensuring that net metering was deployed and a program that hundreds, if not thousands of people in the Virgin Islands leveraged to be able to take advantage of and allowing them affordable deployment of solar. I see this as maybe a similar type of structure where we look at ensuring that programs like this are memorialized and are part of our energy mix. It is something that I've certainly been very passionate about and have seen many different examples of how it can be leveraged, but would hate to see that momentum lost if, say, for example, we're not driving, or Energize is not driving that agenda. And I think it is something that the Senate could be supportive of memorializing and making sure that that is a part of our overall energy mix.
Thank you, Director Fleming. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, the Chair. Senator James has a point of inquiry.
Senator Potter?
Yes.
Mr. Chair? Yes. I had a point of information on the same topic with Director Fleming, so may I go ahead?
You may proceed, Senator James.
Okay, thank you. He asked a lot of the questions that I had, but there was one that I saw where you have the Solar Plus program, which is giving loans out. And I was wondering, I tied that into where you were asking for the legislature to create the local incentive program against a pledge that those batteries will be dispatchable by a VPP to help WAPA. Can you not include as part of that loan agreement under the Solar Plus program a requirement that they participate in the VPP and dispatch to help WAPA?
So the short answer is certainly yes, and I think that's something that we would like to see be kind of consistent across all of our programs.
Yeah.
Our VIBES program, our Virgin Islands Battery Energy Storage Program, which provides rebates for energy storage, instead of going as far as to say they have to participate in the VPP, part of the only reason why we didn't mandate that is because the program doesn't exist yet, but we did mandate that all of those systems have to be grid connected. So we've had people request, well, I have an off-grid home, can I, would I be eligible for this program? And, part of our justification for not allowing that is because we want to ensure that we're being able to double the incentive. If we're giving you an incentive to be able to incorporate the energy storage, we also want to at least have the access or the ability to potentially incorporate them into these programs moving forward. So we were strategic about that eligibility to ensure that, we can essentially compound the benefits of our programs. If we're already providing low-cost financing, you can not only save on the low cost of the procurement, but then there's additional saving that you can realize by being able to have that asset, be incorporated in a program like this.
Yeah.
I'll give one example of a utility that does this is in Vermont.
Mm-hmm.
They go as far as they actually provide the batteries themselves to customers. So they actually have taken the lead in making sure that those batteries are installed, so they provide the resiliency to the customer, and in that agreement, they also do have to participate in their virtual power plant program. But again, the customer is realizing significant benefits by the utility making those assets available to them, and it only makes sense that then the utility can also leverage those assets to better the quality of service that they provide to everyone within their service territory.
Right. I mean, that's why if you're giving me a low interest loan, it would only seem to me to be beneficial not only to me, but to the community that I live in, that I then pledge that I will participate in the VPP. I don't see it as a burden to the homeowner. I actually see it as a benefit to both the homeowner and the wider community. So I just wanted to put that out, and I'm glad you went in the direction of Vermont with the answer, because sometimes we do local incentive programs, but we don't get anything back as a community. So I support that entirely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
And I'll just add one quick kind of additional point. A lot of the base of this program is looking at how we I'll go back to net metering. Really and truly, the people who have benefited from net metering are exclusively the people who have their solar systems installed on their homes. Yes, it does add to the mix of available renewables, but it doesn't necessarily have the system-wide, or wasn't necessarily designed to have system-wide benefits. Where this is very much so trying to effectuate exactly what you just mentioned, not only benefiting the consumer, but being able to extend those benefits across the entire community.
Thank you very much, Senator James and Director Fleming. Senator Bolkes, I understand, is in the chambers on St. Croix. So Senator Bolkes, allow you to go first, and then Senator Clifford Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. And good afternoon to this economic summit type testifying panel. I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for having this discussion today, as it is an important one. And I wanted to pinpoint a specific area in this discussion. We know that fuel affects everything. Fuel affects shipping, it affects the cost of goods, it affects literally everything in our economy. And I want to pinpoint the actual impact of shipping costs in our economy. So this question is specific, well, these round of questions are specifically for the individuals who are the stakeholders in that economy, to include the EDA director. Given that, we ship goods from different areas, there are taxes associated with bringing in goods, to include taxes for shipping and handling and fuel. For instance, Puerto Rico charges a 11.5% sales and use tax with variable excise taxes and related fees of handling and shipping fees. Unlike flat rate taxes like Guam and the United States Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico's tax structure varies based on the cargo value, the type, and increasing the costs unpredictably, which can affect businesses. Here in the Virgin Islands, we have a container tax. For a 20-foot container, it's $50, and a 40-foot container, it's $100. Then you pay a 6% customs duty and also excise. Now, if you import goods from the United States of America, the mainland, your custom duty fees, let me get my little flag out here for IO. Your custom duty fees are exempt if you bring in goods from the United States of America. In addition to that, these companies receive EDA benefits and different tax breaks. I am still curious as to why the price of goods are as high as they are here in the territory. And since we often are forced to raise taxes, talking to you colleagues, forced to generate revenue so that we can provide monies to our departments, our agencies for programs and services for our youth and elderly, you know, it's very difficult to implement something that directly falls on the shoulder of our people. Now, to the shipping representatives, your companies have reported record profits in recent years. Yet the Virgin Islands continues to pay some of the highest shipping fees in the region. Can you provide me with information about your pricing structure to justify these costs? What is the matrix, what is the formula that you utilize to come up with these shipping costs when goods are imported into the Virgin Islands?
Good afternoon. Senator Flores, I'm so glad someone has remembered that I've been on the line now for 5 hours waiting to to lend whatever thoughts I could on what I think this is an absolutely important conversation. So
please put your name on the record.
To Senator Potter.
I'm sorry, Ms. Nugent-Hill. Can you just please put your name on the record? I know who you are, but please put your name on the record just for the stenographer. And your position.
My name is Jennifer Nugent-Hill. I am the Senior Director of Government Affairs for Tropical Shipping. And I'm here today really to lend some responses to some questions that I may be able to bring to what I thought was an enlightening conversation since I've been on this morning. So I want to thank you, Mr. President, for calling this committee together on a whole. And I believe, as I think Senator Bolke said, it was truly an economic development summit, which I think is appropriate, that all of us are now trying to figure out from a business perspective, how do we survive an industry that is constantly changing, because there are a lot of geopolitical consideration with regards to how the maritime industry functions. And oftentimes I know that there are debates with regards to how the shipping lines, and I think it's important for me to just for the sake of my own comments here today, to address and clarify the matter of the carriers, which are the cargo lines, versus that of how shippers price their goods and services when it's delivered. As one of the three main carriers into the U.S. Virgin Islands in this case, Tropical Shipping has been in business in the Virgin Islands, which is our main hub to the rest of the Caribbean. Our contribution to the U.S. Virgin Islands Port Authority and subsequently the economies of the Virgin Islands is contingent on our abilities to do as good a job as we're able to do it with a level of affordability. And because we are a regulated industry, our rates are published. They are tariffs that drives our rate, whether it's the tariff of pricing through the Federal Maritime Commission or the Surface Transportation Board, that are the regulatory bodies of all shipping lines. As a carrier into the U.S. Virgin Islands, we are subject to the rates or the tariffs that the Virgin Islands Port Authority publishes, which includes the rates that they charge for every ship that comes, every vessel that comes in. the tonnage and wharfage, tonnage meaning what's loaded onto the ship, the size of the vessel, and of course, the rates that we pay to the government for use of the ports. Let me say this, that the Virgin Islands Port Authority is an incredible partner, I believe, with, I can speak for tropical shipping. When I say partner, it's because they have been very open to a true public-private partnership to take care of some of the charges and expenses that a crumbling port infrastructure as such that we're experiencing right now in the U.S. Virgin Islands, aging equipment, port facilities that's been impacted by hurricanes. For the last 64 years, the tropical shipping has been engaged in business in the Caribbean and of course in the U.S. Virgin Islands, both St. Croix and St. Thomas. We have been consistently been a partner that puts our resources out front. We do not receive any tax incentive at all, not one dime of tax incentive. Tropical pays its corporate fees, its business license fees. We're proud of the 130 employees that work for Tropical. We have two very, very dynamic women that runs our business in the U.S. Virgin Islands, specifically Nisha O'Bain, who is our trade manager for the U.S. Virgin Islands and the British Virgin Islands, and then Ms. Carla Yan, who is our manager on St. Croix. These are ladies, or rather I should say they're leaders who have effectively managed very, very wisely how they run the business for Tropical. So I want to, in response specifically to the question of how prices are determined, it is exactly as I said. We are a regulated industry. Our rates are published. We must do so, so they're publicly available. Now, you obviously know that there are opportunities when you work with volume customers that there are consideration for how you negotiate your pricing. That is the price of competition. I was so pleased to hear the clarity of discussion with Dr. Wenner and how he articulated so well how the cost of goods are priced, how you deliver the determination of cost of living. Now, I can only speak to the matter of what it takes to run a business in the Virgin Islands from a shipping company. So to clarify, and hopefully this would help to add some to the conversation about how and what can the government of the Virgin Islands do, or maybe what governments can do to affect the cost factors contributing to the cost of living. I cannot say that the Port Authority can waive any of its tariff rates. They must have tonnage and wharfage to maintain the infrastructure and pay the support staff at the port. But for tropical shipping, we saw opportunities to contribute to making the ports efficient and more productive. Let me speak to St. Croix, because as a Cruisian, I can tell you, and I ran the U.S. Virgin Islands market for about 12 years before I took on this other assignment. In the U.S. Virgin Islands, specifically St. Croix is what we term as a landlord-operated port, meaning WAPA is responsible for the maintenance of the facilities. The equipment on the island, on the port of St. Croix, for example, the crane. There is one crane that has been functioning.
Pardon me, I apologize. I think that was more of a testimony than a response. So I'm not sure where the chairman is currently in the sense of my time remaining. However, I do believe what you're bringing forth is very important information to the discussion. So I would petition or ask the chair if he would have some leniency, as I still would like to at least ask another question or two on top of the response.
Yes, you may, Senator. We'll allow it.
Thank you, Mr.
May I continue just to wrap that thought, Senator Volkes, because I think that's helpful towards the question of pricing strategy.
Yes, the chair has already granted you the time.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to remember the protocols. It's been a long time since I've testified before the Virgin Islands Senate. But to say that the matter of the determination of what goes into pricing, let me just specifically now, Senator, come to the example that you use. Puerto Rico is a very if we compare Puerto Rico, it might be a little different because Puerto Rico has multiple ports and multiple private operations at ports. Most ports, some of the ports in Puerto Rico, and I can speak to 3 specific because we do go into one of the main ports in Puerto Rico. You have services that are provided by private stevedores. In the U.S. Virgin Islands, the stevedores are employees of the carriers, meaning, for example, in St. Croix, the employees who manage our vessels when they come into port are employees of Tropical. The common areas that are managed in the port of St. Croix, or I properly should say the Bamba Alec transshipment facility, that's the proper term. I like to give the names of the people that we name our facilities after. Our employees, so for example, the marine managers and the folks who takes care of the grounds are that of employees of the port, the Virgin Islands Port Authority, WAPA. On St. Thomas, you have a different structure. St. Thomas has 3 operators in the port of St. Thomas. So Tropical Shipping, despite the fact that the port is owned and operated by WAPA, Crowley, and I won't speak for them other than to say their operations are managed by their staff, as our staff manages our facility on St. Thomas as well, and then other carriers do, whether they're small carriers or not. So given all of that, when you talk about the cost of operating in a port, it varies. Puerto Rico may have some tax incentives that they're offering that I can't speak to because I don't have it at my fingertips. But on St. Croix or in the U.S. Virgin Islands, as I stated, Tropical Shipping does not receive, nor do we participate in any tax incentive. There are no benefits that we gain. We operate our business and we do so in partnership. We pay a substantial amount of fees to the Virgin Islands Port Authority Marine Department. And I don't believe they're here to testify, but they're free to share with you what those costs are. And it is not cheap. And because they're required to publish their tariffs, it is public information that I think is available to you should you ask that of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Now, so Senator, I want to say if one of the things that I was excited about coming here, and I didn't have a prepared statement because I was curious to understand how do we get to answer what I thought was a fundamental question that Senator Potter, your email invitation indicated, that it was to address the pressures, understanding what can we do differently. Well, I will say I heard a lot of solutions today. The question is, can we implement some of those solutions in the short terms? Right now, and I apologize, I stepped away for a few minutes because there's another matter that we're dealing with that is going to cause a lot of pain on the people of the territory, certainly the rest of the Caribbean and maybe the world. But let me speak to the Virgin Islands. Right now, the United States Trade Representatives is addressing a policy, a section of the existing rules with regards to trading that is going to kill a lot of companies and potentially impact tremendously the level of service that we provide to the territory. It is asking for any ship that use ships that were built in China, that for every port call in a U.S. port, meaning Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, St. Thomas to St. Croix, that you will be added a fee because your ship may have been built in China. Well, the last time I remember anyone building ships of any significance in America was a very long time ago. The shipyards in the United States lost to China the ability to build ship at a reasonably cost price, reasonable being defined by what you think it may be. If we are required to do that, because Tropical Shipping's 18 vessels, only 4 today were built in the United States. All other vessels, the newer vessels to meet every single thing that you can possibly think of as the regulation changes, are going to cost now $1 million per port call. Well, I'm sorry to tell you that the shippers, meaning the owners of the goods, the people who are selling the food, who are providing them to your grocery store, the building materials, and all those other charges, are going to have to pass those on to the consumers. So to address the issue of what can we do, I heard 2 solutions today. And I believe, Senator Bolkes, I understand that you're proposing a legislation that I think we certainly want to have some thoughts with you. And I appreciate the convening and the ability to share win-wins, as I call them. Because at the end of the day, my parents still have to buy food in every grocery store in St. Croix. We pay the same price. So I know the cost of living is challenging, difficult, and hard. It is only going to get harder if these tariffs are put in place. And if the United States Trade Representative Office does get through with what they want to get through and applying $1 million for ships that were built in China, that's every ship by every carrier that comes into the territory. So I want to encourage you, senators, today to really seriously think about incentivizing some of the efforts that the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority has put together as a solution. One of the things that EDA is proposing that we totally endorse is that if we can fill the ship with exports going out, you are now reducing the cost of the freight charges that comes in. Because regardless of whether the container comes full or goes out empty, there is still a charge associated with the work of the port. You have to pay it. And I don't believe any carriers can survive without having a profit. So in that regard, I am all about hearing the solutions as it relates to the maritime industry. The rest of the comments and solutions towards the cost of fuel are real. I will say this for the record. For every time that the fuel charges has gone up, every shipping line has to raise the cost of fuel charge. It is a surcharge, and it's an allowable surcharge. In our case, our records are clear. When the prices of fuel goes down, Tropical always file a reduction on its fuel charges. That has been consistently the way that we've been able to survive and do business. I want to encourage the conversation that Senator Bolcase is hoping to have very shortly on his proposed legislation, because I think it will open up a focus on the maritime and shipping space versus everything else that we've heard here today. So I will await for that hearing when a proposed bill session, because we're prepared to support the efforts. Tropical Shipping just put out the 20% that WAPA needed to get the grants. Without Tropical's investment in the Virgin Islands Port Authority's proposal, it would not have happened. We have 2 grants that the U.S. government has provided under the Department of Transportation. Tropical has produced and put up the 20% matching grant at our expense because we have an investment in the territory. It's our people, it's the service that we provide, and it's the growth of which we've been a part of in the U.S. Virgin Islands for the last 60 plus years.
Thank you so much for that response. And I must say that companies like yours are at the epicenter of all economic activity in these islands, as we do import mostly almost everything that we consume or utilize. But you made a very salient point to the fact that we need to export. We need to do made in the Virgin Islands. We have to encourage our local business owners to start exporting and utilizing the shipping options rather than the postal options, so that we can see a lot more economic activity in the mainland pertinent to Virgin Islands made products. So I would like to also say that the agriculture sector is a very important sector as well, concerning how we're going to have our survivability. But let me ask, your policies, your corporate policies also drive the way that you charge, not just the freight cost, not just the freight cost of the fuel, but your corporate policies also drive how you're going to make revenue from the service that you provide as well. And I'm happy to hear that you also have an open mind towards the bill concerning the container tax. It is something that we plan to bring forward so that we can have an in-depth discussion about, because we do see that it's been over 20-something years that that tax has existed, and it's sort of minimal at this point in time based on inflation and cost of living. But we don't want to do something that's going to cause more ruckus. However, we'll have that discussion at the appropriate time, and hopefully everything works out. Now, colleagues,
we've
already discussed.
I'm going to have to ask you to just really wrap up. Can I just give one last concise question, and so that Ms. Nugent-Hill can give a concise response, so that we can move forward. And it's been a long day.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate your leniency, Mr. Chair. This question is for the EDA. Let's talk about online shopping.
Mr. Biggs had to leave to catch a flight. Mr. Biggs had to leave to catch a flight.
Oh, he left.
So he's not
Okay,
here. Neither is Ms. Geraldine Pitts from VIA, had an emergency, so she had to leave also.
Okay, very well. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just leave it there. I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to the testifiers. This question is for housing. The question I have, I see that you have a timeline of 5 to 7 months, but you're saying that the contractors, them going at a year. But if they could continue to raise their prices, how come you can't hold them to the suit of the fire to make sure that they could finish construction within a period of time so they could serve more residents? Because if you're taking 7 months to complete or 6 months, then you could get 2 houses done. If it's 6 months, you could get 2 houses done in a year. I can't see that they're taking a year and their prices keep going up. I think at some point, they gotta be held to a standard of completing a project at a time.
Please recognize the mic of Mr. Pell, the last one on my right, or the first one on my right.
Good afternoon, Rupert Pell, Director of Planning and Construction. It's not that the individual contractors can't commit to completing a home within 5 to 7 months. It's the availability of contractors is where the problem lies. There is too many projects that are out there that needs to get done, and it's what the contractors can tell us that the time frame that they're able to finish a home within, because they have multiple projects going on at the same time.
So is the particular contractor, like you saying, or you short of contractors? That's what you're saying.
The Virgin Islands has a shortage of contractors at this time for the amount of work that needs to be done. And this is as a result of the hurricanes. There is more work out there. At this moment, ODR, with the Envision program, they have over 120 homes under construction at this time. So we are competing.
Thanks for your answer. I have a question for Mr. Winner. Earlier you spoke about WAPA and privatization of WAPA. But as a public utility, the cost is you're saying that the privatization of the public utility drive the cost of living downward? Currently, WAPA is a nonprofit. Presently, WAPA is a nonprofit. Wouldn't a private company need to be to make profit? You don't think a private company need to make profit? They ain't gonna come here to work for free.
Yeah. Yes, Senator. Good afternoon. Yes, to answer your question, yeah, WAPA is currently is a public agency. It's a monopoly, and so no other competition is allowed. What I'm saying is that privatization is going to be complicated to manage, and it depends how it's structured. But it hopes, at least it holds a better chance of providing reliable service for hopefully at a lesser cost, a lesser tariff rate. As you know, the Virgin Islands is a small market, and so we have high fixed costs, and that's to be recognized. We only have something like 55 or 56,000 clients. So we are a small market. So that granted, But the point is that WAPA, as is, should be generating a profit. But the problem that we really face is that, of course, no one is going to do this for free. There's some profit that, you know, whoever operates it needs to make. The serious problem now is that WAPA is in a crisis state, and we can't continue to continue like this. WAPA is technically insolvent. It can't pay its bills, okay? A regular private company, what they would do is sell off assets. WAPA is asset rich, but if they sell off their assets, then they won't be able to produce electricity and potable water. So that's a no-win solution. That's not viable. So really the only solution is to try to have a radical reform of WAPA, but I believe that's not possible, you know, given the politics of the situation. So the best alternative, the two best alternatives, is to try to have some kind of public-private partnership where the government retains the ownership of the assets and the equipment, the poles, the lines, but basically gives the operations to a private company on a 10-year contract, 15-year contract, 20-year contract, where that company then runs everything, is responsible for everything, makes some return, but the government has the right to limit the amount of tariffs that are charged and give them incentives to lower the tariff that's charged to fewer people. The bottom line is that we, Virgin Islands, just can't run a utility. The government has tried for over 60 years, and it's a failure. I was 10 years old, and I was doing my homework by lamplight and flashlight. I am now 66 years old, and I'm bathing myself with water from a cistern pool because WAPA has been out for 16 hours. We can't go forward like this. Okay, so that is the point. The other option is to try to get it into a cooperative, to create a cooperative that everyone would own it. The issue with that is that it would be harder to generate the kind of money that's needed to turn WAPA around. WAPA basically needs someone to come in with big bucks and to put down 400 million. 500 million just to clean up all the mess that is, and then go forward making improvements in infrastructure. So who has that kind of? Local government doesn't have it. Local government owes $66 million to vendors. They're broke. They don't have $400 million sitting around to come in and really turn WAPA around and to reform it. The management of WAPA is politicized. That is one of the big problems, is that, you know, WAPA is not run professionally. And so the best alternative is to put it in private hands. The problem is the longer you wait to try to privatize it, it becomes less attractive because the problems get worse. The debt keeps increasing.
You don't think even with purchasing fuel, we should be buying fuel for, as a government, in a holistic form, will save to a point?
Yeah. No, the problem with fuel is that the best way, fuel is the main cost of the main cost item for this utility. But most people, what they do is hedge the fuel prices. Fossil fuels are very volatile. Prices come up and go down. And the best way to do it is that you try to buy a futures contract for oil into the future, so you know what price you're facing into the future. But WAPA is so messed up that they don't have money to hedge. They don't have money to go in and buy a futures contract. And so that makes it very difficult. And the government itself is broke. The government doesn't have outstanding payments of $66 million to vendors. If you're going to go into the oil market, you're going to need to spend millions of dollars, you know, to get 1 or 2 or 3 shipments. And so that's not viable if the government just comes in to buy it. The problem is the price of oil is very volatile. It goes up, it goes down. You need to engage in risk management. And the two ways you do it is either you buy future contracts or you do put options. And that requires capital and lots of financial.
Okay, thanks for your answer. I think we good. Thanks for your answer. I have one more on your subject as well, because you were talking about monopolizing and families monopolizing.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, your time was called, but I'll get you to wrap up. You can wrap up.
Well, thank you, Chair. No, I was questioning about the monopolization of families and into business. But if we start to look at, if we balance out, we were speaking about WAPA a minute ago, and we go into which one of these businesses that even in it, I'll use for example, the food chain. And if they invested their money and they saving now because they're not on the grid anymore, I'm just using that because that's the next problem we have here when it comes to WAPA. When we look at every large hotel chain, nobody's on WAPA. So if we continue along that route where our large industries are pulling off, we're sure we're going to be out of control. So energy office will have to really step in with all the solars that we could have so we could even live a decent life. But my point is, if you balance it off where it is, if they really want to play hardball when we start to talk about monopolizing, the ones who don't have this overhead could drop their price and really put a trigger in the board if they wanted to. Because at some point, there is no way consumer or anybody to balance in between there what's their overhead versus what's on the shelf. Because what's on the shelf, all I have to do is find out, send two of my workers across there to make sure I stay competitive, and they're never going to be a problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this is a good discussion on, getting to the bottom of how the factors that affect the cost of doing business in the Virgin Islands. I wanted to ask Mr. Scott Barber some questions, and I also wanted Dr. Winner to answer also on this question, and it relates to the overall cost of living. And you spoke about the skilled labor issues, and also in number 6 of your 10 items, you said employees in the VI require higher salaries to afford the high cost of living, but businesses often will struggle to pay competitive wages because of the day-to-day business struggles. So I in particular, I am in favor of raising the minimum wage to the $15. And so based on those comments there, Mr. Barber, can you explain the pros and the cons of raising the minimum wage to $15 due to the high cost of living, and which would you propose?
Well, it's a challenging situation when obviously you look at the benefits versus the cons. When you look at it and see that, yes, there is going to be some benefit overall to a group of people when that cost of living is raised. There will be a benefit. But on the other end, there's going to be a lot of people that are also going to be impacted in a negative way, because businesses will not hire after a certain point because it becomes unprofitable. So if they have to pay $15 for an unskilled worker, especially those at the lower levels of the business operation, those individuals, as much as it would be nice to pay them $15 an hour, they're not worth $15 an hour to that business. Not to say that they shouldn't be paid that, but they're not worth it, so they won't get that job. Therefore, oftentimes, and this is not just here in the Virgin Islands, this is across the board, every time that there is a raise in the cost of living, it does have an impact. As much as it looks good and sounds good, it definitely has an impact in the business community. And it's a negative impact because most businesses are struggling to get by as is. So therefore, the businesses will either be forced to go out of business, number one, or number two, they will just not hire any further. Or number three, they will actually start laying people off because now they've had to increase their rate of pay to a point where those individuals also are not worthy of that pay to the business. Mm-hmm. So it definitely has a double-edged sword. So to say that it would be good one way or another way, it's a matter of opinion. But in my opinion, because you asked for my opinion,
Right.
I think it would be better at this point not to raise the
minimum wage.
hourly minimum wage, simply because I believe there's more people that's going to be impacted in a negative way than the amount of people that will be impacted in a positive way.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. And Dr. Winner, how would you respond to that, being the fact that, you know, the cost of living is so high for the common man, raising the minimum wage to $15? Give me the pros and the cons.
Yes. Thank you, Senator Fonseca, for that question. It's a tough question. It cuts both ways. Obviously, you know, the current wage is about $10.75 minimum wage. If it was to raise to 15, it will make many businesses that depend on low-skilled workers more expensive. You can think of a restaurant, for example. The cost of a plate of food that they're offering would go up. So most restaurants now is $20 to $80 a plate of food. And so that will increase the cost of living right there in that regard. So on the other hand, obviously, one of the big problems of cost of living is, you know, from the perspective of the labor, the consumer, is that our incomes are very, very, very low. In that regard, compared to the average cost of living, our median income is like $40,000. Our per capita GDP is something like $48,000. You know, so to take for example, Washington D.C., I would put Hawaii as the most expensive, you know, place to live in the United States. And then in second, or even second, third would be USVI and the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas. And in fourth place would be the city of Washington, D.C. The average income in Washington, D.C. is $105,000. And so, you know, the problem is that we do need to increase our salaries, but I think what we really need to focus on is in attracting jobs that pay a much better rate of pay, and those jobs will require people that are better, more knowledgeable, higher skilled. And so that is really where the problem is how to create a workforce that's highly productive, well-educated, well-trained, and attract businesses that can use that workforce and pay them $70, $80, $90, $100,000. Increasing the minimum wage will help marginally low-income people, but is going to create a burden for businesses that depend on a lot of low-skilled labor in that regard.
Okay, thank you. My next question is for the Housing Finance Authority. Your statement here is with the homeowners that are pre-qualified, that once they learn, those qualified, you know, homeowners that went through your program, once they learn of the amount of the mortgage payments and how it impacts their lifestyles, it decreases their interest of becoming a homeowner. And I want you to really explain that, because it seems like what you're telling me here is that they want to be a homeowner, but they don't want to do the sacrifice, what it takes to become a homeowner. And then also, what is the Housing Authority doing to provide greater incentive, you know, maybe assistance financially? Because, you know, when Tutu and Bovoni and all of those NADA houses were being built, the government was building them for real cheap and selling it cheap to the homeowners, knowing that it's going to increase the tax base. So explain that to me and let me know what the housing finance is doing to get people in a house, to have a key for a house.
Hello. Hi, good evening. Frida Webster, VI Housing Finance Authority, Director of Home Ownership. the statement regarding the lifestyle, it's about payment shock. The average individual is not aware how much it costs to obtain a home, right? So when you find out that the principal and interest payment is, let's say, $900, right? And the escrows for the insurance and taxes are over $1,000 combined, they're looking at a $1,900 payment. For most individuals, it's payment shock because they're paying less than that in rent. So it's about deciding, do I give up my lifestyle that I currently have pre-purchase, or do I make the sacrifice, bite the bullet, give something up to become a homeowner? There are individuals that have decided they're going to pause, they're going to save a little bit more, or they're going to look at other alternatives. At Housing Finance Authority, we provide gap financing to all individuals that are eligible and qualified. Some cases, it's a grant of a certain percentage, it all depends. In some cases, it's a combination of a loan and a grant, but we do provide assistance to ensure that all eligible, qualified individuals that come through our doors achieve homeownership.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you've been very lenient with the time, but if I could just ask one follow-up question. So the incentives that you provide, give me the specifics of the incentive, you know, the down payment incentives, closing, what specific financial incentives you're providing?
So the individuals that come through our doors are usually seeking gap financing in the form of down payment assistance, closing costs, and in some cases, a rehabilitation amount. The home may require some repairs. We look to see how much you can afford based on your income. It's also based on the value of the property, whether the costs are reasonable. If it's a construction loan, we have an analysis conducted by our planning and construction division to determine if the estimate is realistic. The homes that we build the homes and we sell them for market costs, but the market value of those homes are. And the subsidies, if the subsidies are required, they will be based on how much of a subsidy that you can afford, right? How much a subsidy that is required for that particular transaction. So in any case, you know, it could be something like a 25% subsidy, it could be a 75% subsidy, but it's not all a grant. You know, we also have a loan segment that we offer. We cannot afford to give everyone a 100% grant. We cannot afford to give everyone a 50% grant. It's all based on the transaction at hand, the program under which the client qualify for.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ms. Webster, for the good work that you do, and continue along at that. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Point of information, Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My point of information goes directly to HFA in respect to the savings, etc. And that's why I have a problem with slides, because you save, you do what you have to do, and you take 90% of that saving in order to qualify for the program. So we have issues and we have concerns, and that's why, again, we're going to address those stuff in my hearing this month, okay, with HFA. So that was my point of information, Mr. Chair. I can start my line of questioning now.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden.
I next.
Senator James. No, Senator Maurice James.
No,
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really was sorry to hear that the CEO for VIA left, because I just want to say this. VIA has built a tremendous amount of goodwill in our community. And I'm sure that there are a lot of organizations now who are wondering, with the exodus of the people who are involved in building that goodwill, what's going to change for our community in terms of, you know, the support that VIA has given to us as a community. So I'm hoping that that does not change. The majority of my questions are for Mr. Grant. I want to begin by asking, well, this is a request through the chair. In your testimony, you stated that since 1984, The Housing Finance Authority has developed 90 housing communities across the territory. I would like you to provide the list of the 90 housing communities since 1984 and what the cost of the sale price of those houses were over those years. I'm sure you have that information available. I also wanted to ask Mr. Grant, does the authority consider, or have you, the board or the authority, considered building condos or townhouse style? Where one of the points that was made by Mr. Wenner that I agree with is that we need to have multi-family units and change the low density regulations we have in a territory, because we don't want to use up all the land, first of all, because we want to save some for agriculture. But has the authority ever considered building condos or townhouses?
Hello, Rupert Pell, Director of Planning and Construction. The answer is yes. We recently put out a request for proposal for a 16-unit condo in St. Thomas for the old Queen Louise location next to the Boys and Girls Club. And that is a proposal that we're also putting together for a new development in St. Thomas as well for condo development.
What about St. Croix?
With the St. Croix,
Anything on St. Croix?
Not in terms of condo, more St. Croix developments are single family
Single
units.
family?
Yes.
Okay, what does it mean? I think you should consider condo townhouses for St. Croix. That's just a recommendation on my part. What does it mean when somebody's certified as mortgage ready? What does that mean?
Hi, Frida Webster. It means that a client comes into the authority, they submit all the required documentation that we request to determine whether or not they meet the minimum credit score, the residency requirement, that their debt to income ratios fall within the regulated guidelines, and that they have the employment stability and fall within the stated household income ranges. That if they meet those criteria.
Let me ask this quickly. I want to ask this quickly. I don't want my time to go without pointing something out. When in your programs, is there a requirement that the buyer pay a certain percentage down payment?
We require that you have, for land loan transaction, there's a 10% down payment. For other transactions, we look to see you have at least some $1,000 in savings.
No. I mean, when I'm applying to purchase a home, and I go and I get financing through your program, unless I'm misunderstanding, do I not have to put a certain percentage down as a buyer, home buyer?
For the authorities' transactions, we require that you have a 10% down payment. For land
10%?
sales, right, for land sales transactions is a 10% down payment. If it's a turnkey transaction, we qualify you based on your income, and whatever subsidy that you're in need of, we will determine whether or not you qualify under the home program or whether you qualify under the moderate income program. There are different criterias there. Based on that information, we will determine whether or not you get a loan that is that has a grant tied to it, or a loan that has a small loan and a grant factor tied. It all depends on the transaction. It all depends on where you stand in the spectrum of it.
Okay, I'm going to use your the numbers that you provided here, because between you and you meaning the Housing Authority and the other programs that I'm seeing where the government is trying to and attempting in good faith to get people to buy homes, I do not think that it is realistic. For example, If I am making $100,000, which not many moderate, but your income range is $59,700 to $213,500. If I'm a single woman making $100,000 and I have to put down 20% on a $422,500 house on St. Croix, that's 1,300 square feet, that means I have to come up with $84,500 for 20%. Would you assist me with that 20%? If that's what I need, if that's what I need, I mean, I'm actually going to go a little further. Let's say I do have the 20%. I still need $338,000. And if I did calculate the mortgage payment at, what is it now? Let's say let's say you get 6.5%. I would have to come up with principal and interest of over $2,000. And when I add insurance, I have to come up with an additional $1,000, insurance and taxes, which means that my monthly mortgage payment would be over $3,000. But I think everybody knows that your mortgage payment should be no more than 28% of your gross monthly income. Right then and there, that's $28,000, but when I add everything up, that's $36,000 I have to come up with. So it's not a matter of lifestyle. It's really a matter of people not being able to afford. So I want you to explain to me, I know my time has run out. If I make $100,000, and I have perfect credit, and I've saved my money, can you tell me that I won't have to pay over $3,000 a month in a mortgage payment? And if so, let's tell, especially on the island of St. Croix, where these people can go to get that loan. Thank you.
To answer your question, Senator, no, I cannot tell you that you're not going to pay more than a $3,000 payment. What I can tell you is that there are various programs in the territory that is designed for all income levels. There are programs that do not require 20% down payment. There are programs that provide 100% financing, a guaranteed loan. USDA has a guaranteed loan program that serves the moderate income households. There are programs like VIHFA programs that provide assistance for individuals that need gap financing. You may have the 20% down payment or the 5% down payment, but you need the remaining $15,000, $20,000 for closing costs. We have programs for that. It all depends on the scenario. It all depends on the property that the individual is seeking to purchase, and it depends on whether or not you qualify based on the programs that are available in the territory. There's FHA loans available by local lenders. Like I mentioned, the USDA loan exists in the direct program and in the guarantee program, and Housing Finance Authority have their programs.
Thank you very much, Senator James.
Thank you. I just want to point out, if I get 100% financing, that means my mortgage payment increases even more. I mean, that's common sense right there. But Mr. Chair, I just had one question for licensing and consumer, and that was how many contractors we have in the Virgin Islands. You can answer on the chair's time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. On the chair's time, you may respond.
Good afternoon, Senators. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of the LCA. Currently, we have 175 construction contractors in the territory. By breakdown, I have 78 on St. Croix, 86 on St. Thomas, and 11 on the island of St. John.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Ms. Webster, I wanted to get you to weigh in on this. I know you mentioned the various programs and options and opportunities that exist. Are these programs and opportunities sufficient to meet the demand for housing here in the territory? Because I know there are a lot of programs individually, but still the demand, it doesn't seem to even be scratching the surface in terms of the demand for affordable housing here in the territory.
So the territory is not suffering from a lack of demand. what the territory is suffering from is a lack of product. So the programs have always been existing. It's just that the product is not available at the price point where the residents can afford. We need more homes that are under $400,000 than are over $400,000, because the programs always existed, been there. It's just a lack of product.
Thanks for the clarification. And talking about product, I know Mr. Grant mentioned earlier, he spoke about these modular housing and sustainable building technologies that they were exploring. And he didn't really go into great detail about that. I got a little excited about the possibilities of something new and different that might be affordable. Should we be exploring some sort of major pilot program for modular alternative housing solutions in the territory?
Rick Grant, we should, Senator. One of the developers that we are exploring right now, that's the materials that they're using. So we're literally knee-deep in it, reviewing the proposal and going over it.
Okay. Glad to hear that. Also, you mentioned or you suggested the need for interagency collaboration to address the housing crisis. Would you be open, would VIHFA be open to creating a cross-agency task force, including VIHFA, maybe Department of Finance, the legislature, some of the other relevant parties, to include maybe even private sector entities or 501c3s, to really put their heads together and join forces in developing effective housing policy based on our unique needs here in the territory?
Definitely, Senator, and I think today's conversation is a start, so we can continue it through that avenue, so yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as you know, and you've been speaking to, and I've been speaking to a housing summit, and there is one being worked on right now, so we're going to address those issues short order. Good afternoon, colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff, good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you so much for those most in-depth testimonies. There was a lot said. I think there needs to also be, Mr. Chair, a summit in respect to what we're dealing with here today, because, I mean, there's some very, very good ideas and recommendations, and I look forward to seeing some come to fruition as a result of that. I know one of my colleagues said a think tank, but this is some serious stuff. I really appreciated all of your testimony, but especially the St. Thomas St. John Chamber of Commerce and Mr. Dr. Winner. Yeah. Well, Dr. Bob, Mr. Barber is here on behalf of the St. Thomas St. John Chamber of Commerce. But nonetheless, I'm going to come from a different angle, though, because my colleague was just speaking to, the young lady from VIHFA was speaking to price point, and that's critical, because you're right, nothing can happen unless you have the right price point, and I believe one of the 10 points that was spoken to in Mr. Barber's testimony, one very important point was missing, the human factor. That's the most important point in my opinion. Reason being, based on my experience, since I've been in this body, the human factor plays a critical role in almost every agency and every department. You understand? Especially when it comes to different policies, when it comes to different grants, when it comes to different opportunities. The human factor plays a critical role in terms of the funding being implemented properly, in terms of funds being lost and opportunities being lost, and on and on and on. And I think it has to do with understanding of the impact of those funds and what it means positively and or negatively on behalf of our constituents and the community as a whole. So I wanted you to put that on the record, because that's a problem. Also, in respect to being creative, when it comes to, I know licensing spoke to 175 licenses in the territory, but I think we need to be creative, and I've been speaking to this through HFA and licensing. We have many experts, expert roofers, tilers, masonry, carpenters, electricians, plumbers, but yet still, many of them are left out of the hole, of the loophole. Why? we have a supply and demand issue. The demand is there, but we don't have the supply in terms of labor. So what can we do? There's several things, in my opinion, we can do. For instance, I know when Mr. Ford had an issue with his cars, he created an assembly line, right? That made it possible for him to reach where he wanted to go. I think we need to find a way to assist our people in terms of labor when it comes to supplying the demand that's necessary here in our territory. And we can have, whereas you have journeyman, because many of those individuals are licensed individuals for the area of specialties when it comes to the trade. So we can find a way to get them on board and streamline the process and help the recovery in terms of building more homes, to include tiny homes. That's another suggestion was offered, smaller homes, etc. And also, I believe that when it comes to our workforce, you know, those individuals can also assist in terms of workforce housing, transitional and emergency housing. So we need to have a further discussion, which we will, in my committee, in the Committee of Jurisdiction, when it comes to housing. This month, I believe the 28th, the end of this month, we'll have a further discussion. But let me go to some of the points, right, that Mr. Barber, you mentioned, which was very insightful. You spoke to the overall cost of living. You spoke to shipping, the high cost of fuel. And many of these areas, in my opinion, for instance, that was spoken of from, oh my God, I forgot a young lady name from Tropical Shipping, when it comes to what she spoke to in terms of them bringing on the price point whenever the price of gasoline comes down. And when it goes up, you know, they do what they got to do. But I believe we're going to have to have a further discussion with licensing when it comes to their department.
2 minutes.
When it comes to enforcement and assuring that the price point and the fuel cost comes down when it goes down in the States, because since the hurricanes, it really haven't fluctuated in the St. Thomas St. John district. There really haven't been any type of movement when it comes to fuel prices here in this district. To include when it comes to overall cost of living, whereas families are struggling to be making choices between their light bill and buying food. And that's another area also that we're going to have to deep dive into when it comes to price on the shelves. Whereas many times there are no prices on the shelves. Many times when you buy the product, it spoils the same day or the next day. Many times there are so many issues in that area, so we really have to drill down and see exactly how we can correct some of these low-hanging fruits moving forward when it comes to the cost of living here in the Virgin Islands. Because
1 minute, 30
it is
seconds.
expensive. When it comes to energy, and I know Mr. Fleming spoke to several programs, etc. Again, the human factor. I know there are programs that they are trying to roll out that have not came to fruition, that would have assisted many of our residents in the territory over the last year. And why is that? We need to really drill down on the low-hanging fruits and assure that many of the errors that's been made when it comes to the human factor is corrected, because that plays a big role also in all areas here in the territory. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I'm not going to ask too much question because my time is going to get eat up. But nonetheless, I think this is a great discussion. This is a great hearing in respect to what we're trying to accomplish. But again, the human factor plays a critical role in all that we are trying to accomplish here
30
today.
seconds.
But again, I just want to say that when it comes to housing and housing crisis, healthcare, we have a healthcare crisis also in the territory. When it comes to education, we have a problem with education in the territory. When it comes to most of the areas here in the territory, we have issues, and I believe as we move forward in this 36th legislature and the committees of jurisdiction, we need to really focus on the quality of life issues in those committees and see how we can really right fit and deal with these problems moving forward. But again, I look forward to working with all of my colleagues. I look forward to working with all of the semi-attached agencies in the housing space, to include the boards, and seeing how we can really, finally, once and for all, once we have the summit, put a dent in housing here in the territory and assuring that the opportunities that were afforded to our people are realized, and we do everything in our power not to lose a penny in terms of federal funds. So, Mr. Chair, I really want to thank you for the time and thank you for this hearing, and thank you, testifiers, for your insightful recommendations. And I look forward to speaking further with you guys to see how we can move forward as one. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Kurt Violet, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And once again, for the first, let me commend you for holding this committee of the whole, where we have been able to glean a lot of insightful information and have discussions in reference to the path moving forward. And when you're hearing the discussion, sometimes it's just hard, sitting here and thinking exactly what can we really do to change what is presently taking place. I do know that because of we live in a capitalist society, so we don't have price control that we could tell people exactly what to charge. And we need individuals that have these stores to remember that they also live in the community and that they are going to not try to squeeze every penny out, but that they are going to be reasonable in the price. And I know that I checked on the rack rate. You know what the rack rate is right now at Lime Tree, at Ocean Point? Okay, the rack rate is about $2.64, which means that they are marking up by $1.35, which is more than 50%. And the 264 includes the 14 cents. There was a time when the rack rate averaged, the markup averaged between 40 to 80 cents. And the gas stations used to keep that consistent. But recently, they have just gone with the $3.99, and whether or not the price goes down or goes up, they stay at $3.99. Because they have such great flexibility because they have marked up the price by some $1.35. And there's no way of forcing them to come down. But if they really evaluate the price that they're charging individuals, they know it's high. They know that that's way above what they need to charge to pay all of their bills. They know that. But every station have literally agreed that this is what it's going to be. Give or take 1 cent on St. Croix and maybe 10 cents on St. Thomas. And then you have the tanks coming in, these extra tanks, the big tanks that are coming in with gas on St. Thomas, St. Croix, and they're traversing the road at midnight on Sundays. Only God knows if we get into 14 cents for each gallon that comes in. And when we ask the appropriate authorities as to whether or not we get in those monies, they don't know. We get in it at Ocean Point because it's charged right there. So when you think of the whole economy, there's so much loopholes that we have to plug. And plugging those loopholes make people uncomfortable. All the contractors building homes in St. John that are paying an immigrant population by cash. Underground economy, just paying $400,000 or $500,000 home, and they're using individuals and just paying them cash, paying literally nothing on it. There's so many loopholes. Sports gambling in St. Thomas, unregulated, right in French tongue. Sports gambling, football, anything you could bet on. Not law in the Virgin Islands. Told to the lottery that we have illegal gambling, and it's allowed. So there's so many holes that we need to fill to make sure that the government of the Virgin Islands are really collecting the monies they're supposed to. But everybody wants to be everybody's friend. So let we exempt this group. We're going to exempt that group. Don't charge them. They have a lot of vote. Don't charge this group. Don't charge that. And the Virgin Islands now is to the point where the government is literally broke. No monies. And we think the policies that work in the 80s are going to survive. In the 80s, the economy was totally different. Pre-Hugo, totally different. Joventa was thriving, everything was totally different. Now, we got to make those hard decisions. But I wanted to ask a few questions quickly. Chamber of Commerce have you ever thought about diversifying your product on Main Street in order to get those individuals off the ship? Because sometimes if 5 ship in the harbor on Main Street, you really don't have a lot of people. Have you thought about diversification of product in reference to making sure that that tourist experience is what they're looking for? Because they're looking for experiences. Chamber of Commerce?
Yes, Scott Barber for Chamber of Commerce. Definitely, that's been a communication between the Chamber of Commerce members on many occasions, and it has been diversified to a degree. But one of the biggest challenges is that the
Give me an
rents.
example of the diversification to a degree. As I'm still seeing just
diversification,
mostly
not in terms of people putting places into the locations in town. It's more
2
restaurants
minutes.
and bars that are opening up. That's what's opening up, not so much the selling of goods, but restaurants and bars. So that's the diversification that has opened up more so in terms of what's happening in the Virgin Islands right now in terms of Main Street. But there's been diversification in terms of more people wanting to do things in terms of technical businesses and other operations, but the cost of the rent is where the issue is. The rent downtown, that the people who own the downtown locations, they can request and require the rents that only the people who are paying big time monies for whether it be the watches, the jewelry, the other things like that. That's what people are willing to pay, the big rents. And so you can't get the lower rents.
I agree with you. Well, let me stop you 1 minute because I'm going to run out of time. I agree with you, but the Chamber of Commerce, the individuals who own the buildings on Main Street, they need to reconsider everything that they're doing. Because it's a different generation of individuals who are going on the cruise ships now. It's not just these millionaires and thousands. There are a lot of families. They're looking for experiences. They're looking to go down and be able to buy a local product. So we got to change. That model has been in St. Thomas forever. It's the greatest port, the greatest deep water port in the Caribbean, but we got to diversify that product. Now I go, every single testimony, there was one common denominator. Every single testimony, and that denominator was
30
WAPA.
seconds.
So really, thank you. No matter how we think about it, if we don't fix WAPA, it stops investment, it decreases your disposable income, it causes the price to be exorbitant because stores are paying for that. So WAPA is a common component. Now, the issues that I have is that we had the Watzilla generators came online. 4 Watzillas are supposed to burn propane. They stopped working after a month or 2. So we're probably back to diesel. But you have the solar power farm in St. Croix. You have the improvement in the infrastructure. All the composite poles are coming. But with all of that discussion, you don't hear any decrease at all with the LEAC. You cannot have 10, 12 megawatts coming on, and you should be able to take a unit offline in the daytime. Are you not hearing about the cost savings? You can't have the Watzilla generators coming online, and you're not hearing about the cost savings.
Time.
So something is wrong with that discussion, and when WAPA come, we're going to have that discussion. Because either they don't understand math, or somebody is literally doing something that's illegal. You can't have cost savings, but the cost savings ain't being passed on to the people of the Virgin Islands. And we could talk about these issues from now till forever. If we don't fix WAPA, the Virgin Islands can't change. And WAPA has been a series of bad contractual decisions for the last 15, 20 years that have cost this government millions of dollars. And the best example is that same company that we just hired for the $30 million. They never even complete the first part of the contract for $20-something million the way they were supposed to. That went south. Isn't it best maybe we just stick with the meter readers? Just put in the meters we are accustomed to and just stick with meter readers. Give some of the young guys a job. We pay them everything and let them read the meter. But we're going to high technology again. How are we going to verify that this contract doesn't end up like all the other WAPA contracts? Overcost and a runaway. If the feds ain't paying for this contract, WAPA need to cancel it. If the feds don't agree, and they have agreed before, but if they change their mind for whatever reason, cancel that, hire some meter readers, and let's fix WAPA. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet. Senator Avery Lewis, Mr. Secretary, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, testifiers. Good evening, Virgin Islands. Been a long day, but a very riveting conversation. Is Ms. Hodge, Commissioner Hodge, still there? Good.
Yes.
Ms. Hodge, let's have a discussion. Oftentimes we here in the community, people have this feeling or this notion that licensing isn't doing what they're doing to protect us as it pertains to the prices in the stores and what they're seeing even at the gas pumps. And, help me to understand, to help the community to understand, the role of licensing as it pertains to, like I tell you, in the past, I look forward to the bread baskets, or the survey, the grocery store surveys, the fuel surveys, and so forth. So maybe there's a educational campaign from licensing that needs to happen in the community as what licensing can do and cannot do. What's your feeling on that?
Good afternoon, Senator. I totally agree with you. There's some educational awareness aspect we need to take on and continue to educate the consumers and the senators and everyone. The LCA's role is not to, I stated it in my testimony earlier, but it's not just to not just to, Lord, I lost my train of thought, so you have to forgive me. But what we're here to do is definitely for market transparency. And that's why we publish the surveys, the different surveys, whether it's the fuel survey or the Educated Shopper's Guide, because we just changed the name, to convey the price trends in the territory. But it's not just to...
Is something wrong?
No, I'm just losing my train of thought. I think I've just been here too long and haven't eaten, and so my apologies. But that's our role, to educate the consumer, definitely. And one of my initiatives was to promote more consumer awareness out there. This week is Consumer Weeks and Weights and Measures Week as well. And my team is out to the schools and the senior homes. We're here to take complaints, but we're not just here to monitor and control price. We cannot control the price.
All right, thank you. While I have Mr. Fleming here still, Director Fleming, in your testimony, page 2, you talked about a $62.5 million funding, EPA funding that has a grant, and it says for solar for all. Has this initiative been undertaken yet? Has it been advertised? Is it out there?
So we haven't launched the program, so we're not currently accepting applications. The funds, the actual EPA grant has been awarded. We're currently going through a number of administrative functions relative to that program. So one of the main activities, actually just earlier today, we had our position, essentially the director of that program. We've gotten everything moved through to start not solicitation, but job filling activities there. We have we have essentially a year for planning, but we're looking to cut that down because we don't think we need that much time to be able to put all of the program structures together, because it's both a rooftop, that supports both rooftop solar and community solar, as well as associated energy storage for both programs. So essentially we're going through the program development is where we currently are, and hiring of key staff that are going to be administering that program. So applications are likely not going to be until later this year. But we are going through all of the motions relative to being able to expedite the availability of that program. In the meantime, We are actively getting our Solar Plus financing program, which we've already had in play. Closing the loans on that program has been kind of our key priority to make sure we're mobilizing the programs that we already have. Development completed, applicants already in process, and that's the case across a number of our activities as well.
So I'm glad you talked about some of the previous programs you have, and I would encourage not only you, Department of Energy, but I'll say to Housing Finance Authority, to Human Services, all these agencies that have these different programs that we don't really wage a good campaign and let the community know what's going on, put it out there. At times, I do see some you guys at different functions. I give you kudos for that, thank you. But I think we need to really do a more in-depth campaign wage out in the community. Mr. Grant, Housing Finance Authority. This morning we had some individuals in front of us doing some, came in for consideration of a rezoning. There was one individual that proposed to build 6 different buildings. One young man, and HFA can get 6 billion. We got wild pineapple. We have above in Savan. I've been to all kind of groundbreaking, all kind of demolition. When we gonna start building it so the people could have. I see this young man talk about cost savings. Your price point, I mean, here you talked about up to 500,000 here in St. Thomas, correct?
Correct.
But when for some reason, when our people come to HFA, they house them up to 800,000, 900,000 for what we're looking for. Correct me if I'm wrong, but tell me what is going wrong, how we could hold the contractors, I mean, keep them in check, what we could do to make sure that we have affordable housing for the people in the Virgin Islands. Anybody from HFA today?
Senator, I don't know where you get that number from with the 800,000, but in the planning and construction, we stay within the price point of what is discussed in our testimony. It's mentioned in 4 different...
Hold on, before you go any further, today was stated that what the contractors are charging, correct? It's astronomical, based what you all are expecting, what we're paying out, right? So if we have 400,000 when they go out to bid, the contractors are coming back with way more than that. Am I correct?
I don't remember that being stated.
No?
No.
Okay.
We have a price point that we stick within, and that's what our testimony states.
So we have homes available today. People who come down to HFA, there's homes available.
We don't have homes available. We have clients that are ready for homes, but it's all economy of scale with the amount of contractors we have available and the projects that we have in line. We don't have homes available at this time.
Okay, when we anticipate anything to be available, any construction and HFA site to begin?
Time.
Continue.
You mentioned wild pineapple.
Yes.
We currently have a design project in place right now where we're designing 20 homes. As soon as those designs are completed, which will be this month, by June, we should be going out for bids for construction purposes.
And when that grant is about to finish?
That grant expires, I don't know how the whole grant
September.
goes, but a part of it is
September
2026. I don't know of September of 2025.
Okay, September 2026. That's what you're going to say. You're
We
going
have a
to get
grant-
back to me.
We have a wild pineapple grant that expires in 2026, yes.
Alrighty. I wish Ms. Pitt was here. I think we're going to have to bring her back because we had some questions for her. Ms. Hill still online? No? Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator Gittins, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening to all. I am
like second to last to ask, so I'm between you and dinner right about now. But let me first say publicly, happy belated birthday to you. I hope you had a better birthday than you're having today. Sitting here in punishment without anything to eat. I thank each of you for your input here today. I'm truly disappointed that VIA left us, because it's not sitting right with me with our people getting fired the way that they're getting fired. EDA is not there for me to ask them either about the incentives that this company is getting, yet still they're firing our people like ain't got no tomorrow. I really don't like it, but I'll move on. And again, EDA is not here, but this maritime fiasco that my good sister online alluded to, Jennifer Nugent-Hill. Watch it, because it's going to get worse. Within the next 4 years, it's going to get worse. Imagine what we're paying for eggs today in the supermarket. And what's also driving me is I don't understand why it's such a drastic difference between the three islands as well. St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. In St. Croix, a 12-count egg costs about $12.99 or $11.99. St. Thomas, $14.99. Well, I don't want to know what they're charging on St. John. But we have to do better. And I wanted to know from DLCA, how can your agency better enforce the price regulations to protect consumers from price gouging?
Senator Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. The language that you use when we say price gouging, it's specific to a particular thing, right? So price gouging would be determined if someone raised the price after there was an emergency or some sort of emergency situation where we had to put a freeze on price. So then if that changes, then we would say that it would be price gouging. The DLCA recognizes, as we are also members of the community, and so we realize truly that the weight, the difficulty that we face when we see all of these prices just getting to where they are. So what we've been doing recently, Senator, is we made a commitment to just connecting with those individuals within the industry. We have subpoena powers where we can subpoena records. We initially began the process of just having conversations to try to understand and help people realize, hey, listen, if we have to go further, we will, but we want folks to realize that the importance of being transparent to the greatest extent possible. And so you will, we started with some of the fuel industry individuals. We had good conversations trying to understand what's going into that. We have the fuel price study that's coming up, Senator, that we're really excited about. Hopefully that would shed greater light on that. But yeah, those points, those key areas there are what we believe will really help.
And thank you for that. And maybe gouging wasn't the proper term to use. Just like tariff shouldn't have been the proper term to use the other day, right? But and you basically answered my other question too, because I was wondering, like, what you would believe local businesses and suppliers, what role that they play in the pricing structure of goods, and how we could ensure fair pricing across the territory. Again, it is so drastically different between St. Croix, St. Thomas, and I'm hearing of St. John.
And Senator, if I may, one of the things that we are battling to try to have a deeper and better understanding of is what are the inputs into these prices. And the DLCA has that responsibility, but part of that responsibility means that we have to actually obtain information from these companies to clearly understand. And so one of the things that we are required to do is to have a study, a formal study of those prices.
So
and
besides,
that's the process.
Besides the study, are there any immediate action that the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs can actually take to stabilize these prices for at least essential goods in the territory?
Well, we are a free market economy, Senator, and so we can't say set profit margins or anything. To be able to do something like that, we'll be required to take an exorbitant amount of time in doing comprehensive studies to understand all the inputs that goes into this. I think what we have been discussing within the department is how do we connect with these individuals and to have a keener understanding of what goes into those costs.
And you know, it's so fitting that we're having this discussion now this week. This week is Consumer Protection Week, right?
Consumer Protection Week.
Yeah, the 2nd to the 8th or something like that. So we need to make sure that we are able to properly educate the consumers as well. Hitting us hard in the pockets.
For sure, for sure.
Dr. Warner, how are you today?
Dr. Winner signed off, Senator Gittins.
Oh, he signed off? Okay.
Yes.
Well, so I'll just relinquish the mic at this time since they're gone. EDA is gone, VIA is gone. But I am hopeful that we bring VIA back here. We have a lot of questions to ask. And when they come back, they need to be here and be prepared to answer to our concerns as a community. This entity or this business is receiving benefits, and we want to make sure that our people are getting the best bang for the buck. But there's no reason why our people should be getting fired the way that they're getting fired. And when we call for service, now we have to be talking to somebody in Guyana. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Giddens. Point of information, Senator Lewis. Please recognize Senator Lewis's
Thank you.
microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is goes to the CFO of WAPA. If you could put on a record, please, we have some individuals that have been texting that they have some billing issues. Tell me who they could contact. Give me a name and a number that they could call tomorrow to contact, please.
Please recognize the microphone of Ms. Kelly.
Hello, good afternoon, Lorraine Kelly with WAPA. Customer service at viwapa.vi. They can come make a call to the main number at WAPA, and it's option 5. And they can visit on St. Croix, St. John, and St. Thomas, and come physically to the offices and visit with customer support.
Anyone in particular, or does go to customer support?
We have a host of employees, all of whom are amply able to support our customer.
All right, who's the supervisor in that division here in St. Thomas?
We have the manager's name is Marlene Francis, and she has been to testify before the Senate previously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Testifiers, I want to really thank you very much for taking the time from your very busy schedules to be here with us today. I know it has been a very long day, but I think a very important one. And it is impossible for us to solve the issues of cost of living in the territory in one legislative hearing. for sure. But I think you provided us with some very thoughtful, very meaningful testimony that I think is a starting point for us to positively influence policies and laws here in the territory that could lead to some relief to the pressures of the high cost of living here in the territory. It is a frustrating thing for us. It is frustrating to me when the price of gasoline in the territory is going to remain the same in the last 3 or 4 years, irrespective of the cost of the per barrel rate on the national or international levels. It remains the lowest price on St. Thomas is $4.69 per gallon. So it defies all the rules, all the principles, fundamental principles of economics. So those types of things are of concern to us. There are things that are outside of our control. If it's a capitalistic society that we live in, you're dealing with supply and demand. We cannot control the prices that businesses charge consumers. But I think it was helpful today to understand the various pressures that businesses also experience. So we're going to have part 2 of our legislative committee of the whole meeting tomorrow, where we will really drill down some more on the cost of gasoline, the cost of energy, as well as the tax system. I believe the governor's financial team will be there, the IRB, Finance Commissioner, OMB, will also be there. It's going to be a much shorter day tomorrow. So colleagues, thank you very much for taking the time to be here. And because of flight challenges, that hearing is going to be here on St. Thomas. We had planned to do part 2 on St. Croix, but because of flight challenges, we're forced to have that meeting here on St. Thomas. Much shorter day tomorrow. So hope to see all of you here. Thank you very much once again, testifiers. The committee of the whole meeting of March 3rd, 2025, stands in recess. Thank you.